No. Yeah. Okay. I got the food for your runners. We got the shipments and numbers. Beamers and Benzes and Hummers. I get it in like I'm Dudders. Making it spot like I'm Bubba. Using discretion, I'm using protection. Not making confessions like Usher. I'm speaking clear with no stutter. I get the bread with the butter. Eating your food like it's supper. Kicking the door like the papa. Tell Max to done him like shutters. We got the Harry no Potter. I roll up a blunt, smoking it proper. Pass me the leaf, I'm a nutter. And plus I've been sipping Kabasi and Hennessy. Somebody give me a topper. Cause I got the cream for your jersey. Yeah. Yeah. 100 racks. Man putting work for a couple grand. That's about a month's work in a real job. Quit playing with your life like the running man. Cause you man up, better stand down. Make a wrong move, you could be a man down. Being rolled don't make you a grown up, but all that hot-headed thing will make you stand out. Certain man do it rolled and it's big time. Certain other brothers didn't have it planned out. None of the youngers are grown up. Life got tough in the on-road, looking for a handout. For a lick, for a move, for a scam now. Just an old thing looking for a gram now. And it's not Instagram, the into fam is the white thing cooking in the background. Now look what we're dealing with. Money and drugs, buying cars from the dealership. Too many guys on that ego trip. But serious, they don't even know how to control their emotions. I'm staying composed, breaking molds. I'm evolving, I told them. Now look what we're dealing with. Money and drugs, buying cars from the dealership. Too many guys on that ego trip. But serious, they don't even know how to control their emotions. I'm staying composed, breaking molds. I'm evolving, I told them. Look what we're dealing with. All of the bullshit we feed our kids. So many negatives, too many relatives, letting the K and the ego split. We so aggressive with attitude, volatile, violent, that demon flips. The way we're killing each other, we're killing our brothers. The youngers repeated it. Too much knife and the gun crime. Brothers on 23 bang up, they don't see sunshine. Got caught by the one time, but it's life if we get caught one time. We can all do better or get worse. Real talk, fam. This is not a punchline. Cause nowadays, man move bait, hit them up in the daytime. Blatant front line, no lie. Now look what we're dealing with. Hustlers, trappers, and drilling kids. Don't give a damn if you're feeling me. I'm just keeping it real. I'm on some different tip. We need some guidance and leadership. Too many guys on that ego trip. We need to take ourselves serious. Don't be delirious. Use our initiative. Now look what we're dealing with. Money and drugs, buying cars from the dealership. Too many guys on that ego trip. But serious, they don't even know how to control their emotions. I'm staying composed, breaking molds. I'm evolving, I told them. Now look what we're dealing with. Money and drugs, buying cars from the dealership. Too many guys on that ego trip. But serious, they don't even know.
Okay, good evening, everyone. We'll be starting up shortly. Okay, people, we're live. Shout out to Don Panero, aka Panero's Mind. Shout out to everyone logged into the channel right now. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. If you want to jump in the chat, hit the link for the StreamYards. You know what to do. So today we're going to be talking about community and how to deal with problems in our community. Let me make sure everyone can hear me clearly. What's happening, people? I hope everyone's having a blessed day out there. Mine weren't too bad once again. Just living, how you do? So today we're going to be talking about community. Obviously, everyone knows what a community is, or at least I hope they do. And we're going to be talking about problems in our community. Like, what do we think the main problems are within our own communities, within our extended communities, and strategies of dealing with them? You know, crew. At the end of the day, it's all well and good talking about problems all the time. But I think there has to come a point where we become problem solvers as well as just problem talkers or discussers, however you want to put it into wording. So yeah, when you lot are ready, join the chat and come and tell us what problems you see in the community. What do you see as like some of the bigger issues that you'd like to see dealt with that maybe don't necessarily get looked into? You know, the issues that aren't necessarily overlooked but maybe over dramatized. I want to hear about all of it. And you know, when you bring up your issues, I want people to be explaining why it's a big issue and what kind of change they'd like to affect and what kind of effect they think that change would have on the rest of society. Hopefully it will be a positive one. But yeah, big up yourselves, everyone out there listening. Big up to everyone who joined the chat room yesterday as well. We had a good show yesterday. Hopefully we'll have more discussion today. You know, some what's the word? Some critical thinking and some you know, a little bit of show and tell. You know, hopefully we learn something today. So we'll see what happens. But seeing as no one's here right now, like, you just got me telling you what I think about the community, what I think is wrong. I think there's many things wrong in the community, just like there's many things right in the community. But where do we start from? What's the starting point? I think most people start with themselves. And I think that's one of the problems within the wider community, that we all start with ourselves first. And we don't start with, you know, the community on a whole. So our vision's already obscured before we started becoming an artist with the community spirit and, you know, what we can do to help and XYZ, you know. Whereas if we was looking at, you know, the community on a whole before we start, you know, trying to have an impact, you know, we'd be having an impact on the community as a whole, not just our individual communities. Hopefully someone understood what I was talking about there. Yeah. Because obviously everyone's got their own community in it, right? So you're going to have your first impact on your own community and your own household with your own people. But if you were able to integrate with people earlier, you might have been a bit different. You might have looked at things different because you might have known something different. Who knows? Who really knows? Like, I don't profess to know everything. I just think we all know ourselves, innit? We know what we learned growing up and what we think is right and wrong. So if I think something's wrong, that's usually what it's relating to. And I think that's the same with most people. So I would say that one thing that's definitely wrong with the community is that economically, you know, things are unevenly spread. So when you look through the community, there's some people who so far down the pile, you know, it's ridiculous, you know. And the people of the community, like, it seems like they fail to acknowledge those people. You know, they're misrepresented and underrepresented in society. If anyone wants to join the chat as well, I'll just put the link in the comments section on the YouTube page. So if you've left a comment, the link to get into the StreamYards is right underneath the comments. But yeah, I think it's a definite uphill struggle that we're on right now with the state of affairs of the society we live in, especially in the UK. You know, we're a multicultural society, which is predominantly, you know, one ethnicity more than the rest, but we are a multicultural society. So, you know, we have to be accepting of others, but sometimes we can get very obsessive over ourselves and, you know, the way we see things, the way we expect things to be, what we're used to, but that doesn't incorporate others. Yeah, out to Torok. The link is in the chat. That's the link right there. I'm going to post it again for you. So we got one person in the chat room so far. If you could just introduce yourself, my friend. Hello, can you hear me? Matunde Opasiatan. Can you hear me, bro? Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. His mic seems to be on mute anyway. So yeah, like I think there's a lot of people who, you know, are overlooked within society, within the community, that need a voice. You know, certain people who may not understand as well as the rest of us, or I don't know, they come from a certain background, so you know they're pushed to the foot of society. Then, you know, some of us are part of those groups as well. This is the thing. So we have to really think to ourselves, like, what's really going on here? Like, what are we really doing? You know, what are the problems that we can solve ourselves? You know, do we need to wait on the government to solve our problems for us?
Oh, big up, family. Big up, evening.
What's happening, Torah?
How you been? I'm good. Yeah, man, it's a good subject, man.
Yeah, I thought we needed to do this one because of the conversation we had yesterday.
Yeah, that was a deep conversation that went long though. But I was on another channel doing something. I wanted to jump on, but yesterday, so I made sure I was like in tune for today's one.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because like I like the topics what you're bringing up, because these are like things what people are thinking about, especially when you get to a certain age. If you know what I mean, like you start thinking differently, you start preparing for things differently, and especially in these type of times what we're in,
yeah.
a lot of people are just reassessing a lot of things. If you know what I mean.
100%.
And that community is another thing, because the reason why I'm so like on the internet like that, because I felt like the West Indian community as a community were getting left behind.
Yeah.
With a lot of the politics what's going on today with religion, identity, and also community based as well. So this is why I'm mostly so always adamant, and I keep saying things like West Indian, Caribbean, because I want some of my people to feel that strength. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, when people call other people's name, they feel that strength in it. So there's nobody really calling out our names as Caribbean or West Indian people, giving us our achievements, and also telling certain things that are going wrong. What I find is a lot of things that are going wrong, people highlight, but the good things what West Indian community or individuals are doing, they never highlight it. So this is why I'm here to highlight the West Indian community and try and give us a good vision for the future to look forward to.
So is that something you like to see change them? You'd like to see the good things coming out of our culture highlighted more?
100%, 100. Because I would like to set up something where people who has never really been back home, they get at least a chance, with whether it's like 10 days or even a week, to go and see their mother country or where their parents come from. Because I feel that as West Indian people, where we've been so detached from where we come from and certain things like that, like we forget who we are as an individual and
Yeah.
why we're actually here in Europe, if you know what I mean.
No, definitely. So how would you set about achieving that goal?
For me personally, I feel like we have to have a lot of people probably feel the same way how I feel about the Caribbean and our nations and our people, because I feel like we've disconnected with each other as a nation, and we've got mixed up in the terminology of black, if you know what I mean, and African and all these types of different terminologies that have been put on us. But as a collection, I feel like we stand out as a particular group in the world. So I feel like we should get the recognition at the same time and try and pursue our identity and show the world who we are.
So how would you get other people to adhere to that way of thinking though?
This is the main problem what I find specifically in my Caribbean culture or community. I find that some of the people want to be in England, some of the people want to go to Africa, and some of the people, they probably don't even like some of their relatives or their family members or even the West Indian community as a whole. So sometimes they feel embarrassed to say, yeah, I'm West Indian, I come from there, and these are my people, and I'm associated with these people. So I want to get more people to show the real side of Jamaica, and Jamaica's not really about ghettos, garrisons. It's about the land, you know what I mean? Like when I first went to Jamaica, I went to the countryside, and I think I lived like the most organic Jamaican lifestyle there could ever be. And what's happened along the time, even some of the people who live in towns and all these type of development, they've lost in touch of the island, of the culture, or if you know what I mean, the heritage of the land. And I feel like we need to just have our own identity and not be frightened to say, boy, we want our things to go this way, whether people might look at it backwards or a bit funny. But we feel like this is it benefits our people doing these type of things, going back to nature, organic, idle. When you look at the industries where they've literally capitalized of Caribbean people, especially Jamaican people particularly, with the Rasta culture, the talking about marijuana and its health benefits, people used to laugh at our people and call us backwards. If you look at today's industries, marijuana is on the stock market. Marijuana is paying tax in certain places. Marijuana with weed, people have been in schools now in America and all different places around the world and treating people medicinally. And people used to laugh at our people when we used to tell them, oh yeah, it cure asthma, eyes, and this, that, and the other. People used to literally ridicule our people. And it's what's happened now. Other governments have paid millions of dollars for people to destroy our crops, i.e. ganja and all them type of crops where we used to have the best ganja in the whole world. The Jamaican government has literally took bribes from US government, and a lot of these people have now taken our crops and putting it on the market now, and how can I say, copyrighted these things now. So you see all these things popping up like seed banks and all these different things. So this is why I feel very disheartened, because I feel like the people that was there for our people, they really they put us in a bad way. And I feel like it's come to a point in time we have to be the steerers of our own destiny.
I hear you. Obviously, you know, with the state of affairs in the world today, you know, nothing ain't happening with this corona stuff going on. But, you know, I kind of sense what you're saying is, you know, we need to take back control of our own borders, especially when it comes to West Indian people, Jamaicans especially, and you know, taking back control of our natural resources and certain things. So obviously that's definitely something to look into and, you know, to consider for people who are from that descent, you know. Now, obviously, that's speaking, you know, because me and you are both West Indian. So, you know, that's speaking within our personal communities, but within our wider community, you know, like as in the rest of the, you know, the British population who we're living with right now. how can we improve our community as a whole?
Or what? Like as a mix, people. But this is the thing.
As a multicultural society.
I think that's a good end. Before you go on, Tura, I think that's a good end goal. Definitely something to have in your in your sites where you want to have your own borders for example, wherever you come from, Shiffa. I think St. Lucia or wherever you said you come from. Sorry if I got that wrong, but yeah. So I think that's definitely a good idea. Especially if your name ties you back to that specific like geographic location, then I don't see why you should be thinking about that being an end goal, or at least something that you can go to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely.
So that I think the most utmost important thing there is that's the end goal. But for now, like you said, in Britain, I think Turok, if you want to just go and then I'll sort of give my
Oh, big up, brother.
you know what I
Big
mean,
up.
my point on my belief on where it should go, the community as a whole, religiously, I think economically, and the rest of it.
Yeah, because I think what we're trying to do is, like, as much as we want to focus on our ultimate goals, we still want to look at the here and now, the situation we're in, and improving our situation now, as much as improving our future situation. So I'm going to give that question back to you again, Torok. So how do you think we could improve our community as a whole?
To be honest, especially in England and maybe even internationally, we have to get control of our brands and certain things like that, because a lot of our younger generation are unfamiliar with their own products. It comes from their culture and certain things like that, and other nations of people are benefiting of using our products against us in a sense like that. And I feel like if we had more control of our economy and certain things like that, we'd be able to show more businesses to the younger people, and even have other people come into our businesses and employ other people. So I think we need more businesses and have more control of our things, what we could bring into any place in the world. But as especially as one could say Afro-Caribbean or Caribbean, if you know what I mean, to show like who you are as a Pacific person, because we used to have like a lot of dances, like blues dances, what used to make a lot of money for the community. So little things like that we could even implement back again. And but we sometimes we have to do things a bit more professional and other things like that.
Well, when you say professional, I was going to say this to you, but I thought let me let you finish first. Do you think we're guilty of not westernizing our the way we merchandise things enough? In a sense of, you look at, like, for instance, the Chinese, the Indian restaurants, how well they do, and we know that the food that they sell is very westernized. It made it specifically for this place. So, for instance, if I was to go into a West Indian food shop, the food isn't like that westernized, maybe a little bit, but there's certain things in there that is traditional, like to us, in it, like bun and cheese, bulla cake. XYZ, but we've not made the westernized version for them. So they come in there and they get used to that, because I don't know a lot of Western people or British born people who don't have any West Indian heritage that would go in a shop and even think about or look for a bulla cake, let alone know where it is.
True.
They might know what the bun is, they might know a one or two friend. So they might know what the bun is, and they know about the hard dough bread, but there's certain other things they won't necessarily know about. So, are we guilty of not selling our traditions enough in that sense? Not necessarily selling them as in, we're going to show you how to do it and sell you the idea, but I mean in a sense of understanding, the demands of this place in comparison to our own demands.
To be honest about that, it goes to show, even with people like Jamie Oliver, a lot of people can see a lot of niches in our market. But the thing, what we need to understand as say ethnic minority people is sometimes when we're doing things, we're not really thinking of doing it for the whole world. If you know, like sometimes we don't think it will go that big, in a sense like that. Sometimes we think, oh, it's not going to be accepted and all these types of things. So I think sometimes we just have to look to do things for our own. Like people like Jamie Oliver, like they will literally like a lot of people are copying our culture as we speak. Like a lot of people are eating different today, if you know what I mean. They're eating like food from Asia, Africa, around that.
You're saying this, yeah, and I remember as a kid growing up, yeah, I remember like my dad has got dreads. He's a Ras, in it, like so. I remember seeing a lot of other dreads and listening to their conversation and watching what they eat. And I noticed there was a lot of like vegan and organic business going on from way back then, before I was hearing any of this organic business in any media or anyone even interested in organic.
White people used to call it rabbit food.
Yeah.
And literally, what the things what you're seeing now, these people are literally copying the Rasta lifestyle. These people are eating organic, growing ganja, using ganja for medicine purpose as well, not just for smoking.
Well, when you look at it, yeah, all of the, for instance, the type of foods that we eat, the type of herbal remedies and stuff that we use, and the same with the Asian man as well. Anything that we use frequently, it becomes more expensive. You know,
exactly. Even ginger beer. It's always been like that. Even from where you use, like even little Jamaican ginger beer, like it always used to be a bit 5p extra than out of all the other drinks. Like and most of our things is very health beneficial. If you know what I mean. Like when you look at other people's products, you don't really do anything for anybody. It's actually destroying you.
Yeah, but then this is what I'm saying. Are we guilty of not merchandising our products and westernizing enough with the way we merchandise? Because at the end of the day, you know.
No, but think about
it. Selling, but what I was gonna say, the companies that selling, like for instance, the what are those drinks called? The KAs. Yeah. Is it a Jamaican company? Is it owned by any Jamaican people? Is it West Indian? Full stop.
No, it's probably Asian, to be honest. But this is what I'm trying to show you. Like you have to see the pattern. Like a lot of people, like the majority of the people that used to sell weed around England was West Indian people. So like when you go into their shops, you would have to buy a little drink. So when they used to buy the drinks and all that, they used to see it's grape soda, pineapple soda. So people start saying, why don't we actually start make pineapple soda and all these types of drinks? This is when you start seeing Lilt come in and all these different like type of drinks. So commercialized for us, but they're using our products. Grapefruit, pineapple and all these things. They're all our products. And people are just like abusing them and that they hide these things away from us.
No, I'm hearing you still. I'm hearing you. I just think at the end of the day, you know, if we're going to look at something as a problem, you know, then we have to also be like prepared to get up and fix it ourselves, innit? Like that's how I am. That's my mentality. I'm not waiting for someone else to come with a solution. And if we've got a solution, for instance, now, you know, we're not selling enough of our own products. All right. So this company, KA, they sell West Indian drinks, whatever. And their promotion point is the fact that, you know, it's got all the Caribbean flavors. They're just telling you the flavor. There you go. But, you know, if our thing is authentic, then that's another sell point. We've got a second sell point on top of it. It's authentic. It comes from the real place. You know what? If we had our own farms and stuff back home, you know what? We could say, you know what? We're going to make our fizzy drink, but we're going to use real fruit juice in it. We're going to do something different. We can put our stamp on it. But at the end of the day, as West Indian people, and this is only speaking for the West Indians now, because you've touched on it. But I did want to talk more on the basis of our whole community. But just for the West Indians, I'd say, you know, we don't come together enough in the sense of, you know, we're not financially integrated enough. You know? Everyone's doing their own thing, and that don't mean that people can't be good at doing their own thing and get somewhere in life. But then, you know, there's power in numbers. So when you put us all together, and you know, we create a company now, it can rival what's out there. You know, like for instance, the KA drinks or whatever companies. What's the one that sells the ginger beer? The DNG or whatever it is. You know, but at the end of the day, it's for us to be able to come together, you know, financially and work with each other, you know, and you know, come to some kind of agreement where everyone's going to be happy. Everyone's going to be financially better off. You know, for the wider community. I think we should have a similar goal for the wider community, because at the end of the day, we're not always, for instance, right now, we're West Indian, but we're not in the West Indies. we might be in a place that's alien to us. So we have to also know how to integrate with the community that we're in and how to get the best out of it, and for them to get the best out of us, and make things easier for each other. So I don't know if anyone else wanted to speak quickly.
Oh, yeah, I did want to add something to that, because I've tried to launch a couple businesses myself, and this is in relation to spending black or Caribbean or Afro for the time being, because obviously we are reason being because we're on the bottom currently, and that could be like, that's the fundamental reason. And spending black and buying bulk and just spending with each other and being on a platform where everybody's can be interactive on it, and you're always going to have in the forefront of your mind, and you have your runners, you have your promoters, you have your advertisers, even down to the possible hat or shirt, but it's got to be promotion to other black people of this particular platform where you can buy stuff that is going to be done by people who have got the correct PPE in the correct environment, which could be in a kitchen if it's a food, for example, outlet. And then that's literally, it's go from there. You don't have to go to Dragon's Den and get a £50,000 investment so you can get marketing from these dragons that have got the mainstream media, which is, one stage, let's be honest, guys, it comprises of 5 channels. They dominate this complete capitalist market. But that when I used to look at that, just before you go, brother, I was going to say, when I used to look at that, it's a bit disheartening, because I was like, wait, how can you market? You've got all these people pulling you up, trying to stop you. But without me going off on too many topics, that was the main thing, is the platform, and having this particular platform, be it black enterprise, whatever. It wouldn't have to be so black so people didn't get so in their feelings. It could just be something where we know what it's about. It's about the diaspora, and we need to start spending black and getting the real deal shit. And even then, it saves us from getting knocked off goods that's going to eventually end up in bad health. So we've got the foundation, and it's been built up by Dr. Sabi. The whole 5 to 10 years that we've been bouncing around and passing our thoughts on has built to this particular time. And at the time is the digital area. We don't really have to have a shop. We can, everything could be done and posted to the nearest post office. You know what I mean? And that's it. You've got your goods. The money's building. Until then, you can start thinking about proper enterprise, where you used to look like pretty much a small bit of a small empire. But
I think you're definitely onto something there, because at the end of the day, all right, so
it's quick. Yeah, go on.
As a wider community, we obviously all have to work together and try to get the best out of each other. But as our individual communities, if we're not building from our core, then we're just getting left behind. Long story short of it. So I think that spending black, if you want to call it that, we could call it spending dark skin, because I like the word dark skin, but same thing. How can that hurt us? Especially as dark skinned people or black people. Now in another regard, sometimes we're not always going to be able to, but if we've got that in mind, that we're going to try and trade with each other, we're going to try and come up with produce that we're manufacturing ourselves, especially in the avenues of food and feeding ourselves, because our money's always going in someone else's pocket. So I'm with you on that. Like, at the end of the day, if we're keeping the money within the community, that means we're all getting richer.
And there's no other way of looking at it, Shiv, because that's the only way is up from there. The only possible, I don't even want to bring that sort of vibe to it, but the only possible hurdle you can call it, would be what we can see on a smaller scale, where people are like, you lot are just spending with each other, what's it, and then you might get a couple of tweets about this particular company that's only spending with black people. Is this racist? Like what happened with this this rapper now that did this school scholarship. I think he's Tool Garnett, brother. What's his name? A rapper anyway. He's a celebrity. He's a UK rapper now. Well, I'll count his name soon, but he started a scholarship off and he got a bit of bad press. They were saying he's like, it's racist because but he's a millionaire, bear in mind, and like he's getting pressure.
Stormzy, Dizzy Rascal.
Stormzy, that's the one. Stormzy, yeah. So I think that's the only pressure you get. But I think this is worth you guys possibly, or us, well, a group, whatever,
Yeah.
looking either like separatist or racist or not inclusive or whatever you want to say. But there's so plenty of empires out there. There's plenty of different groups, different startups. So I can't see any flaws to it, to be honest with you. And it's as quick as you meet up, you figure out what your strengths are, and then that's it. You find out that big buyer where you can get a lot of stuff from, and that's it really. Unless it's a service, but I'll be thinking about product most likely these days. My body's a little bit old and knackered for the sort of runner thing, but yeah, I mean, like you said, the strengths need to be ascertain what strengths are in the group that are all well in doing it. It's all good putting in money, but no, it's better to bring strengths and see what strengths that you can actually include in it, because we're only going to really have each other. We obviously we've got contacts, but how many people really do you want to be letting in? Only financially. I'm looking at it like a financial aspect. You know what I mean? How you don't really want to be letting in too many people, unless they're obviously they're broke and they need some money and they want to get out of the thing and whatever, and they're down for the supporting. So yeah, that's definitely finding out the strengths is the next step. And it's all well and good if you can establish yourself off the ground and your shit's kicking and you're very popular. That's one thing, but even then there's limits to that. You can unless you've got a proper product, you know what I mean? I just feel like product is better than service at the moment. I mean, its service is great, and interactive websites and where you can spend and pass on information. But I feel like product is just bang. Someone wants something, you send it out to them, instant cash, and you don't have to rely on donations or anything like that, or whatever method of money you're getting. I said service is more of a runner thing, but that's still something is definitely good. Services are definitely good, financially viable and needed, but products definitely.
See, but what we're talking about, like, it's not something that's uncommon to people. At the end of the day, for instance, I've got Portuguese in my family, so I've got loads of Portuguese friends as well. So I see how their community operates. When they want to go to the cafe, they go to the Portuguese cafe. When they want to go out and they want to go to a little dance, a little function, they go to the Portuguese one. When they go to the shop to buy their food, they will go to the Portuguese one. Like that. Same with, like, for instance, the Polish. The Polish are very similar. They'll go to the Polish shop, they go to the Polish club. Everything's done within their community because they feel comfortable in their own community. Now, is it fair to say that a lot of West Indian people, not that we don't feel comfortable within our own community, but I don't know, like, there's some kind of problem there. I'm not sure what the problem is. Do we feel threatened by our own community? What is it? Do we feel like our own community is trying to have us over? I'm not sure. Like, you guys talk to me, because I think this is a really important conversation, really. Like, I'll be honest, like, for me personally, like, I don't know, but for some other people, it might be trivial, but, am I the only one seeing this? Is anyone else seeing something similar?
Well, I feel like it's still. I heard someone say something, use an example, and he said, at the moment, the black community is like a panther being swung around by its tail, and until the person who's doing it will let go soon. And what's happened? We've been let go, and we're just shaking our heads off, I think that's where it is. It's a state of just after war. It's pretty still not far after the war, and the countries grow, but I don't know. I think distrust could be an issue. I feel like it's not the main one though. I don't think that is, because I've seen the community, but it's still, even like I find people like to interact with each other, but I think there's a little bit of distrust there due to the poverty line. So obviously you can have that preconception, but I do believe as well. Someone else said something. I listened to another scholar, I think a couple of years back, or intellect, and he said something along the lines of sometimes because how Africa was treated and how black people been treated generally, quote unquote black people, they're quite not really interested in being the one who's on top, having to make hard decisions, or is quite worried about getting the bag again because he might get that same thing repeat. You know what I mean? It's in the subconscious, but I don't think that's the case now. I think black people or people of the broke community, whatever community you want to say, that you know the what do they say? What they use? The impoverished community. That's what they say. Yeah, the unfortunate. I think they're just recovering, and once I think it's they just had enough now of even having to worry about competition. They had enough, man. You know what I mean? We've been, you know, especially after the last 7 years. You know, you got all these ethno-nationalists. I'm not going too far off the point, but all these ethno-nationalists saying, "Oh, look at what our government's done to us," but really, the diaspora have been, you know, have been kicked out of the country, bad healthcare, as well as, you know, coming up from having no wealth. So we're just at the point now we're like, wait, what's stopping us? Really, at the end of the day, with all these challenges man's face, it's like, shit, we should have done this already. But you know, you can't. I know disrespected saying that because you know everybody's got their own problems, and it's, as I said, it's still quite a fresh period. So I just feel like, it's quite hard for me to put my finger down. But if you know, I don't know if that's what you was thinking that the case was, Tura. I wouldn't say it was really down to religion, because I think money is more important than anybody thinking, oh, he's just from a different religion.
I don't know if I'm getting a slight hint from what you're saying that, you know, because obviously, you know, the West Indian community, you know, originally it's a slave colony, whatever, you know, they're still licking their wounds from slavery. So, you know, it's not really found its head yet. I don't know if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, because don't forget the Windrush has only really been here. I'm just guessing. There's not many Caribbean that were here before Windrush, really. That many. They've already been had a lot of money. But the Windrush, don't forget, came here in the '69, so 70 or so, it's 40 years, 50 years. So that would have been your dad, and then yourself. Yeah. So we haven't had much of a start. They didn't have no money when they came here. £20 on the boat.
Some of them actually did. Some of them they sold all it. So some of them sold their land or their cow and all them type of thing. And because at the time, at the time in the West Indies, we had the same money as England. So like, it was literally like we had shilling, all the same type of money. So when we arrived there, some of us did have the money, but what happened? They didn't want to give us mortgages or even somehow rent us rooms. And like my granddad came to this country first time in 47 and come back 49, and he was working as like an electrician on the underground.
Oh yeah, true. Say they weren't really in a war. I'm thinking about Somalia and Nigeria was a bit different because they got plundered. But yeah, I suppose you lot had a bit of cash.
And they had Africans that came over as soldiers in World War I, World War II, and all that as well.
Yeah, definitely. There was a lot of Africans here before even West Indians got here.
So why would you? I don't know. Why would you say that? Because I haven't really seen the stats, but from what the stats are as common knowledge, that the black pound is £1. I think it's to every 100 in a household. Yeah. So why do you think the balance is like that? You know what I mean? That's I think that's why really ultimately
that's due to the debt that Jamaica. Like if I remember it right, I don't want to be quoted on this because I could get something wrong here, but I just remember hearing some information when we was younger about Jamaica's debt, and basically when it got its independence, it also inherited the debt that Britain and whoever else was there at the time had run up. So they had a massive debt on the world table, but they never settled their debt before they gave us our independence. So we was never going to get out of debt. It's like, for instance, it's like me bringing you to England as an illegal immigrant, yeah, and saying I'm going to give you a whole new life, but before you can start your life, you've got £1 million debt to pay, and the only job you're able to get is maybe the most you could earn is 20 grand, maybe 30 grand if you're really lucky a year, and you got £1 million debt to pay. You're not getting out of that debt in this lifetime. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's true. And also, we a lot of our people was taught to work for money and not make money work for us.
Yeah,
It's only a few that had that sort of education to know how to make money work for you, and that's mostly like the farmers and certain people. They was used to like making like basically being in charge of people and paying wages and certain things. So it gave you that certain overview that you can make your money work for you. But a lot of us came from that sort of thinking that we had to work for the money.
no, definitely. Like money has become, paramount in everything we do. I'm just saying, collectively, as a community, are we more powerful than, what the money is that we can accumulate? Because, as a community, we can dominate as singular cells, single entities. It's a lot more difficult. And this is why I believe, in my opinion, this isn't something I can prove factually because I don't have all the statistics. I can only go by what I see going on around me. But, when you look at the Asian households, they stick together. The unit is really strong,
Unapologetically, Shiffa. Unapologetically.
Unapologetically, that's the perfect way to put it.
I mean?
Come on. So you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, the structure, and if, for instance, if our problem is the structure of the household doesn't enable us to stick together enough, then do we need something outside of the household to keep us together, to keep us in the loop? Is that what we should be thinking about as especially West Indian people then, and African people, dark-skinned people, about, having some kind of backup program for when we do leave the home so that we can still have a togetherness? Because how many brothers and sisters and brothers and uncles and cousins and whoever just don't even talk in the community?
That's the thing. They've got everybody working on different plantations, which is corporations today, instead of building and making their own corporation themselves.
Definitely.
And the thing is, I do believe Shiffa as the main thing, and I don't want to throw a span in the works, but I feel like I think it has to be done with people in a group that meet up, and it starts like that. And whatever people that want to come on board, they can come on board. But it's a case of we don't want to feel like, I don't want people to feel like, because I've seen what's the main argument in Speaker's Corner. Oh, so you just want to, so what if someone comes in the shop and they're not from Black, you don't want to sell to them? Do you know what I'm saying? So it's one of them ones where it's everybody's included, but in terms of who's the main beneficiaries and benefactors and the main people pushing it, because we're gonna obviously have to come up with the initial push, will be us. And we can sell on and you can buy shares in the company or whatever, unless someone's, in that's you're entitled to your own decision. But I feel like that's the main point. It's the main thing that has to be established is that now we're all in London, and I feel like once you get a number, because it's still the same thing as it's all well and good speaking about it and the thought, but doing is a total different kettle of fish.
Definitely.
And 10 people are dead fucking serious about this, and that's, excuse my language, but that's the way it's got to be set out. And it, I've heard it so many times in the community. Oh yeah, let's do this, let's do that, this and that. It's all well and good. It's all positive vibes, but I think it would be so much more positive, and it would be so much more exhilarating when we do finally actually do this thing. And
it's funny you say this, because I'll be honest, what you said, I think if more of us within our own community were thinking like that, we'd have a much better impact on this community that we're living in now. Because, we'd be coming to the table with something, not coming to the table, looking for a job or looking for something, whatever that may be, and, ultimately we aim to be self-sufficient in this world. Give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Everyone's heard that saying. But ultimately, if we're really going to be self-sufficient, then we really need to be inquiring and looking into what natural resources we do have. How can we compete in the market? Where can we get in? Because you look around the world and you look at, like, for instance, the Asian man's competing in the pharmaceutical industry. He's competing in the food industry. He's competing in the clothing industry because he knows he's got the resources. He's got the tapestries. He's got the
Oh yeah, definitely. What, before you go on, brother, I'm going to cut you one time. Even without resources, I've seen people, people you can work for us voluntary. It's a good thing. You're going to get good. If you've got a good business, they're going to get a good reference. So you don't really have to worry about employing staff in the startups if you really want to be kind of grim. Because I feel like paying people is something that you need to do. But apart from that, doing that, and a lot of, I know I can bring something to the table, and I know there's that would be better. But I still wouldn't rule out anybody just come out of university, someone who's just got a banging idea, but they just got no resources. Everybody can bring something to it. So like you said, yeah, I'll let you carry on. But I said, like, I think it'd be ideal if there would be 10 people that we could establish that they can actually bring something to first for you to be able to delegate things that could be done for either voluntary or obviously everybody want to get paid, really going to get money out of it. But yeah, we all to the age as well where we know that growth on a business is quite slow, unless you're quite lucky. But so I know, as I said, I've tried to start off a number of businesses, and we're all in the same boat. You know what I mean? When you're in the hustle, man, you come up with, that's when the pressure's on. That's when you come up with your ideas.
At the end of the day, Gold, it's difficult when you're on your own, is the bottom line. So, when you're part of something, when you're part of a community, it's a lot different to just being on your own doing something. When you got the whole community involved, when you're now trying to put on events, you've already got a whole community coming out to the event. The event's already got people there. That's not something you're worried about. It's just like little things make a big difference. And for instance, now, like you said, you're trying to start up loads of different businesses, but all the weight is falling on your head. If as a community we was looking into things and looking into the resources in the countries we come from and saying, okay, do you know what? For instance, we could say in Jamaica we got loads of mango trees, and half of these mangoes go in the bin. They don't even eat them. Do you know what? Mangoes don't even cost nothing really because they grow wild, innit? And we can plant more mango trees. In fact, we're going to take a whole massive section of land that's all just going to be mangoes, and we're all going to open up our own company, and we're going to sell mangoes, and we're going to do it on the stock exchange. And like that? That's how we have to be thinking. But ultimately, the only problem is, selling your mangoes from one place to another. And that's where the stock exchange comes in, because, taking your mangoes through the port to get into England, they're just going to charge you probably the price of 2 mangoes to get it here. So, do you know what? We might as well give them the mangoes and let them do it all and just take a little change, And when we put it in perspective, really, it's about, it's a stock exchange, isn't it? So once they've bought it, they can bring it through their own ports or whatever they're going to put it through, as long as we get a fair price for it. And we have to be competitive with our prices, just like everyone else. That's the real reality of it. That's the nature of the world right now.
And also there's things like CARICOM, which is like the EU of the Caribbean, and there's certain Central American countries, South American countries, and Caribbean countries where are linked up to it. But the thing what I found, like, these people are not really relating back to the diaspora, because I think there's a big market where could be a lot of jobs if they related back to the diaspora, because our people are everywhere, like in Holland, France, England, and other places. So and we all eat the same type of food, but the thing is, there's not that connection with the diaspora. And I think that there's a lot of jobs that could be fulfilled in Europe if there was like a second CARICOM industry.
You see, when we go to the shop to buy our products, like our hard-dough bread, our bun, our cheese, our mangoes, whatever, or if you want to buy some yams and some hard food, then yeah, we're 9 times out of 10 go into the little the Indian man on the corner or the Pakistani man on the corner, and we're going to them for our food, innit? Now, if we had our own thing, our own shop, our own business set up just for that, you know, obviously, you know, only certain places is really going to thrive, because you know there's not like, for instance, if you say it up in the area I'm in right now, it's not going to thrive. There's not enough people buying it. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So it's only really going to work if we're like, you know, all together on this, and we're going to say, all right, we're collectively buying X amount of this, because we know between us we're going to eat X amount. It's about group study. It's about understanding your own community, the one that you're in. And that's what I'm saying, like, obviously we're also in Britain, isn't it? We're in Great Britain, England, UK, whatever you want to call it. So we also have to be integrated with our community here. Now, at the end of the day, you know, if we are in a position to take control of our own markets, you know, then we're in a position to control people who are in front of us right here and now today, you know, as far as, you know, pricing the things that come from our markets, you know, and if they want to buy from us, they got to deal with us a certain way. In fact, full stop, they've got to deal with us, you know. When they can go around us and they don't have to deal with us, they can just deal with someone else, you know. It makes life tricky for us because, you know, I buy bananas and mangoes from India. I'm sure bananas and in India and mangoes don't cost that much neither. They might get them cheaper. Ain't it closer? Do you feel where I'm coming from? So it's it's very difficult to think, you know, what kind of people we could have as a community, you know, to help build us, you know, because everything we can bring to the table, they've already got here, or they can get from somewhere else. So all they'll do, they just hold out on us and just put us in some awkward positions. People's got their money invested. They put that, but then, you know, in the same respect though, people would say, you know, if it's a stock market, then, you know, you have to hold on to your stock. The only problem with that is, you know, how long can you hold on to bananas for? You can't hold on to them for that long. They go off. So should we be now thinking, okay, do you know what? Maybe that's where we're going wrong. For years and years, we've been looking into these types of stocks and, you know, doing these types of businesses where we maybe should be looking into something that we can get from our own natural resources, but it's not going to go off. You know, there's no time.
Good point, brother. Oh, it's good. Go on.
No, I'm done. I'm going to let
you. Yeah. So, where do I start? The way to get past that would be freezing your food, knowing that it's actually natural, because that's where we'd get in something that's twice as good. Is that it's not GMO. You know what I mean? So you'd freeze it, most of it, and you know, most stuff can be frozen. The challenge that I was thinking about, I've got 3 points here. The challenge I was thinking about was the second point, was actually going and finding out a reliable resource from these countries, if that's that's even better for the more foreign, you know, exotic fruits, and finding out how much you have to pay in stock exchange, like you said, on border. Yeah. And how much in weight you can bring them, all the rest of them sort of little small thingies. And not only that, I'd say like the third thing, which I say is the most important thing, and obviously the beginning and the life force of the whole operation would be getting this platform up and running, and getting everybody the word out, and getting some sort of clout to your name to a degree, however you can, and there's loads of ways of doing it. So that's the main thing. But the website can be done easily.
Yeah,
it's finding that person who can do adequate enough website, and being able to get people's emails and figuring out how to get a data collection between the people that you initially know, that are in tune, and then the advertising can come, and then whatever other prospects come, then that's what it is.
Well,
But
end of the day, gold. That cash is king, in it. So if we're building a community and we get a load of brothers together and we said, all right, you know what, we're gonna build a group of brothers from one community, and we're gonna build a certain amount of numbers, and then from that certain amount of numbers, we're gonna get everyone to make a certain amount of investment. Cash is king. If land is what we need to grow stuff on to be able to produce something, then land is queen. And the king and queen is what we're gonna make our money from.
so what we do, brother, is I'm gonna add to you there, to get the stuff in house. You're gonna have to go and get hold of people that have got gardens and get them to put a two, however many tents they can put up in that motherfucker, and grow your stuff. Spray it with I don't know what it is. I think you spray your plants with a certain thing, and the aphids keep off it, and you keep a mesh on it, and you can't get none of these fucking. So that's it. That's how you, when it comes to food. Sorry, yeah. So that's how you do it. You find the people who've got gardens or a land where you can actually grow it. Because we don't want it. Ideally, I don't really want to eat any more things that come out of a science lab, and I'm sure no one else wants to, because you all had it. It's watery. It's not authentic, and it's probably doing.
What you're saying, in effect, like, it's very true, because living in a day and age where people want things organic, especially where we're coming from places where we got whole countries where majority of the land is not being used. Let's be honest about this. So, it's about talking to the right people, having the right ideas, and like we said, cash is king, land is queen. By the time you put the two together, you've birthed a massive industry, especially if you can make organic affordable, because right now we're in the age of the battery chicken, the battery this, the battery that, the water pumped everything.
I've got someone that's got some land in the UK, and he's growing stuff on it at the moment. And he's close to me, so I mean, I've seen the way he's dealing with it, and everything seems to be coming up pretty okay at the moment, to be honest with you, Shiff. And that's doing it in a country, whereas we'd have to use different forms of, you have to use a tent and whatnot, where he's just growing it out in the wild because he knows how to. But yeah, I think that's the main thing is getting that land, and that's the hardest thing. Now, people of our age and our position. And I'm just saying, I know quite a lot of people, and you said it before as well yourself. So that people that have, kind of tried to work, and they're workers, they're hustlers and that, they're workers, and they've got things. So that's another thing out. Really, it's just going with the seasons, having a variety of stuff, and being able to have people want to come and shop with us.
No, definitely, and obviously, it's not rocket science. It's not something that's unachievable. That if we want to really affect some change in our community, the first thing we have to do is unite enough people. And that's all it really comes down to.
We're here, bruv. We've been here, but it's just we ain't had that collective thought, because we've been too fucking sidetracked by this one saying that, and there's this guy that's the beast in you know what I mean, and everybody's trying to defeat him, and there's all sorts of sidetracks, government, and so but this is what they is on the forefront of our mind, and they're trying to do anything to stop us either going back to our religion or establishing ourselves as or African spiritual system.
This is why I say everything is a system of numbers, isn't it? We live in a world based on numbers. I'm not trying to talk like it's the Matrix and this is a movie. I'm being big and serious right here. Everything is based on numbers, and that's why the money is so important. Without the money, you ain't getting nowhere because you got no numbers. Now, when we're doing numbers, when we're doing big numbers, that's when people get interested. That's when people get excited. That's when they want to be part of something. I don't understand why that is. For instance, I'll give you an example. So someone clicks on an internet stream and they say, okay, or not a stream or a video, and the video's got 10 views. You know, they might not even watch that video. They might just skip to the next one. But when it's got 1 million views, it's like it almost propels you into watching that video just because of the views.
Mm.
You know, so we're obsessed with numbers, you know, to an extent. And if we know that be the case, then, you know, unless we do something very out of the ordinary, significant, substantial, it has to be out of this world. It has to, you know, blow people away, you know, like, I don't know
Not
what
really.
Not really.
Because
Definitely,
really,
I prefer it to be that way. No, not everybody does, but it can also be done just frugally. You know what I mean? Rome wasn't built in a day, sort of thing.
most people, yeah, this is the problem of people. We're what's the word? We're fickle. Yeah, we're very ignorant. Yeah, we expect things to look a certain way before we really want to get involved. Not that, and you know what? We might, you know, in our heart of hearts, we might want to get involved, but we just won't really push ourselves to get involved unless something looks like a certain way. If something looks like a really big movement, it looks like a lot's going on over here. There's loads of people involved. That's especially with dark skinned people. You know, that's one of our personality traits that I think, you know, it holds us back in that sense, because we should just be looking at things because it's good. It is actually good for us, rather than, all right, it's just something that's big to jump on the back of.
Yeah. Okay. No, I mean, ultimately, if it's there and it's going to benefit my life any more than it is, I'm going to do it, as long as it's you know, within my morality spectrum. You know what I mean? So, I mean, everybody needs money, especially at a time when it's so readily available. Not even, you know, where it's not available. It is. You know,
I like what you did right there, though, within your morality spectrum.
you know what I mean? Yeah.
It's
So
true, though. That is true. You have to put that out.
yeah. So, I've quit. I've been even down to the jobs I've done. I've quit jobs because I don't think they've been up to scratch, and I don't feel people have been getting their money's worth. And
Yeah.
if I do want to do a business, it's got to be serious. It's got to be feel good when that people receive my gift or service. And ultimately, we're at the age now where we know that you can't fuck up in business. You know one's going to fuck each other over. We're coming from a collective experience, background, destiny, goal. Everything's the same. So ultimately, we're not just bumping into any old people. Oh, who's he? He's got a dodgy background. Don't know who you're dealing with. We know who we're dealing with. So that's the main thing. That's one of the main problems. We're not going to, you know, any sort of heavyweight's going to get dropped. This is business, bro. Ultimately, what I'm going to do, Shiffa, because I know you're serious, and yeah, I've got a couple business, websites I've made already that are on standby. That you know, I think it'd be good to sort of knock around and speculate over, and you know, in some sort of meeting eventually, if when we do sort of you know, have to meet up.
That don't sound like a bad idea.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
I've been looking at a lot of things that's going on in the world right now. Like, you've got this thing called I saw it on the BBC. One program about, you know, about the church, and it's got all the like the youths in there, and they all wearing masks and stuff in the church. But the way this church is running, it's like they just look like they got money. They look like they're handling themselves very well. They look like they handle business well. They understand what's going on. And obviously, churches are charities in it. So, you know, I don't know how they're making their money other than donations. But, you know, I'm seeing them driving around in Range Rover, Ferraris and stuff. You know, apparently they're helping out the kids and doing.
What, from a church?
It's a church.
Yeah.
It's a church. I'm trying to remember the name of it. But then there were some people that were saying that it's a scam. And then
probably government funded, loads of donations, definitely 100% government funded. Are you
talking about SPAC Nation?
That's the thing, the SPAC nations. So obviously, you know, there are things going on within our own community, you know, within, you know, communities with dark skinned people where, you know, they're getting the kids and, you know, they're trying to involve them in something at least, you know. Whether it's right or wrong, whatever they're doing, I can't really put my finger on it. I've never been to Spat Nation. I've heard about it, but like from what I heard about it, I've heard good and I've heard bad, you know. But when I've looked at what they're doing, you know, there's a lot of money in it, there's a lot of resources in it, there's a lot of funding in it, there's a lot of businesses being built by it. Like you said, you know, you've got businesses on standby ready to build. So maybe that's what's really needed, you know, rather than going under the guise of a church, you know, or some kind of religious establishment and trying to, you know, take people's money like we're a charity and spending it on cars.
With
And
churches, they're
Mate,
like,
I've got two unbelievable businesses, man, that are 100% viable and definitely want to ready to go. 100% conversion rate, no hiccups, no problems. The only thing we need is people that are qualified and people that are willing to just work and make a few phone calls. That's it. And they're big. They're not small. I'm not trying to go with something small. I've tried to promote and advertise for someone on the behalf of someone else, all commission based. I've done it. I've worked in all sorts of positions, but ultimately, it's about that, isn't it? It's being a boss of your own destiny. But I'm definitely going to put my email in the background and in the back chat, and with these business. I mean, I've got 3 laptops worth of different business plans and the other business plan I forgot about. And I'm not trying to say I know these are going to definitely work, but trust me, like you said, collective thought and 10 minds or however many minds are better than one. It's so hard to do it by yourself, Shift. So this is the benefit of the internet. Now, especially if you're in one of these sort of communities, are you kidding me? So this is what everybody's been speaking about. All these, if you listen to any scholar now of any type of talking about any type of economics, he's talking about the internet and how much of a bang it is and how we're on the beginning end of it. Even Bitcoin is still investable. So I'm not even trying to talk about that right now because that's a different kettle of fish. But something about that is lucrative and definite and might take a bit more work than you just pressing a button and buying a coin, you know. But it's definitely worth it. And having a business card, there's nothing better than having a business card and your own domain and a business that if you've got kids you can pass on to, or you can just make loads of money whilst you're here and do what you want with. But ultimately, it's having that business card with the businesses there running and just seeing what you can do with it. And as you said, every curve is a learning curve. But like I said, we're at the age where we've been through these learning curves, and you know, like I said, I put that on the line. I've that's what I can bring. I've got a garden I can bring to the line. I've got a space to grow stuff. I've got probably get hold of a little bit of money if I go and lend something, and I've got a couple of business plans, and I'm a bit techie, bit of a tech with a computer. So, so like I'm literally on the only reason what stopped me now. That's what they say. If it's Dragon's Den, you've got to think about what is this guy real? What's stopping you from starting your business? What stopped me from starting my business? That's what you might ask. What stopped me from starting my business right now is because it's just a case of doing it by myself with AS, which is a disease. I won't go into it, but it's hard for me to even. But if I was still up and running, I'd probably be I'd definitely be in a position where I'd probably be doing sort of a multi tradesman or something like that, because I was a bit more of a techie, hands-on guy. But because of my position, I can stuck. What God gave me was a bit of a brain, a bit of a brain, not the greatest, not most, but like I said, I've got all of that on standby, and it's a case of we've gone to the speaking about it, and we've got to find a day. I personally don't mind, depending on how many numbers we've got, meeting in a location that's everybody can get to. I'd go as far as to say I would let a couple of people come to I don't mind people coming to the yard. to my house even. But
See, when you say this now, yeah, on that note, I think, it's essential that, you know, if we're really thinking to do anything substantial, we need to think big. We can't think small because we're not a small people. We're not small minded. We're not small anything. We got big ambitions, big dreams. We want to do big. So, I'd be thinking more in the aspects of, if we got together a big enough group of us, and we're all going to go out and advertise something within our community, we're going to need a hall. We're going to need a big hall, and we're going to get people together, and we're going to actually put together something that's actually plausible, because obviously if you're coming out of a business idea, as long as the numbers add up, and we can look at the product and say that the product can go for that price on the market, without it being outpriced by other companies. That's what it is. It's just working out. It's all numbers, and once we got the numbers right, we can't fail. That's how. But it's more a thing of,
getting together in a more of a formal environment, like a more of a informal environment.
Yeah, informal, and not even just in an informal environment, just a more informal situation.
Exactly.
For instance, when the man who's buying Bitcoin is buying Bitcoin, he's not getting together in a room with 1,000 people or 100 people to chat about Bitcoin. He's in his house on his computer. He might have listened to some stuff about Bitcoin. He might have even went to a couple of seminars or talks about Bitcoin or whatever you want to call them. I'm trying to think of the name for it. But long story short, bottom line, he's in his house when he's buying them Bitcoins more time on his own, or he's on his phone and he's just decided I'm going to buy some Bitcoin today. So we can do most of what we got to do online. It's just a matter of getting people involved in something, and it's just a matter of everyone knowing where they stand.
I wouldn't. Sorry, brother. I was going to say I wouldn't think it would be a very good idea to really do anything in terms of exchanging credentials or information online. But I agree with you. Yes, it's definitely a good way to for us to have most of the meetings or discussions or whatever schools of thought. But it's definitely a case of rather than. I rather know someone on a personal level first, not in that sense, but like at least have a conversation where if we want to talk about something that's let's say hush to a degree, you want to sort of be able to know everybody's on the same wavelength. But obviously, I know what you're saying.
In the long term, though, I'm just saying, obviously, most of what we need to talk about, most of the things we want to do, we can discuss what we want to do online. When we're ready and we've got enough people together, we can all link up and say, all right, we're going to get a hall. If it's going to start off with, say, for instance, we had 10 of us right now, that were adamant that, we want to get together and we want to start something and, bump heads, and, clash with ideas and iron something out. All right, cool. We could go to, someone's house, a pub, wherever it is that, it's got space for 10 people. It's not really, it's not rocket science. We don't have to think too deeply into it. When it comes in it. But right now, it's just a conversation for people to think about, because I think, especially as not necessarily a foreigner, because I was born in England, I was born in the UK, but my heritage is foreign. So, I have a lot of culture that isn't indigenous to this place. So how do I capitalize on that culture? When you look around you and you look at other communities, that's what I notice. They capitalize on their culture, on who they are. And it's very difficult for us to do that outside of, hip hop music, when we're talking about killing each other, or, being in films, the black guy dies all the time in the movies. I don't know why that is, or he's just some type of gangster. I don't get it, because that's not what we're aspiring to be. We're portrayed a certain way. So, only we can change that. Only we can make the difference. Because I'll be honest, I think that's a major problem in our community, that we're always portrayed a certain way. and we don't stand up enough against it. You know, we'll happily sit there and the radio's playing and they're talking some reckless stuff, you know, some real reckless stuff. And it's faces that come from our community. But we're not standing up and saying, no, you can't play that as a representation of our community.
It's true. I see what you say. Online's a different thing, though. I mean, you wouldn't really be cussing someone's mum and then trying to say, oh, yeah, do you want to go and invest in my business? Or, you know what I mean? I mean, yeah, I mean, no, you know what I mean? I think we've all done it to a certain degree on here, but I mean, I would completely change my whole thing. It'd be like, all right, I'm not in my room, you know, bored and fucking whatever's happening in my life. I'm gonna, you know, it's business. It's you know, and I've got to cut a couple things out and just try and bring something to the table, basically. So, but yeah, it's everything's waiting. Literally, is right there. I know that I go and spend my money in Sainsbury's. I'm never ever really happy. Yeah. And I'll buy my stuff from Amazon, and I'm just thinking, okay, it's just basic and plain. I mean, if I wear plain shit, so if anybody can get plain stuff for cheap, then that's problem solved.
Yeah.
And because we're in that mindset, we're only going to go and spend with each other anyway because we know each other. It's not like just a random. And I think the community just alone online is enough for you to actually make headway. But yeah.
No, definitely, man. I just think like there's power in numbers, you know. So if there's 1 million of us and 1 million of us get together, you know, if we all put £1 in a pot, there's £1 million in the pot. There's power in numbers. And that's what we don't utilize enough within our own communities. You know, we might feel sorry for the charity guy that you saw in the street and he was waving you down, or he knocked at the door and he's talking about the Red Cross, or, you know, the baby charity, or whatever charity he was talking about, the kids charity, sorry, you know, and then, you know, your heartstrings were pulled, you know, but charity starts at home. So, you know, if we're not grouping together like that, then we've lost a massive amount of our power. That's all it is, you know, and other communities, that's what they're doing. You know, they're pooling their money, they're coming together, they're pooling their ideas, their votes, everything, you know. So when you start pulling people together like that and coming together as a community like that, that's power. That's when you can change things. That's when you can do things. And, you know, for the wider community, what it means is that, you know, the wider community that deal with us, that like, you know, that integrate with us, you know, they're going to be thinking like us too. They're going to be doing the same thing we're doing. So, you know, another thing to think about then is, you know, does it make sense then if we're thinking of ideas like, you know, getting land in whatever countries we come from, and, you know, doing some farming and doing some business ideas, does it make sense maybe involving whoever's got money as well? Like maybe some of the people who's here have got money and they might be involved. They might have a similar way of thinking, a similar mindset, you know, and then, you know, that's how we integrate with our wider community, because obviously we start at home, innit, but not everyone at home is on the same wavelength. So
what's happening, guys?
Go on.
Big up,
Yo, StreamYard, I was on it yesterday, but obviously I changed my name. Yeah, I think you are saying, but I think sometimes, like you're saying, Shiff, it's got to start at home first, isn't it? Like you got to clean up your own backyard, because
yeah, of course,
all of us at some point has worked with black people. And I don't know what it is with black. Obviously, I'm black. I don't know what it is with black people when it comes to working with each other. It's not easy. It's not an easy thing, because everything works out fine in the beginning, but for some reason it kind of it's a lot easier said than done. I think when it comes to business, it's all about support, innit? More than anything, and you just doing what you've got to do, and kind of don't worry about what happened with this person, or this set of Chinese people doing that, or these Indians are doing that, because these Chinese and these Indians ain't sitting down having these conversations. They're just doing what they're doing, bro. But the main thing with them is that they support each other with it.
It's because they've been groomed. They've been groomed from a young. They've been groomed with that different type of mindset from young.
That's why I slightly disagree.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Said, when you say they're groomed, yeah, that means they have been having a conversation. But remember, they're having a conversation as a baby boy, yeah, where they're understanding.
No, what I'm trying to show you,
control.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to show you, you have the Asian man that would bring his baby to the shop, and the baby's playing with the till while the daddy's collecting money. That you can't get more grooming than that. Showing your child about the business. Your child is seeing a real cash machine.
Yeah, but you can say grooming, or you can say,
show you. What I'm trying to show you, he's seeing the life at the other side of the counter. You're seeing the life at the other side of the counter where you're giving the money. He's seeing his dad now waking up early morning, getting all the stock in, buying all the cigarettes and all them type of things from young, and it's getting, you know what I mean? It's leaving a print in his mind.
I'm saying, but at the same time, it's also setting an example to your kids that this is how you do it, because not every person who's got money and had kids, their kids follow in their direction. Some of their kids end up being the biggest drug abusers in the world. Do you see what I mean? It's about setting examples and supporting, because not every Chinese, because we look at these Chinese and we say, yeah, they're sticking together and they do what they do. I bet you their life ain't hunky dory. They still got their own madness going on amongst one another. It just don't divide them.
It's not even that. It's the business grooming from a young age. That's the important thing one trying to elaborate on.
Yeah, I've got a Jewish friend, yeah? And do you know Jewish people? Do you know, like, they don't send their kids to go out and work when they finish university? They actually set their kids up in their own business. So if you want to be a vegetarian, instead of you going to university and come out and get a job, they're up to buy your building and set up your company, because within their community, they're going to get the business they need.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I'm saying? But
this is the whole.
Black people could follow in them type of footsteps and be like, yeah, because I guarantee if we bring out a tracksuit, say just like a hoodie between all of us now in this group chat, we're going to have more strangers buying it than our friends. I guarantee you that. No, because all our friends are going to want it for free. But I guarantee you,
but in a way, beyond this,
the conversation is about community and what problems do we have within the community? How can we tackle them? But just to reflect back on what you lot were saying, like at the end of the day, it's for us to deal with the problem, innit? It's for us to deal with it. Like, it's not someone else to come in and deal with our problems. It's for us to deal with it. So, all we're looking at today is the solution, and solution. How do we?
But what are you calling the problem, though?
Well, I'm saying there's more than one problem that's been identified so far, but can you identify any more? And then how do we tackle them? Because the problems we're dealing with right now, the ones that's been identified already, then is, for instance, we don't manipulate any of our own resources coming from our own countries, as for instance, Indians, a lot of other African nations and places like that. So, how can we make better use of what we have to benefit ourselves?
Probably be a bit more consistent with it.
And
because there's a lot of things that Black people do for one another, but it kind of comes and it just disappears.
All right, but this is the next topic that we got into was, how many of us really stick together and do things together? It will be one entity, and it's harder for one entity to maintain. And then you look at
that's exactly the problem. That's what I'm saying. You see these organizations start up, and some of them are really good, but for some reason they just kind of fade out.
But you look at the companies that are maintaining, the ones that have got massive support, and backing, like they're not owned by us, so maybe it's time for us to start changing the way we operate and the way we manipulate our collective wealth, because at the end of the day, if we don't manipulate it, someone else will,
Yeah, definitely.
That's the trick that a lot of people within our community miss. But then in the extended community, when we stop missing that trick, we become more powerful. We're now more useful. More people.
But there's another thing. It's about keeping the jobs in your community. So you're not really going going too far out to work as well.
I think that's kind of putting a cap on it, though.
The only there's one other thing. I think you have to wait a little bit longer if you delivered something. If it was a business where you delivered something or someone between each other, you don't have to wait like 3 or 4 more days, but and maybe have to pay a little bit more, tiny bit more, like a small markup. But it's definitely it could be about. You don't have it's a no brainer.
Because I'm being honest, this whole thing now, about an hour ago, me and my wife are sitting down and I'm saying to my wife, right now, I'm actually thinking of something like what do I want to do business wise. Do you see what I'm saying? But in the same thoughts, that's coming to my head. It'd be good if I could open something where I could give some of these little young boys a job.
Mm-hmm.
And make them see what it's like to come and do a day's work. Do you see what I'm saying? I've got 2 younger sons. So if I could set myself up and set them an example in that and show them that, do you see what I mean? Maybe I could start helping other people.
See, I'll be honest, I've not got as far in my thought pattern as to businesses like where King Gold's is at right now. And I'm listening to what he's saying and I'm kind of bouncing off of him a bit. But, you know, how far I got with it is that, you know, just practical things, practical thinking, you know, in a sense of, you know, our spending power, you know, as a whole entire household is better than me as one person, you know, because like, for instance, if you live on your own, and then you have to do shopping and then you got a partner, for instance, and they've got kids, and then you share those kids. Now you've got to do 2 sets of shopping for 2 different houses. Yeah. If you're do you understand? So ultimately, sometimes we're more powerful together. That's the bottom line of it. You know, we've got more spending power together. So if there's, you know, 5 million of us or 1 million of us, even just 1 million, and we're all buying an Xbox this year. If we all buy it together, Xbox might give it to us half price because we're buying so many of them at one time, but we're not utilizing.
Yeah, definitely.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to put myself in the back room for a second because I got Lacono Empire. She wants to jump in the room.
Pick up.
Oh, there's like, no, Panero jumped off, so she's there anyway. But differently, like, obviously, like, I know everyone else has got ideas to share and things to say about what the conversation, the tone of conversation has been set. So I'm going to give everyone a bit of space, you know, but try not to talk over each other. Just like, let's, like, you know.
No, yeah, big up yourself, Shift, man.
Come on.
Big up everybody. It's Lacona.
Big up.
Yeah, bless
Big
up.
up Lacona.
Yes, cool.
Manage to respect on the. What's today's discussion? Just tuned in now, so.
Yeah, we're just talking about communities and certain things like that, and like jobs, families, and just talking about communities and just community really.
The last topic was mainly about building and some sort of collective spending platform between each other, and how communities. You're gone.
Ultimately, it's just identifying any problems you can see within your immediate community, your external community, your extended community, and you know, how can we work better together as communities? You know, not just internally but externally as well. You know, how can we all work to better each other? And you know,
when you say community, you referring to? Are you referring to West Indians living in England, the UK? Or are you talking about West Indian Africans and other nationalities working?
No, we're talking about both. You can touch on whatever side of it you want, and that's why I presented it in that way. So you can touch on whatever side of it you want. Obviously, me and King Gold, we've more been touching on the aspect of, you know, having a more financially stable community. You know, there may be other issues within the community that you would like to highlight and talk about. So feel free, if you want to jump in on the back end of that particular issue, you can jump in on that one. But you know, I just want to know, I want to pick everyone else's minds as well for different ideas. So hopefully not everyone's going to run with the same idea.
Got it. Mr. T, pick up yourself. Pick up yourself.
Pick up.
Magenta, you understand? Man, I respect everybody on the panel in the chat listening. And then
Yes, brother.
You understand? Manners, general.
That's
Um, I represent, the West Indians. I'm American West Indian because that's my lineage. Um, I had oral stories from my grandparents telling me where I come from, and the point blank clear, I'm not going to say this. Like regarding how do we solve the economic issues that we have? How can we solve the community issues that we face? Like me being a West Indian, I'm speaking about my community. I'm not speaking about African community. I'm not speaking about other communities. They have their representatives for them. I'm saying the things that issues for my people, in the UK or in the Americas, the American Indians, the copper complexion Indians may I talk about, the regional people may I talk about. You see me? First question would be a first answer shall be. I mean, if you look at the resources that we have, yes, in the islands, if you're from the West Indies, the Antilles, you have our resources. If you look at resources over here in England, who's in control of our resources that we have? Your green banana, your ackee, your saltfish, things of that nature, your crops. It's not our people, it's majority of foreigners controlling our crops. If am I lying? You can say yes. If I'm chatting shit,
No,
you
we
know.
see it every day.
Yeah.
We see it every day.
I was going to say the Asian, like Shiffa pointed out, the Asian man's taking the money, man, from all them products, aren't they? Not even the Sainsbury's Asian man.
True.
Okay. So we all can come to understand that understanding that okay, it's not our people who control of our own resources, it's foreigners. That don't look like us, don't come from where we come from, they're not the original people of the land, they're foreigners. So if we must take back our economic our spending per, it's be not to support these type of people. You couldn't go to China. Me as a Jamaican, the Arawak Indian, yes, go to China and set up a shop, a stall, anything of that nature, selling their people's products, them people's products back to them. They're not going to support me. One, I'm not a Chinaman. That's not my land, and how dare I sell their crops?
How dare you, you bastard!
Try not to laugh. Try not to laugh. The man's being serious. He's being serious. Come on.
No, but sometimes you gotta make sometimes you gotta make joke. Can I say it? But can you look fun thing?
I
Like,
was
wow.
trying.
How dare you!
But he's making good points, though. He's making good points.
It's powerful.
I mean, some people might complain, some people don't complain, but those who see it and start to make aware that it's how long, hold on a minute, this is wrong here. These people are culture appropriating. I've seen it myself. I live in South London. I went to Brixton the other day and I see a Chinese person selling, on his banner it said West Indian. It's a Afro Caribbean. Like, listen, there's no Afro Caribbean, nothing about that. Like, just strictly Caribbean people. You're not a Caribbean, you're a Chinaman. I approached him and said, excuse me, sir, why are you selling West Indian products? Are you West Indian? He said, no, it's a job. Me and had a little confrontation. I said, I don't think it's fine that you selling my products back to my people. I couldn't go to China or wherever you come from and do the same thing in your land. Your people are not going to stand for it. That's called culture appropriating, and there's many people that's culture appropriating. West Indians, that's African people. We see it, with the music, Afrobeats. We see that they are taking some of the patois, the Creole, the West Indian Aboriginal sound, and they are manipulating it for their own purpose to generate income. I said, hold on a minute, you're not speaking your native tongue. We know that you don't speak patois in Africa.
I'm just gonna. Sorry, I was just gonna say. I think there's a certain part of the Ashanti and especially Igbo people.
It's called pidgin. It's
Yeah,
called pidgin, mate.
But them people that come to England, that's how they kind of sound. I've heard a lot of them sound.
They sound like Jamaicans.
They don't sound West Indian.
They sound kind of like Burna Boy. They kind of sound like. But he's trying to say like someone. So, for example, you'd say someone like Burna Boy was sort of kind of appropriated. I know he's got a bit of the sound in his music, but do you reckon the way he says his words?
Yes, he is. Because I will say that because we know that African people when we came here first, there was no African people here. There's only West Indians because I'm a Windrush descendant. I can tell you what my grandparents, my great grandparents, told me when they came to England. There was no African people here. There's only West Indians, you know, and English people, white people, Caucasian troglodyte people. Yeah, Irish as well. Yes, only them people. When African people come, they started to adopt. They listen to them. They study us. They study Americans point blank. Period.
Yeah, but don't forget the whole culture studies. The whole world studies the Jamaican culture, patois, literally. Like, but I'd say the energy, which is the point I'm trying to make. Sorry, let me carry on. Is didn't mean to cut you, but the energy that they've got, the same Igbos and certain groups in and around that area have got the same type of the way they say their words is exactly
no,
is exactly not the pronunciation. No, not the pronunciation, not the tone. They're tonal people, but it's the way they deliver it. Is exactly.
Yeah, but that's like saying those people sound like the people in Freetown, Sierra Leone. And we know that the people from Freetown, Sierra Leone mostly come off like American descendant and the same Creole language, what we're talking about.
Yes.
Because you can see the different energies in there. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead. You're saying about
you can see that some of the Muslims in the most like what I've noticed is when you see like Muslims in Africa or Western or the West Africa, they would like they're very kind of just like the typical sort of Muslim. They're not like they've got any type of because Jamaicans are outspoken. They use their hands and arms a lot. I don't know. It's what something I've noticed really. They're how cool they are with their everything about that. You know what I mean? The vibe, the whole swag is the same as you can see it in groups in Africa. But like to the pronunciation, I wouldn't say that there's anything. Really, but everybody studies, everybody warms, everybody that comes to the West starts speaking with this Jamaican thing, unless it's America.
Why is that?
Why is America, which is such a dominant culture.
Why is that?
Because the culture is so strong.
No, but what about their culture? No, I understand what you're saying, brother. But you know, before they left Africa, they had the African culture. When they come to the UK or Europe, yes, they're adopting another person's culture. What about their culture?
It's only really now this really.
But Afrobeats is the same, mimicking West Indian music. They don't speak patois in Africa. We know that. When we know, if I speak my native tongue, yes, which is patois, Creole, African people don't know what I'm talking about. No matter what part of Africa they come from, they don't know what I'm talking about. So I don't know I don't know what tongue you're speaking. I don't understand your English. I don't understand your West Indian talk you're talking. I have to speak them in a dialect, a trade language, which is English. They will understand what I'm talking about. You know, it's one thing we have to get, which can separate our people, called culture appropriating. You know, they know, we know African people's culture. You know, we know they wear a certain type of cloth. You know, we have our own type of cloth. We have carnival and these things in the Americas, which is separate from African people. You know,
I've got bare Igbo friends, and they all have got this Caribbean vibe to them, bro. That's all. That's my experience.
But you have to remember that our culture.
You have to remember that more about
our culture.
Go on.
What now?
You have to remember there's the Afro-Brazilians that are over there as well.
But they're not even considered Africans, though. They're Brazilians.
No, because like to be honest, like the music, because Fela Kuti, his lineage sort of comes off the American sort of people that went there from Nova Scotia. So the main popular music over there is sort of like Afro beats, but they're sort of like the Brazilian style because what's his name, Fela Kuti, come off the Brazilian sort of culture and certain things like that. So I could see what you're probably saying, but they mostly speak Portuguese. They don't really speak patois like that. But there is certain people, I can understand what you're saying, but this is where I also say that a lot of our people has gone into Africa because there's like there's an African musical group in there's an island, I forgot what the island's called, but it's off the coast of Cameroon, and they speak a Creole and they sing a song called Sweet Mother, And if you listen to the words what they're singing, majority of those words are like Creole words and certain things like that. So that we also have to acknowledge like there's a lot of our people that is still going into Africa as well.
That's true. That's true. That's true, Mr. T. I mean, I take it one step further. Even some of the Trelawney Maroons from Jamaica, they went to Nova Scotia, what Mr. T was talking about, and they also went to Sierra Leone. Some of them stayed, and some of them came back to the West Indies, to Jamaica. Most people don't know these type of things because people don't research. They just believe, their oppressors, views and opinions, and some of these sellouts from the Americas and from elsewhere that points that all come from one place, which is not true. I mean, this is why I highlighted Carnival, because we all share this in the Americas. And what I'm trying to say is, I don't think it's fair for one people to cultivate the next step of people and act like it's their culture when it's not. African people have their culture. We know African people's music, their real music. Afrobeats is the same mimic. Now you're exploiting my people. That's culture appropriating. And if you think I'm gonna sit there and let people dictate to me what's not my culture, and I can clearly see that your people is exactly trying to mimic my culture just to make a quick money, just to exploit my culture. That's not gonna happen, bro. We also know
and it's not only Africans, it's white people as well. That you have UB40 that do it with the reggae, other little people, Italians.
There's been several. Yeah, Stuart, there's been several culture appropriator vultures or bandits that exploit American culture, because all of this music I'm talking about, whether it's soul, jazz, reggae, hip hop, blues, it comes from the Americans. It's American culture. But people don't know that because people don't study. People listen to their best, so this is African. No, it's nothing to do with African people. Not to do. They don't have African music like people, the music in the Americas. It's a different set of people. Even the inventors in the Americas, it's from the Americans. They're not African. They just say that to give credit to these people in the Eastern Hemisphere, when it's actually the people in the Western Hemisphere that original to that thing. But I mean, we must know our history. You must. Go on and on.
And as also with the Rasta culture as well. Like I feel like a lot of Africans feel like a lot of Rastas are culture appropriating how they look at Africa and how Africa should be in certain aspects like that. But I do look at it as something kind of unique in a sense. But again, it just gives credit to one place like Ethiopia. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, but we look at the Rasta culture.
I think people do that to all cultures, though. Like, we look at other cultures. For instance, I'll give you a good example. Yeah, like when kids are growing up now. When we was kids growing up, and we saw the Kung Fu movie, all of us were doing the Kung Fu moves. Do you know, like that? Like, it was just one of those things. Like, you like something, you kind of start getting into it, and then you feel like you've got your own little way of doing it, or whatever it may be. So I don't really have a problem with other people integrating with our culture. I just have.
I do.
I'm more trying to think, on a positive mindset. How can we better utilize the skills coming out of our own culture, out of our own back door, our own backyard, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there, bro.
What makes you feel like I feel like because I would include Caribbeans and everything, because I see them as Africans, so that's my main thing that I think of when I what I mean. But it's just they've had their tribulation.
Is anyone in this group from Africa, from Nigeria, or? I'm
half Nigerian, but my pops is Nigerian, isn't it? So I
what do you feel? What do you think about what he's saying?
I mean, personally, he's entitled to his own opinion for whatever reason, and I don't really like people that I find a bit of. That's not I don't like. I find a bit of a way about cultural appropriation as well, even. But I don't see as, that black brother. If I give you an example, what's her name? Rihanna. Oh, she's from Seychelles, so she's not African. So I can't really. be proud about that. You know, I'm proud about any black person, really.
Yeah,
regardless of what they think.
I'm Jamaican, but
Yeah.
I embrace Afro beats, man. Like, I love Afro beats. I don't think Afro beats is stolen anything from dancehall at all. I think they just took a little piece of it and kind of used it.
Do you love soca?
Yes, definitely. You can definitely hear
I'm
it.
not a soca person, really.
So why are you not a soca person?
I'm just not into soca music.
But you can listen
I don't mind it. I'm not mind it, but it's not my choice of thing. What do you call it? What do you call it? The music we're talking about. Afro beats ain't really my choice of music, but I don't mind certain songs. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I don't dislike soca music.
All soca is a faster tempo of. All soca is a faster tempo of reggae. If you slow down soca, it turns into reggae automatically. No,
but I said I don't mind Afro beats, and then you said, do I like soca music? Like, where did that even come from?
No, because really, it's a combination of both. Like we in Jamaica, before we start do dancehall and reggae, we had something called mentor, and all them type of things, ska and all them things, where it was closely, like like that song, like telling me bananas and all them type of songs. Yeah, like them little songs about. Yeah, like we all played calypso at one time, but reggae is sort of synonymous with the Greater Antilles, if you know what I mean. But it's the same type of sound. That's why it's Puerto Rico. If you know, Puerto Rico does reggaeton. No, it's calypso. We used to play the old.
Yeah, but as a Jamaican, reggaeton ain't considered reggae to us.
No, but it's reggae because
no matter what you say, they call it reggaeton. It's the same thing as Afro beats. That's never really going to be considered a dancehall.
Yeah, but they wouldn't call it calypso, would they?
Hold on. But they're never going to. But that's what I'm saying. Reggaeton is never going to be put in the same category as reggae. It's two completely different type of tempos for a start.
That makes sense though, because reggaeton is its own category, but they're all from the same family.
But they all use that Murder She Wrote sort of sound, if you know what I mean. That dun dun dun. They all use that.
Yeah, but you've had that used in garage. You've had that used in drum and bass. You probably had that used in some R&B song. It's just a
trying to show you. No, it's the island music. That's our island sound.
Even
but when you're making a song, you're using that because you just like what you're hearing. You ain't going to use it just because it's Jamaican.
Show you like the Arawaks. No, but you have different people in different areas. So the Greater Antilles, they mostly like have a reggae sort of sound into their music. In the Lesser Antilles, we have like calypso, jazz, and different types of music, but it's the same sound.
Yeah, them drums.
Yeah, but
it's the same instruments.
Reggae will always be reggae. Like that's what I'm saying. You can't put reggaeton and reggae in the same league, in the same category.
It's Spanish reggae. Spanish reggae.
It is definitely.
That's what it is. It's Spanish reggae.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But then Afro beats is their version of their dancehall.
Do you know what it is?
It's not. I wouldn't say that.
The same instruments here, you're playing to the same tempo, but you're just playing on a different rhythm, on a different time coding. You know, I don't know how to explain it other than that. So
take for instance,
it's just on a different tempo, like different time, like a different pattern. That's what it is, a different pattern, a different way of patterning the same thing. Now,
they got a snare that drops a slightly bit earlier. That's all it is on the second and the fourth bar.
Yes, when you look at reggae, definitely related. When you look at the instruments that are used, they're the exact same instruments. They're doing the same thing.
Literally just the snare different.
No, but they play that rhythm, that boom boom.
So what reggaeton artist are you gonna put up against Bob Marley if you're gonna play the same type of thing?
There's old ones, if you know what I mean, but where we don't really.
I just said name me one.
Spanish.
I'm talking about when you listen to the artist's lyrics, you're getting the same type of feeling you get from Bob Marley. What reggaeton artist is going to give you that?
Yeah, but we don't speak Spanish. That's the whole point. What I'm trying to show you. Because there's even French. There's even French calypso.
Listen, Bob Marley weren't singing in no Spanish either, you know.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to show you, the way how we make our songs is literally the same. We make up our stories.
You're saying you don't talk Spanish. Bob Marley weren't singing in Spanish, but he touched the world. So if these persons were, if there's an artist out there, like, but even name me, even like Chronix, yeah. What artist out there is like Chronix? Because Chronix is known in Spain. So this, you got to check what you're saying, but it's easy to around. It's like when people, do you see what I mean? Like you can't just throw out and be like,
you're talking about now.
The same thing, because it's not the same thing.
What I'm trying to say to you, before we left the islands in the 1900s, the whole of the Caribbean had this calypso sort of sound.
That's
before
true.
reggae was
developed.
That's what I'm trying to get. This is what I'm trying to say to you. What I'm trying to say to you. That's what I was trying to explain to you. If you put it into nowadays time, it's different because we don't really focus on Spanish music like that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you're saying reggae and reggaeton,
you have to remember
the same thing. Just name me one artist who I can be like, okay, cool.
Yeah, but do you know how many of their reggae songs?
Yeah, but it's all right if you say, you know what? You can go back to 1964, this and that. I'm not going to accept that reggaeton and reggae is the same thing, bro. Simple as. No, unless you can show me someone you can compare to any artist, I'm not going to listen to that. That's insulting to Jamaica, bro.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you.
Let me hear what my man saying.
See what you're saying. Them man there that's making the reggaeton or whatever, yeah. You see the way how we grew up listening to the likes of a Bob Marley, a Dennis Brown, XYZ, yeah? Like they would have still known them artists, innit? But their version in Spanish, what they was listening to would have been more like Nat King Cole, them kind of man there. And it's all jazz music. And then what we're trying to say is they're using the same type of instruments. Okay, yeah, it's a different sound. Jazz is different to reggae. We know this, innit? But when you check the instruments that's used, the type of patterns that are done, it's all 4/4 time coding, you know, and all
what I'm trying to show you,
the music of the day follows those patterns.
It's because it's similar to what my man was saying about not liking dancehall and Afro beats being put into the same category.
No, but what I'm trying to show you, you have to know
like,
about calypso.
As a Jamaican, growing up on reggae, bro, there's not one I could say. Put you to 5 Jamaican people now where they'd be like, are you mad? How are you going to talk about Jamaican and reggaeton in the same sentence?
Yeah, that's like saying the same about Afrobeats though.
And you're going to tell them about 1967. I'm just being honest. And
let's put it like this. Hold on, 1 second. 1 second, my general.
I'll take you to the deepest part of Jamaica. You tell a Jamaican man about reggaeton. They don't know what they're talking about.
No.
Yeah, because
the hills in Jamaica, they ain't even gonna know what you're talking about when you mention reggaeton.
Because they don't listen to other island music.
Exactly.
All it is, and they're exposed to other island music.
It's not that big.
How can you say that? You can't say that.
Then you would have cut it down.
It's not as big as reggae music. Put it that way.
Yeah, but you forget about the Spanish market. The Spanish market is the second biggest music
but it's still not bigger than the reggae market. Check out the music records and check out.
But what I'm trying to show you. But what I'm trying to show you.
I think reggae is the biggest still in music.
Yeah, but what was reggae? Reggae used to sing covers like the Motown covers and all these types of things. But the point what I'm trying to show you is the raw essence of our music. Have you heard that song called "Please Don't Touch My Tomato"? You can sing that song in French, Spanish, and it's the same. Hold on.
What's your background?
Hold on. 2 seconds. I'm Caribbean, Jamaican and St. Lucian.
Yeah.
If you know about that song or Phyllis Dion, like the music what they used to play like samba. That type of music was very popular in the early 1900s, and that's the type of music that we used to play in the Caribbean. That type of samba.
Don't you think this is half the problem with black people? Like we can't even have our own music without being
you don't listen to other island music.
Like we're talking about bettering ourselves. No, but listen, we're talking about bettering ourselves, and you can't even give us our own music as a black man.
But
you can't even just leave reggae music where it is in its own category as a black man. But then you want to talk about bettering ourselves.
When everybody
else listen, I don't mean that in no disrespect. I'm just saying, like, check what you're saying. You're talking about bettering ourselves. We've got a category of music called reggae. One of the main things we own in music.
It's reggae.
And you're trying to you're trying to push the Spanish thing in the state.
Hold on. Reggae is an actual Arawak word.
Island, brother.
Hold on.
Reggae.
Ragga, Ragga, Ragga is actual Arawak word. Areto is another word for our music, and Malay. That's our indigenous word for
Facts.
music. Raga, Areto, and Malay. That's our original words
Facts.
for music. And this is the
Facts.
whole point. What I'm trying to tell you
Yeah,
about the
that's the
Greater
influence from
Antilles.
Africa, bro. From in
No, it's
Central
not.
America and South America.
Arawak, Raga. That's the music what we
Arawak.
play. Arawak.
Come on, brother, man. Come on, brother, man. Don't say that
It
again.
all links. It
That's
all
the
links
point.
up. The cultures
No, it
blend.
doesn't link back to Africa. No, it
Huh?
doesn't. Because do you know about the Americas, brother?
Me
Do
personally,
you know about the
well, I can
Americas?
see where-
Have you listened?
Huh?
Have you studied about them? Have you read books in the history? Do you know the history of the Americas? The
Me
civilization that was in the Americas.
Well, I've studied migration. I've studied genomes and DNA that on different part of the world, and I know a lot of people. I even know back to how the best people went to a lot of best Baka blood or Twa blood or whatever you want, known commonly as pygmy in Central and South. A lot of the blood is in Central and South America. That's why a lot of these people.
I don't know about that. Brother.
That's why That's why a lot of the South Americans are small in stature.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
That's fact. That's fact, bro.
But who told you that? I'm asking you.
Migrations from African countries in different times.
Who told you that? Are you African?
I'm mixed, but I'm predominantly.
We say you're mixed. When you say you're mixed, what are you mixed with, bro?
Yeah,
Can you clarify that?
That's not really relevant, but I am.
No, you say you're
African,
mixed, but what do you mean?
I'm aware of I'm aware of the African history. I know about world.
Did your parents tell you that? Did your father's side tell you that he's Nigerian? Did he tell you that? Did he tell you that your African people from your tribe came and mixed with other people? Did he tell you that? Did he tell you about slavery? From being a Yoruba, Igbo,
do you know what? I'll be honest with you now. If you ask me personally, I've learned from various sources, like everybody else would. But ultimately, my pups wasn't even interested in that. Funnily enough.
Why?
But I'm 35 years, and the only thing that's really interested me, subject-wise, really has been Africa.
But you don't know.
So
that's fine and dandy for you for being a native African of mixed descent.
I'm not native. I was born here, but go on.
But you are what your father. You are what your mother and your father is. I'm saying that's fine and dandy, but we have a civilization here in America that predates anything in Africa. In it's there.
Wait, hold on a second.
Like John Ogilvy. Book like John Ogilvy. 1 second, sir. Book like John Ogilvy. Yes, you got Jack the Forbes. You got many. It's 2020 now, and people keep talking about Africa. Listen to me. There's too much information on the internet. Yes, people talking about this. You got real life American Indians that are brown skin talking about their history, like Walter Plecker. What Walter Plecker has done to them.
Yo,
I'm not telling you that. I'm not telling you that. I'll be a fool to tell you that.
Okay.
I'll be a fool to say that all life started in one place.
Okay.
That's a white man's narrative. That's a white man's narrative. There's the reason why they call everybody Aboriginals everywhere. You got Aboriginal Japanese, you got Aboriginal Chinese, you got Aboriginal Malaysians, you got Aboriginal Australians, you got Aboriginal Americans, you got Aboriginal Africans.
It's not dispute. I'd say it's more of a.
They're all brown.
Debate.
What's going on with this team?
There's nothing to debate about.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just trying to figure what point you're trying to make. I think you just said that.
What I'm stating is
that you lot just all took this left, man. This is all going left, boys.
Hello.
Come on, man. Let's just get back on the nice subject, man. We ain't meant to be arguing. Do you know what I mean? Or trying to. Let's just get back on the nice thing, man.
No, because I like him. I think he's trying to come with something fresh to my mind because I'm not aware that there was more. There was something that predates. Is it cultures? Predates? He said something about culture predate. Well, go on.
Well, there's you look at the mounds. There's thousands and millions of mounds in the Americas, but nobody likes to talk about that. Nobody likes to talk about the American Indians, their contributions to the world.
Okay, yeah. I'd say more of an
original brown people.
Sorry, bro. I was going to say it's more of an attribute and a positive, good trait that they inherited the great original people that's of the planet's blood. Which were known as the magic people, the magic Twa, who were the first people in ancient Egypt, and the first god was venerated through them, venerated by the people, I mean, it's a glorious background. So, and there is DNA markers.
Is that your story, or you trying to? Was that everybody's story or your story? Because
No,
the American people have their own history.
That's
No,
world
no, no. That's
history.
your history, sir. Because
World
your
history.
history and my history are not the same. Because you're telling me
Taino
about
people.
your world,
Are
and
you
I'm
talking
telling you about my
Are
world.
you talking about Taino people? Or
I don't know
Aboriginal?
about that. I'm an
Okay.
Arawak Indian.
Hello.
I'm
What
American Indian,
DNA
the
does
original
Arawak
one.
Indians comprise of?
Excuse me.
What DNA?
What
What would you
DNA?
say they are? Are they
I
African?
have oral.
What, they're mixed
I
or
don't have,
something?
listen. I don't have to debate with you, sir. I told you I got oral
I'm
stories
asking for your opinion.
from my
Your
grandparents.
information.
What the hell are you talking about?
No, I'm just
How
asking
did
you
how
where
did you know that he was
you made
African?
the statement, bro. You just said talking about the Americans. No one talks about their history. I've just given you something about the actual the physical DNA of
Yo, can you guys
a
hear
lot of
me?
people in South America, and you've just dismissed it. But I mean, if you don't believe
Sorry,
in
Gold.
science, then that's cool.
Can you
I
guys
don't
hear
deal
me?
with DNA. I deal with the facts, man.
Oh
I deal
no.
with
I
oral
swear
stories. I
someone
deal with
else is trying to
archives.
say something. You know,
Can
you
you hear
lot.
me? Yeah. 1 second.
I
Yeah.
deal with paperwork, brother. I got
1
paper.
second. 1 second.
I've
1
got
second. Hold
paperwork.
up.
Do you understand? I went to the National Archives in Jamaica, in Montego Bay. I done my family research. So I don't have to talk to you and debate you about this and that. I'm telling you what it is.
All right.
So,
The
you
Kono
say
Empire,
Aboriginals.
King Gold. Hold on 1 second, guys. Yeah.
What are
Like,
you talking about?
obviously, say whatever you've got to say. Yeah. The main point I just want to make here
Can you
before I
hear
let
me?
everyone
I'm on mute
continue
now.
is just keep it respectful, innit? Like, we're not really here
Yeah,
to
man.
debate, innit? Like, obviously, we can critique each other, we can ask each other questions, but let's keep it respectful. At the end of the day, you know, Lacono Empire, he's presented some information. So, you know, present your information. As far as King Gold, you know, he's critiquing the information, but obviously that we're not here to really critique too much. So, you know, give the man the benefit of the doubt a little bit, just let him get out what he's trying to say and what he's trying to get across as well. You know, like, so everyone's got space. I want everyone to feel comfortable. I'm not taking sides here, innit? There's no sides going on. But like, obviously, just keep it respectful, lads, because, you know, I think respect is essential. If we're talking about building a community here, you know, how can other people respect us if we don't respect each other?
Exactly.
I'm gonna go back into the back room. I'm putting gold and crypto back in, but yeah, just carry on the conversation. But let's be mindful of keeping it respectful and not walk down the wrong roads.
So I was going to say from time date order, it's been from far back as I can remember. Okay, so we say we're talking about the Kemetic people, a lot of Aborigines. You said this is something that they've kind of really tried to hide, which I can understand why you're a bit, because they tried to hide the existence of Aboriginal people, because there was a stage where African people went over there. There's been loads of different types of black people, or what you could say is the black phenotype has been there, but it's different stages. So there was Tainos, which were offset of the Moors and certain dynasties in China from when they first went over there, and they were a lot of these, you know, you call, you know, Cherokee, Mapuche, but they are not the original. That's from a different later stage, but they try to make out that they're the original ones there. Do you know what I'm saying? So they're trying to, without me being too rude, Johnny come latelys, but there's been a Dogon that has reportedly gone there. A lot of Africans went there, maybe possibly at the same time as Aborigines were there, but it's disputable because they've really destroyed a lot of Aboriginal artifact, any traces of them when they used to, you know, dwell in caves or trees or wherever they used to be. So I wouldn't, I'm not doing a dispute that they weren't there, but if that's what you're...
Yo, King Gold, I'm sorry to interrupt you again, my brother, because I know you was delivering some nice information there, and we've got Buns has just joined the room. Can we give Buns a second to introduce?
Yeah, so that was it. That's all I was going to say. So I was just going to make the point.
Yo, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine, man.
Yeah, man.
I can only hear one person, so I can't really hear everything that's going on. I can only hear you, Shift.
Yo.
Hello.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Pick up yourself, General.
I can't hear nothing.
Tell him to leave.
I can hear him still.
Leave. He needs to leave and go back out. Come
What's
back
going
in.
on with this thing?
Go back out and come back in.
Yeah, we can hear you, but you can't hear us. So what you have to do is leave the room and then jump back in, and then hopefully, is it iPhone you're using?
Yeah, I'm using the iPhone.
Yeah, sometimes the iPhone does that. It gets a bit faulty sometimes. So if you leave the room and jump back in, then it should fix that problem for you.
Okay, so what is it, like one person talking at a time?
Now, what you do, if you jump out of the room, exit the
Yeah,
program, and then reload
yeah.
it again, then you should be able to hear everyone.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. It's gonna be a bit difficult because I'm using the website link. I'm not using that app.
Yeah, no, it's not an app. It's a website. So you're doing the right thing. It's probably better on a computer, but obviously, if you're using that iPhone,
Okay.
it's glitchy. So if you just sign out
Okay.
of the website, close the web page, reopen it, and then it should be fine.
All right. No, I'm gonna do it. Let me get on my laptop. I'll come back in.
All right, wicked, no problem.
All right. Cool.
Cool. Yeah, sorry about that, Gold.
Um,
You can continue, man, or anyone else if you got anything else to add.
no, I mean, my mom asked me about this and that. Like I was just trying to tell him, listen, I've been to the National Archive records. I traced my family in it. Like those West Indies who believe that African, let's go to National Archive records. Not over here in England, you won't get no shit over here to trace your family and genealogy type of thing. You understand the paperwork. If you go to the islands where you come from and trace your family back, you pay little money. You understand? Because there's one in Jamaica if you're from the island of Jamaica. There's one in Kingston, and there's one in Mobay. You understand? That's what I did. Trace my family back. You know, I was never from a slave ship. I was never a slave. I always say I never was a slave. You know, I got my own lineage. I was an Arakingian, you know, so-called Black Indian, misnomer, you know, original American. I already know these things. I did the paperwork, got results. Always been in Jamaica. Tell you the history what I did, you know, the family history, what they were, what job they did, and these type of things. Just how I know what I know. So many people are saying this and that about rare. I don't do all this hearsay what the white man's giving people to say. You understand? I'll deal with the paperwork. I'll deal with the oral stories. Like everybody around the world deal with the oral stories. If you're African, they tell you you're from Yoruba, you're Igbo, you're so and so. You understand? So that's what I deal with. That's what I deal with. You understand? Big up yourself, General. Come back in.
Yeah, I can hear what you said. The what your mind tends to believe is because Africa's the hottest place on the planet, you expect all the life to come from there if you're going for that far back. If you know if that's what you're talking about, but you know, without going into depths of it, when everything was the same, life would have been coming out when the whole, you know, Pangea, the warmest place on the planet would have had where the humans would have inhabited, which would have been Africa. So if you want to go that far back,
I don't deal with that. One thing, let me just correct you, brother. I don't deal with Africa, innit? Like I'm an American Indian. I'm from the American hemisphere. I'm from the American continent, the Americas. So my point blank focus is at the Mayans, Incas, Aztecs, Arawaks, Caribs, you know, Seminoles, Yamasee, Wampanoag, so many Amerindians that are black, so-called black. I mean, they're brown in complexion, they're tawny. You understand? I deal with that. They have thousands and million civilizations. I mean, even in Jamaica, we've been around there for 450 AD, before Jesus Christ. Before people talk about Africa. Listen, people only started talking about Africa when our people came back in the 1930s and 40s. They weren't even saying them type of thing that in the 30s and 40s. They were saying England was the motherland before Africa. So I don't know people keep talking about this Africa thing. Listen, there's people around the world before people. The white man already knows what he saw, innit? He did travel the world. He just come down and tell people that everybody's the same people. Everybody come from one blasted place, which is not true. He knows he's seen the original Chinese people, the original Malaysians, the Australians, the Jamaicans, you know, the Americans, the so-called Africans, you know, the Middle Eastern people. He know the original brown people. We don't push this narrative that, you know, this pain gay and all these type of things. This is the white man's narrative. You know, people that want
what
to
the
back up.
genealogy? Okay, fair enough. I base my
DNA business,
on
DNA
DNA,
business
yeah.
and theories.
Yeah, because
I'll always do that.
yeah, because the point I made earlier with also connects with the DNA. There's a lot of our people that they took from the Americas into Africa, because when they took our products like corn, potato, chocolate, and all these type of things, they had to have professional people to cultivate these things, and it had to be the original people who utilize these products.
You see,
So
'cause
this
of
is
what
why
you lot
we
are
see our
talking
DNA
about,
also
yeah.
pop up.
I just pulled up a little video, yeah. I don't know if you don't want to let me play this video, or you can keep talking for a little while. We can play it in a bit. Like, I don't mind. Like, how do you guys feel like about that? Like, because I think it's
No.
gonna be
Play this
Yeah,
video,
play it,
please,
bro.
bro.
Play
Yeah.
it. Me and Tura
I
have
think
gone back and
because
forth
obviously,
a couple
like,
times.
the way this channel is designed, yeah, it's a knowledge-based channel. It shares knowledge in it, so we want the show to still be kind of streamlined with that. So, you know, rather than us get into too much of a debate about things, like, there's a bit of knowledge shared in this. So I'm gonna let you lot watch this, and then we can have a bit of talk about the video maybe after.
Before you start that video, I was gonna say just like the Aboriginal people are a lot kind of different, man, in structure, size. But the general Jamaican I see, or the Caribbean, they've got a lot of Bantu-ish looking blood in them. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know about that, bro. I mean,
Right there, yeah.
people of Jamaica are like Indians. Like,
They're big.
we're not African, man. Listen to me.
Yeah, brothers, yeah.
Listen to me. We're not African, man.
First, because we might be jumping.
Boy, I can't hear you, Shift. You're completely low.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a bit better.
Now, I was saying, yeah, we might be jumping the gun here. Maybe what we should do, rather than we put a finger on it, let the video run, see what information is being presented here. You know, see if that leads us down any other roads before we start making any decisions.
Yeah, sorry, I'll mute.
Yeah. Only because, like, obviously, like, I'm gonna play some information for you lot right now. So if it directly contradicts something you say now, you know, I don't want anyone to look bad. You know what I'm trying to say? We're here to share information. It's not a competition. So 1 second.
Always told me a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. In the matter of tonight, what I have is a little knowledge. There are numerous scholars, some of them my colleagues here at Brown, who are making the study of Indian slavery one of the focuses of their work. More importantly, there are historians of the nations and of the communities of Native Americans and others in this region who know far more than I do about the history of communities of Native Americans and others.
Yo, the sound just cut, Shift. Hello? Yo, can everybody hear this? Can you hear me?
Is not so much about
Yeah, the sound just dropped.
It's back.
Kinds of interactions, usually contested and in conditions of violence and duress, but also which occasioned exchange of knowledge, which took place between indigenous people, enslaved Africans, and colonizing Europeans in the Americas and in Southern Africa. In the interest of time, I want to do this by images. I hope that this setup works. If not, you're going to have to imagine what I'm saying. And I'll give the briefest of remarks about 3 historical spaces on which my thoughts have been focused over the past decade. And we might be able to return to some of them later or on another occasion. The first set is going to be about Dutch Brazil and the early 17th century sugar plantations. The second set is from New England to the Caribbean. And the third set is Long Island, from Long Island to Providence, and the Harlem Renaissance. And we'll see if this actually works. Yeah, okay. Except that's not the right one. It's okay. These are just covers of the kinds of natural histories. In other words, the colonial archive that I spend a lot of time looking at. So you get very old histories of the first European natural historian who goes to Barbados or to Jamaica or to Brazil or to Haiti. A lot of these are actually held in here, original copies, in the John Carter Brown Library. I want to spend a moment on this one, which is from Brazil. This is actually the first natural history of Brazil. You can see the European imagination working and how they see the native Americans, or the Tupi-Namba people, as they call themselves, in Brazil. And the interesting thing about this old first natural history of Brazil for me is that I'm always thinking about the knowledge of plants, and so the knowledge that enslaved Africans, and in this case in Brazil, the enslaved Tupinamba, because everywhere in Latin America, it's first the Native Americans who were enslaved. And then when that doesn't work in some kind of way, Africans are brought in. So the reason why this book is important, done by Willem Piso and George Margraaf, is that it was done in the time when the Dutch briefly held Brazil. Now we know Brazil is a Portuguese colony, but in the 1640s, the Dutch were holding Brazil, and the governor, Count Moritz of Nassau, thought it important to do scientific studies. So he brings over Willem Piso to look at questions of plants and the knowledge about plants. And in this time, we remember that the knowledge about plants is like knowing where gold and diamonds and oil are later on in history. So Piso does this book. And what do you find when you see the book is that the Tupinamba and the enslaved Africans are there on these early sugar plantations at the same time, and they're exchanging knowledge with each other. Most of the book is about what he calls the simples, which are the medicinal plants, the herbal medicines of the Tupinamba. But occasionally you find a page like this one that's shown there, where he reports that the Africans are teaching the Indians how, or the indigenous people, how to use particular plants. And so you begin to get a notion of the plants that the Africans managed to bring over or that were brought over in the slave ship, like sesame, eggplant, and okra. And you also get a sense of how the Tupinamba are teaching the enslaved Africans about some very important plants, usually maize, but also cassava, which is the bread of the Caribbean. It's the bread of the Tainos, it's the bread of the Brazilians. The terms that were being used by the Portuguese and the Dutch at this time were also interesting. They called the Tupinamba in the beginning, when they enslaved them, negros da terra, the blacks of this land. And the ones who were coming in from Guinea and from Angola, and that's the first set, they are negros de Guinea and negros de Angola. It's an interesting use of the notion of color and slavery. And the picture on the lower right, what you see is, it looks like they're trying to depict Africans, but actually this is an early depiction of Tupinamba, who are enslaved and who are put to producing the bread, this bread called cazabe or cassava, depends on which part of the Caribbean or Latin America you're in. And these were first enslaved Tupinamba who have to produce this bread. So for me, this is an interesting evidence of not just the enslavement, joint enslavement side by side of Native Americans and enslaved Africans, but also of the knowledge they exchanged and the knowledge and the wealth of knowledge that they bring to the colonizers. This picture is a picture in Africa of Angola, the city of Luanda, and at the same time that the Dutch are holding this tip of Brazil as part of their empire, they're also briefly in charge of or colonizing the Angola kingdom. They never get quite to colonize the Congo kingdom, but the Angola kingdom in Luanda. This is the oldest fort, one of the oldest forts on the coast of Africa. It's San Miguel de Luanda, built in 1576. And the interesting thing is that when the Dutch, built by the Portuguese, when the Dutch take Luanda briefly in the 1640s, they bring over Tupi Namba masons, stone masons, sailors on the boats. And some of those Tupi Namba escape altogether. They melt into the kingdoms, what within the kingdoms of Congo and Ndongo. So one interesting research question for me is sort of like the disappeared Taino. Where did these people go? And what would thinking about them teach us about slavery and relations among Africans and Native Americans with respect to slavery, and not just slavery? This is a picture with which I'm sure it depicts things that most people in this region would be familiar with, which is the massacre of the Pequot in 1937 in Connecticut. This is one of the beginnings of a massive deportation of Native American people from New England to the Caribbean. So it then posits another question: where did these people go? They go to everywhere in the Caribbean. They go to Bahamas, they go to Barbados, they go to Jamaica. So when I was a child, probably like many of you who are at least my age or older, we were always taught the Indians, the Native Americans, are largely disappeared. I have there a quote from Herman Melville, the book that we all had to read in school, Moby Dick, where he says, you know, the name of the boat, the ship is the Pequod, first of all, and we don't even know why it's the Pequod when we're reading it. But he says, you will no doubt remember the Pequod was the name of a celebrated tribe of Massachusetts Indians now extinct as the ancient Medes. So he's writing this in 1851, but these supposedly extinct people, many of them are not just still here in New England, but are also in the Caribbean. And in fact, one of the things that was most astonishing to me in trying to do the research of Black people and Native Americans side by side in this question of slavery is an intra-American slave trade that went on in the Caribbean, a waterborne traffic. They didn't cross the Atlantic, but was going around in the Caribbean, was a very, very large flow of slavery. The estimate now is that over a period of 400 years, more than 2.5 million Native persons, many of them from New England, were in slavery in the Caribbean. This is besides the Taino who lived there. This is another set. And this saltwater trade expelled them all over the Caribbean to Little Bonaire and Curacao, to the many small Lucayas, to Hispaniola, and to Puerto Rico. In fact, one study done by Resendez, which is called The Other Slavery, is that in the period between 1670 and 1720, from the Carolinas, South Carolina in particular, more Indians were exported out of Charleston, South Carolina, than Africans were imported into Charleston, South Carolina. So one of the chief things that I've been doing in trying to do research about botanical knowledge in the Caribbean is looking at this question of Black people and Native Americans, or enslaved Africans and enslaved Native Americans, living side by side during a period when we were told, at least when I was in school, that all these people had disappeared. So you get, for example, the famous work by Hans Sloane in Jamaica. And if you read the archive, if you read the original, which many of these originals are in Brown's JCB library, you get this understanding that these supposedly disappeared Indians and these enslaved Africans are actually living side by side for quite some time in many of the Caribbean countries. This is a quote just from Jamaica, from the Natural History of Jamaica done by one Hans Sloane, in which he talks over and over again about the Indians and the Negroes, the Indians and the Negroes, even Indian and Negro doctors, and the diseases that they were able to cure using plants that were natural to Jamaica. And deep inside the book, the Hans Sloane book, is an account of a Lucaya, which is the other name for the Bahamas, a Lucaya couple enslaved in Hispaniola, and how they tried to get away. And then they're returned to slavery. So you have to ask yourself, we all learn in school about how Native Americans disappeared in the United States, supposedly, how they disappeared as well in the Caribbean, but they show up over and over again in these natural histories. So one of the things that also shows up in these old colonial histories is a question of Native American revolt, enslaved African revolt, and how afraid the colonists up and down the East Coast and down into the Caribbean were of this revolt. So in 1502, you get one of the earliest ones where the Spanish governor of Hispaniola asks the king of Spain, essentially he just says, please don't send me any more of these African slaves. Let's have a moratorium, because they run away to the mountains of Hispaniola, which today is Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and they don't come back. And furthermore, they pair up with the Native Americans who are the Taino who are fleeing, and we don't know what's going on up in the mountains, but it's dangerous. So let's just have a moratorium. You move to 1676, and this is from a study done by Professor Linford. Yeah, where are you? think he's here somewhere. Exactly. One of his early studies, because he continues to do this work. Dangerous Designs, the 1676 Barbados Act to prohibit New England Indian slave importation. They were by now very, very afraid of these Native Americans who had revolted and who almost won the war in this region. And so several thousands of them are deported. And the governor down in Barbados says that, he really doesn't want any more of these. Many of them are already there, but he says he really doesn't want any more of these because it's like a contagion to have them. These Native American uprisings that are taking place in Virginia and Maryland and New York, and now these people are deported or sold down into the Caribbean and causing trouble. This happens over and over again in the Caribbean. The quote at the bottom is from a famous Caribbean poet and historian, Kamal Brathwaite, and he writes a poem about, just part of it, is about the Maroon Coast in Barbados, which many people think, oh, there weren't any Native Americans left there. And he writes about the ones that got away, the ones that found a settlement somewhere on the coast, which they call the Maroon Coast of Barbados. And he talks about how they got away and how important it is that they found their freedom. And something wrong. Yes. So the reason why this is called Native Revolt, Black Revolt, and Colonial Fears is that this question of Native Americans and not yet African Americans, but enslaved Africans joining together in possible revolt was one of the biggest fears of colonial times. Finally, I want to talk about briefly about, how shall I call this? By then, this is a question of a cultural resistance. It's basically what we're left with in the New England area. And this woman, usually you get to see histories about, what's the name? Cuffey? Paul Cuffey, yes. So I thought I would use a woman instead of Paul Cuffey because he's fairly well known. This lady is called Olivia Ward Bush, and she was both Native American and African American. And she writes a very famous poem, at least famous in the time, in 1898 in Newport, called Driftwood. And although it's a fairly sad seeming poem, it's actually a poem about resistance. It's actually a poem about the fact that, like Driftwood, the Native Americans, who by then are very much mixed in this area of New England with African Americans, still managed to endure. And in the final part, she says that with their lives, some poor misshapen remnant still survives of what was once a fair and beauteous form, and yet some dwelling may be more bright. Someone afar may catch a gleam of light after the fury of the blighting storm. This poem is actually a poem about resilience of Native Americans in this New England region. So I want to close with that. It closed with something else, but I didn't bring it with me, which is a carving that the Narragansett have kept for a long time.
I think we're going to stop there. Is everyone still there? Can you hear me all right?
Wow, beautiful.
So,
Yeah, man. Big up. That was beautiful.
That was good. Little, I mean, what's your take on that, though? I mean, I think judging on what she just said there, you wasn't wrong. I don't think no one was really wrong, and we all actually added different bits of information. But what is so abundantly clear is that there's Africans alongside what you would call Tainos, Aboriginals, Tainos, or Native Indians. Now, when I say that,
American Indian.
yeah,
American
now
Indian.
these light-skinned ones that you see, the ones that you kind of look like, you've got the big nose and all them things there. That's not the original Taino, is it? He just calls himself the taino.
No, but
Like
did
the Arab man calls himself Egyptian. Sorry, go on,
you check
brother.
what she said in the video? Yeah, so I can rewind it back for you if you want. Yeah, but there's a piece of documentation there now. Yeah, and it's from the original people who was doing their conquest here, the original colonizers, the first ones, the Spanish and the Portuguese. And when they were seeing people when they got there, they weren't calling them Indians. They was calling them Negros de Terra, yeah, which means Negroes of this land. When they was bringing in
Yes.
Negroes from Guinea, they were calling them Negros de Guinea. When they were bringing them from Angola, they were calling them Negros de Angola. Do you understand? So everyone was niggers.
Yeah, because it wasn't no Africa at that time.
Do you understand? But obviously, Africa didn't have the name Africa. It was still a place, but you know, they identified us all under one banner from those regions. You know what I'm gonna say? Like this Tonto thing is something that comes a lot later because obviously our heritage was watered down and mixed down, isn't it? That's what's gonna happen. Like when there's conquest, in most conquests, what they do is they get rid of most of the men in it. It's the women and the children that they're keeping. They might keep some of the men, the more submissive ones, you know. But
So, sorry, this is what I'm going to do now, Stiff. Is we do establish now that Africans and Indians were shipped to Caribbean. Now, before they were shipped to the Caribbean, and that was pretty kind of half and not much going on out there. There was, or the line was from Native Indians and Africans that possibly mixed. But where did the Native Indians come from? Were they you're saying they're native to that land? Now, do you know someone called Kaba Hayawata, Turok, or anybody, or Lokono Empire, or his name's commonly known name as Booker T. Coleman?
Okay.
Have you heard of him?
Yeah.
No.
Have you heard
I
of
heard
his?
of Booker T.
It'd be good for Shift to play it. I don't know what the copyright situation is.
But this is the point. What I'm trying to show you is after the 1800s, you start getting the terminology as African because they started looking at the word Negro as offensive. So that also applied to even if you was black or Native Indian in the Americas. So they would call you African now because it's 1800s that started to apply to everything.
Yeah, but
that's why I stated Walter Plecker. That's why I stated Walter Plecker. You know, if people looked at Walter Plecker, what he did to American Indians. 1 second, brother. If people look at people like Walter Plecker, what he did to American Indians, you see what he did, how the game affect. This is why we don't have our land and our resources, because these people changed and classified us
and Christopher
to
Columbus.
other people.
Come on, look at what Christopher Columbus did. How many did he slaughter? How many did he murder? You know, Hernan Cortez and the rest of them. How many did they murder? How many did they slaughter for the you know, for the hopes of conquest?
I mean, even it was him. He's the one who wrote a letter to Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand to come over to the Americas. He went to Hispaniola, Haiti first. He went to the islands, the West Indies first before he went to America. He didn't even go to the America, North America. We went to Central America, which people call West Indies.
Now we're starting a video,
and probably now, if we want a perfect picture of a Tupinumba, that would be the Luzia, the skull that they found in Brazil. I think that would be the perfect. What we know, what that lady was trying to describe as a Tupinumba, because that's the oldest bones they have found in the Brazil. I think it's about 10,000 years old. But there's also bones that they found in Guadeloupe, was supposed to be 28,000 years old. What a lot of scientists don't want to look at, but the concrete that holds these bones is over 28,000 years old. So there's always been things going on in the Caribbean in certain places.
You know what though? I think
even
the point of the video.
You can barely hear you, Shift. Sorry, go on.
Can you not hear me properly? Let me turn up a little bit. Can you hear me better now?
Oh yeah,
you're clear, brother.
Yeah. All right. So I think the point to the video was really that, you know, you guys seem to like be arguing about something maybe to other people looking inwards, but it's not really an argument like that because, you know, both sets of information are coming from the right place. They're coming from sources that, you know, are valid sources. It's just when you put all the information together, you know, through amalgamation, we're all connected anyway. But differently to amalgamation, you know, I still reflect on what the colonial empire was saying and what the woman was saying in the film. You know, there were people here originally, and when they got there, they were already calling them Negroes. You know, at some
Facts.
point it changed to Indians, you know, but regardless of whatever was going on, we know that there was an original people there. And, you know, those two people, when the Africans came in, those people were connected immediately. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And we're linking up, we're interlinked. So who's to say there wasn't a link there between those two people before anyone started colonizing, you
Good
know?
point.
No, there's more of a link for us in India, because this is why they looked at America as India, because we nearly have the same products: spices, gold, ruby, diamonds. That is literally the same as what we know as Hindustan, but they used to call it Bharat. That is only recently that's called
And you got
India.
more in common. What did you say?
That there's more evidence of us doing trade with India and those type of places in the Pacific Islands and all these types of things, because the original people who first in America are Aboriginal or Polynesian people.
Oh, I feel you. Yeah.
So, Aboriginal or Polynesian people.
Yeah, there's a lot of what I've noticed. There's a lot of this American or Native American blood or culture or something everywhere in the world. You know what I mean? And then we do know that there's a lot, even Chinese and Indians mixed with the Caribbean population, but that's later down the story. Don't forget, we're starting this whole movie from about three quarters of the way in. So if we want to look at before, where did the Tainos come from? That's a different story, but I mean, it's still the same.
We know where they come from. We know where they come from. They don't come from Africa. They come from the Americas.
But
Yeah,
even
there was no people on the land.
there's even some sort of nearly some history where you could even say the Tainos went into Africa and actually showed certain people certain things, because through the Mayans you will learn that through the not the Mayans, there's another culture, what they call that, the Mahabharata story. They all talk about different tribes and different gods in different places, and if you look at the Mayan and the Aztec gods, they talk about the same things as some of the Hindu people and all them type of things. So there's a link with the ancient Dravidians and the Tainos and the Asian American people.
Can I ask you a question, Tura?
All them type of things.
What's sorry, go on, brother. Sorry, I'm trying to. Can I ask you a question?
I think there's a bit of delay. Sorry.
I have something here.
Someone's, yeah. I can ask you a question. Do you believe? Have you heard of the Moors going to China, black in the past, and them creating a number of Taino sort of admix races that actually went to America?
The thing you have to look at, Asia was also black. The Dravidians and Aboriginal Australians, we used to be all up in those types of regions.
Is Anub?
For a quick second, Professor P.
Ason, that's the Ason people or something like that. And there's the Untouchables in the Indians in India, South India, South Asia. Sorry.
Yeah, so there's a lot of it's sort of obvious that there's a lot of trade because of our plants and our certain things like that. Even our gods are near enough the same.
So you go far to say that blacks, that because don't forget there is recorded history of the Moors or the North Africans or certain people.
But the Moors are like babies. Where are the Moors with the Aboriginal Australians? Nobody really says that, do they?
What I was going to say is that don't. I'm not going to say it's 100% because you know that how people have changed different stories who the people are, but we do know there's a group of black people from Africa that went to South China, and it's called the Liang Dynasty, XLAN or whatever G Dynasty, and they mixed with the black Chinese, but and so basically it was, that's where they're saying that's another mix of African and.
But this is why I say.
So do you believe in?
But this is what I say. People need to do more world history. Like you have to understand a Nubian and an African. An African is like a light skin admixture of a Nubian. Nubian people have always been in the South Africa, and some of them you have to remember there's other land masses that's gone underneath water. So obviously back and forth things, but there's obviously more connections what we will see with like Asia and America than we will see it with Africa and America in a sense.
Yo, Locona.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yo, can I quickly say a little something, guys?
Go ahead, brother.
Big
You
up.
know, I really want to thank you for mentioning the Dravidians and for mentioning the Mahabharata, because I mentioned this to Shiffa yesterday. We were talking about ancient history and we were talking about nuclear weapons and technology and stuff. And I was saying that in the Mahabharata, I'm Bengali, yeah? Obviously my language Bengali is derived directly from Sanskrit, and the Mahabharatas, from what I know,
Okay.
they were in Sanskrit. So my sister told me from years ago that the Dravidians, the Tamil people in like say the south of India, they're very dark skinned.
Yeah.
Those were the like basically they've got a direct relationship to the Australians, to the Australian Aboriginal, which is actually they're called the Kuri tribe. If you call them Aboriginal, it's kind of disrespectful for in a thing. I used to live out there, so I've been taught like you call them their Kuri people, and then each of them in Australia they've got their own individual nations basically. But white man came along and just rolled them off the cliff, or said you lot are all Aboriginal basically. And so anyway, back to what you said, Dravidians, yeah, that history of South India and then somehow across to Australasia or whatever it is, there's a massive connection there. And then when you mention the Mahabharata, that's something even as a Indian or Bengali, when I grew up here, I got the white man's perspective of the Mahabharata, which was basically these are myths and legends, these ain't real stuff. Later on, we realized, you're like, hold on, you're trying to hide a civilization that was flourishing about 20,000 years ago. And you talk about ancient Sumerians and Mesopotamia and all of that, but there was ancient cities in India, which is, like you said, the Indus Valley, that whole region. So
Sri Lanka.
thank you for actually acknowledging that, because a lot of people, like even in our history, what they're trying to say to us is most of the information that came to Indian people came from some Aryan people, and they came into the north of India. So basically some white people thousands and thousands of years ago came and gave us savage Indians the knowledge. And you're like, nah, son, it weren't like that. We was highly educated, you said the spices, look at your spices, turmeric, bro, what does it do for your system? All these spices that we were harnessing from 20,000 years ago. And I just really want to appreciate that you actually mentioned that, because I ain't heard too many people talk too tough about
Because there was even
thank you, bro.
there was even a medicine of book of marijuana made by the Chinese, and this book is like very Asian. It's like an Asian medicine book, and it talks about marijuana in very different aspects and different things. And people have to acknowledge Asia. This is why a lot of African countries and European countries are rich today, because of the connection with Asia and the Silk Road. This is why when they come to America, they literally thought they're in India.
But you just said, they even owe the Chinese a lot, because you think about the Opium Wars, they literally starved out the whole country and like literally took all of Chinese's like obviously a lot of people got issued with China and stuff. But I'm just saying that you mentioned the Silk Route, and it's a Silk Road, like obviously all that trade and whatnot was going on. Bro, there was a lot of dastardly things happening. Obviously, because I'm an Asian, and here's the interesting thing. I'll throw another one into the equation, because I do music and hip hop music and reggae and all of that. Like, it's a funny one, because the Jamaican people or the West Indians that I deal with, they'll always accuse me of being mixed up. Oh, you're not mixed up, man. I'm like, nah, man, I'm Bengali. Nah, man, so that's one thing I get, yeah. But on the flip side, then I get told to a lot of black people, which is when I was younger, quite a few black people actually told me to my face, bro, you're just trying to get in our culture and stuff and all of that. And I'm like, wow, this is interesting, because guess what my father is? My father's black. My father's black, and I'm light skinned. And when we went, everyone said, yo, your driver's here to collect you. Yo, your servant's being rude to us, because they looked at my mum, because she's light skinned, and my granddad had green eyes and shit, yeah? But we're Bengali. Do you understand? When I'm in Bangladesh today, stop me and say, who's that foreigner? Who's that Pakistani? I'm like,
because there's Pashtun people around there as well, innit?
Right, okay.
Like they're kind of light skinned.
Okay, with the nose and everything, yeah? But my point is, my dad's been black his whole life. But the funny thing is, then when people were telling me when I was younger, yo, you're trying to be black and jump on this thing, I'm like, wow, just because you got more melanin in your skin than me, but probably not my dad, does that have anything to do with you doing what they did in hip hop in New York in 1972? Absolutely nothing. And I'm just saying, I know I've balanced the like I've kind of gone off a little bit, but I just wanted to relate something. See, we're talking about historical things. To relate that to like almost.
No, I have to be honest there. Yeah, I have to be honest. Like Bhangra itself is a unique type of music because you have your own instruments, your own certain sounds, and along with the other people that came along there, like say places like Trinidad, I think most of them actually are like a Tamil descent, and like they gave it a little bit of influence, like a lot of them like steel pan and all them type of sounds of music. Because I noticed like the percussion sound is very like bells and all them type of sounds in Asia, like with the monks and all that. They're very like percussion sounds. So it's a unique culture what we have with a lot of different people that's come along there along the way.
No, I think the
And
beauty
a lot of our producers, and also a lot of our producers, I have to admit, especially people like Timbaland, he has used a lot of Asian samples, Middle Eastern, and a lot of Bhangra samples and certain things like that. So a lot of our people, we do, you know what I mean, sometimes
no, you know what?
go over the top with a cultural appropriation.
Thank you for acknowledging those parts of our history, because you got to realize, like, the white man don't acknowledge that anyway, but then us people of color, we need to be able to acknowledge that within us. It's like we're not just all one blanket. Yo, you're all black, you're all this, you're all that. No, we've got very complex histories and stuff that span like 500, if not 20,000 years. And it's like just taking one narrative of history, it really is not productive. Like, and all I really want to do is just bring that to 2020. Like, I'm sitting here eating with my hands, and it's proper village food from Bangladesh. It's like my mum's curry. Do you know what I mean? That's it's like, yo, at least I'm holding on to something. Do you see what I mean? But you know what? It's just proper. I respect what you lot are saying. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Big up yourself.
Yeah. And we know what the Buddha represents, and the dragon, and you know there was that there was
Also, sorry
Japan or black.
to cut you.
You know that, even Japan.
There's also a tribe in Cameroon that speak Tamil as well. Like they speak like a broken version of Tamil, so they even show you the Asian sort of connection with West Africa.
Okay, but then that's like Madagascar, because Madagascar's for, okay. I'll tell you guys one thing.
No, Cameroon, West Africa, not Madagascar, like West Africa, Cameroon.
I knew about Madagascar. That's what I knew. I didn't know about Cameroon.
Yeah, they speak like a broken version of Tamil, and they're very dark-skinned people, and they speak like an Asian version of Tamil. You could tell like there's a migration, because you have to remember the Silk Road. That's the like Asia's like the supermarket for Africa and Europe. You know what I mean? Like it's got all the stuff, rubies and all sorts.
Another little thing, which is a little later in history, which is indebted servitude. So after like slavery was abolished in England and America, they obviously were like, right, how do we get people to do this work? Because we ain't trying to do it still. So what they did when they had like colonies in India and stuff, they basically went to like, they'd find like some little farmer, some little dude walking around, and they'll be like, yo, do you want a job and stuff? They'll be like, okay, that sounds nice. Okay, do you want a job on a nice island? And then what we used to do is, obviously, these are like kind of very simple village folk. They just like, yo, give us your thumbprint, yeah? And stick it down.
Because there's also a Dravidian connection. There's also a Dravidian connection with Egypt.
Oh, you used to enlighten me. I never knew about that. That's interesting.
Like even the gods and sort of thing, because the golden cow, that the cow is held sacred in Europe, Asia, and certain parts in North and East Africa.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do some more research on that. That's interesting to me. I'd like to hear that.
Yeah, but that video is very interesting, man. Big up yourself for that video. I mean, he touched on the revolts that was in the Americas. I wanted to touch on that. I mean, if you look at Hispaniola, aka Haiti, you know, there was a revolt there in 1804. People may be or may not be aware of. There were Cimarron Indians or Cimarron Haitians, Arawak Haitians, original Haitians. There was so-called Black Empire at that same time. People like Henry Christophe, John Dessalines, people like Dottie Woodman from Maroon from Jamaica. He left the island of Jamaica and went to Haiti to aid them in a revolt against the French, I think, or the Spanish, one of the two. But yeah, man, I mean, this is very interesting, man. Just I say we were slaves in these things, but when you do the real history and the real research, you know, for example, like in Haiti, did I say these people are slaves? They come from Africa and these people like that and stuff like that. When you check the archives, you know, in Haiti, the actual archives, they'll tell you that no, like people like John Dessalines and, you know, Toussaint and all people like that, Cecil Vataman and people, all the freedom fighters, they are original to the land. I mean,
Oh
the
yeah,
Negro Empire.
they call
The
it
Negro Empire.
they call their
Go ahead.
army the indigenous army,
Indigenous.
the indigenes.
The Indigenous
Mm.
Army. That was 1804. Look at the Constitution. It tells you. I mean, people want to say this and that about the Americas, but people don't really know the history, the full depth, the cold-hearted truth of the history of the Americas, man. They still have our artifacts in their museum. I went to the British Museum last year, me and my next brethren, and they had Arawak relics, statues in the and right now in Jamaica, they're still asking England for their relics, the artifacts. They've got other statues around in the Americas, in the British Museum. It's there. They mix up with African stuff, but you clearly see when you go to inspect it that it says American culture, American relics, from different tribes from the Americas. So these people do have our history. People do know. Everybody knows who we are, and this is why we have carnival in the whole continent in the Americas, because we represent the American Indians, who they classify us as black and African Caribbean or African American, Afro-Brazilian,
Negro,
basically Negroes and coloreds and all these
mulatto.
little mulatto, exactly. But our culture speaks for itself. Our food we eat we just speaks for itself. Our dances speaks for itself. Everything about us speaks for itself. That's why I keep telling people I'm here to debate nobody about nothing. The history and our culture speaks for itself. They say they brought Africans there, but where's the African influence? If so-called, how many Africans came? Why come the majority is American Indian? And we don't see no African culture in the Americas, except for when African people come over here to our people, all right.
No, but
But
the woman told you is okra and eggplant.
where does okra come from?
Well, even
Where does
okra come
most of
from
these
Asia
come
as
from?
well.
That's not Africa, is it?
She said
That's not Africa.
interchangeable culture that they. I mean, she studied it quite thoroughly.
Okay.
And
okay,
Yeah,
you don't have ackee. You don't have ackee right now. Hold on 1 second to it. They have ackee right now, but they don't eat it. You have cassava. Where does cassava come from? It comes from Africa. It comes from the Americas. Like as Tilt was saying, touching earlier, that we went over to Africa. People don't know these type of things. Americans don't know these things, that the American Indians left because the Portuguese or Spanish asked them to come over to help Africans. I think West Africans, I believe. I think it was. If I'm wrong, Tilt, correct me, innit? But they asked our people to aid African people when they had famine. That was like 16th or 17th century. And you went there again. You've been there loads of times in
15,
Africa.
16, yeah.
You've been there loads of times, 18th, 19th century, and come back.
Do you know about phenotypes?
Indentured servitude.
Yeah, see, phenotype is like I see a lot of Aboriginal people like still got like kind of wide nose. They still got the African woolly hair and stuff. So I mean,
why do you call it that? So why do you call everything with Africa? I don't understand why you say that. Like you just said, everybody.
Black hair. Okay, so you're not African or melanated. Melanated.
Okay, it's Australians, Aboriginal Australians, they're African.
Breed of people, like Mongolians,
different set of people,
Caucasian, and Negroids. We all like they've made it like there's only 4 or something different types of people. No, there was actually more, and the Dravidians was one of them. I don't know if they're from Africa, that much I don't know, but I'm just saying that's why Australians and Tamils look the same, bro. Go and look at
Dravidians haven't been marked down as they're marked down as a Eurasian type of race. They're not marked down as an Aboriginal, Afro-Aboriginal or one of them original.
Africa, their features are the same. If you take an Aboriginal from Australia, Korea, and you take a guy from Tamil Nadu, they look the same, bro.
I gave you the dignity of finish. Let me just finish what I'm saying. The original people they were being melanated. Forget about the African. I'm saying men, because I know people like that hell bent on this bloody African when they never even call it Africa. So I'm trying to say melanated. They're melanated people of the land. So phenotypic. Yo, you got mute mic. Melanated people. Sorry. Of the land. So yo, you got mute mic. Yeah, they're phenotypically African. A lot of these more melanated, dark-skinned, big nose, okay, curly hair, all what you would find on phenotypically African people. What now we call modern day quote unquote African. That's what I'm saying. It's like
Have you studied history at university or something? Like, you seem very
I know I sound a bit annoying.
No, you sound very knowledgeable on Western history. Like on. So I just wondered if you have maybe, you know what I mean. You might have an expertise from an education system, like from a respect.
So where are you getting your where are you getting your knowledge from? Well, I'm getting mine from the current conscious community, which is quite a large community actually, and a large school of thought. Everything I've said is backed up from me getting all different types of knowledge, my friend. I've acquired knowledge from the mainstream media, from Africans, from wherever I need to. But one thing I do know, that the original people of all these lands you've mentioned, Australia, America, India, China, melanated, big nose, typical melanated, hardcore African features.
Okay, let me ask this question, bro.
Finished noses, because as you said, melanated people come in all different shapes and sizes, but you cannot say that they're a different breed or species or people. Phenotypically, you cannot say two things look exactly the same, but they're not. It's just ridiculous.
Okay, so is a Bentley and a Chrysler the same? Even though they look the same, or is it the same? Is it the same vehicle? Chrysler and a Bentley Fiat. Bentley's not the same.
Whoa! You're missing the point. But just because they've been labeled something else, they came from the same type of metal. Am I right in saying that, bro?
I'm not. Does it look the same? Is it the same vehicle, bro?
I'm not saying you haven't, but maybe you're looking at it from a different angle, brother. I'm trying to say
you're saying that everybody's the same, bro. I don't understand what you get. Okay,
I'm not saying that, but what I'm trying to say is that there are other people made out of steel. The other people are made out of aluminium. They're not as strong as them steel type people that got them strong ass bones, them thick ass nose.
But what do your tribe say? What do your Pacific tribe says?
And they've got melanated big giveaways. They've got melanin in there. But go on.
What tribe are you from, bro? What tribe are you from? What tribe are you from? What tribe are you from?
Igbo. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. So when you go back to, are you from Nigeria?
I'm not from Nigeria. No, I'm from the UK. So I haven't got extensive knowledge in these locations. But but I can tell you enough.
How can I ask you this question? One second, Mr. T. 1 second. So when you speak to your father or your great grandfather or your great grandmother, did they tell you that all life started in Africa? Did they tell you that everybody came from one particular people? What did they tell you? From your tribe perspective.
So you're asking me what the school have told me or my family have told me?
Your personal oral stories. What is your personal oral stories? Your tribe or your family?
Okay, well, what I've established, where they come from. That's what sort of question? That's a crazy question, bro.
The African history where you keep talking about. What did they actually say about the world?
What did they say?
And the one you particularly pertain to.
Well,
you tied to.
Yeah, but in relation to what, brother? Are we talking about migration? Are we talking about people?
Yeah. So what do your tribe say about the Aboriginal Australians?
To be honest with you, I haven't actually sat in their curriculum.
Yeah, the Moors.
I haven't sat in their curriculum schools to have not acquired that knowledge. But what I do know, what they say about any people with a dark skin, melanated people, originally, if you want to go back that far, were from Africa, and any type of anything else out of Africa. It's debatable whether they spawned in these particular land masses, or they came out of Africa and they had to leave, or they got driven out, or they left, or for whatever reason.
So what does your tribe say about the Caucasian race?
The Caucasian race, just a group of people who don't know
Ancient
their
history.
origin.
No, the ancient
Group of-
history, not the modern day one.
Oh yeah.
So
Okay.
so
Of
from
the
the
what? Of the who?
so
Of
hold
Asian
on.
people.
So if everything start there, so your tribe's creation story, does it talk about Caucasian race people?
Caucasians, no. Well, I mean, in a creation story, there wouldn't have been no Caucasians around, bro. So I mean, they wouldn't have probably.
Well,
So you want to talk about
well,
the modern
hold on.
day Hebrew people? Maybe they might talk
Well,
about
hold on.
Esau or whatever you want to talk about.
Well, in the Taino and the Native American one, we talk about both black people, somebody in between, and white people in our creation story. So from the middle of our existence, we talk about different color
Like
and
you're not
races
talking
of
about
people.
albinos, or are you talking about
White people.
albino Javidians, or are you talking about albino Africans?
We go so deep.
The white man.
We go so deep. So deep. Even in our creation story, we talk about the hold on. We go so deep in our creation story. We talk about the north, the west, the east, and the south. Do your creation story talks about the north, east, west, and south?
All right, guys, we're getting a little bit off the topic.
That's a bit too much.
Hold on. Hold on.
I'm gonna try and stay
No,
on.
hold on.
Community.
No, but it's true though, because we're getting to the raw essence of a real African history, and not the history that's been put on them. Let's listen to the real indigenous people, what they say, and let's not put things on them. Because if we be realistic, everybody's tribal.
But I tell you what I know. But I'm not, as I said, I can't gonna give you a complete run through. But
so this is all right. Then, so watch this now.
They come from Erie, and they worship a number of different essences from nature or whatever, and Chiku, which is the main essence of creation. And it changes. I mean, there's different type of deity.
Well, in our creation story,
one main creator. Yeah.
In our creation story, we talk about us separating, going from north to east to south to west, and coming right back home, and all these types of things. So it talks about our people going different places and other things like that. Even in the Hindu, or not really much the Hindu, but in the Asian story, the Mahabharata story, it talks about black people, it talks about white people, and it talks about brown people. So it's different with all different types of people. So what I'm trying to show you now, you obviously have different people dealing with more things than other people. There's other people that are secluded to themselves, and people just find out, oh, right, these people exist. Then you have people that are just obviously that are moving and around the planet doing things.
Yeah. Okay. Go on, brother.
Even if you look at Sentinel Island, anyone know about Sentinel Island?
Yeah,
I've never heard about it, bro.
I've heard of it, but you want to elaborate?
It's off the coast of India or Sri Lanka. It's like a little island.
And you got what's the other tribe? What's the other tribe again, Mr. T? There's the next tribe.
And the Sentinelese or the Adamite tribe.
Yeah,
I think the Sentinelese.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Man.
Is it like the Senhalese?
Oh.
Is it Senhalese? Are you talking about those people? The Senhalese people?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something to do with the Tamil, because what I discovered recently, the Tamils are actually from Tamil Nadu, which is north of India, and the Senhalese people are the actual original inhabitants of Sri Lanka, the island. And you're right, the Mahabharata talks about this from about what, 5,000 or 3,500? I don't know, 7,000 years ago. That's a long
20,000, God knows.
No. I'll clarify. There's a civilization close to Pakistan on that side of the Indus Valley. That one is what they're saying is about 20,000 years old, which they're just trying to work that one out. The Mahabharata, I don't know. Go on.
But also, the Mahabharata story also talks about Lemuria. That was a landmass that was already there, but it's gone underneath water.
Yes, that's the one that they're talking. It's just off Pakistan, kind of that side of India on the west coast, and it's underwater basically. And I've heard, I don't know, some people were trying to say, is that Atlantis or whatever? I don't know, but I'm just saying.
Pete, can you hear me? Yeah. Just before I let you lot continue, yeah. Like, obviously, like I understand that the information you're giving, and it's good, it's valuable information. But how does it relate to the subject, though? And how is knowing this information going to help improve the community?
Okay,
it's getting people. I'm just getting people to understand full knowledge. Like this is like a new age. Like a lot of our sciences, like the Hindu calendar, the Mayan calendar, the Ethiopian calendar, they all correspond with each other, and we keep ancient times. And right now, we've gone into the new age. Right now in Ethiopia, it's 2012. The Mayan calendar says the same thing. It's 2012. So we've gone into a whole different age. The Hindu calendar as well. So we've kept a lot of ancient knowledges. So while we're talking this knowledge, it's like we're giving back this. We're awakening the ancestors again. You know what I mean? We're linking the four corners of the earth now with knowledge.
I hear you. I hear you. I
Yeah,
just wanted to.
I've got a practical one for that as well. If I'm allowed to say.
No, you can say whatever you like.
No. It's just like you're saying, because that was the whole point of like, if all this history, how do we relate it to today? Innit? Number one, like the gentleman just said it here. We're sharing the knowledge. We're giving, because remember, we've all been indoctrinated, unless we studied abroad, like in Bangladesh or Jamaica or somewhere else. Like we've all been indoctrinated by a Western form of education, which tells us about ourselves. When I studied in Bangladesh, yeah, we didn't learn about all the kings and queens in 1066. We learned about Mahabharata. I couldn't even pronounce the words. Do you understand? And I'm like, who's these kings? Who's these real kings that they taught us about? And then what happened was when I came to England, yeah, I had a black man from the theatre once, and this is Gordon. You know what Gordon told me one time? I invited some white people from the theatre, yeah, to the house, and he said, bro, he said, you can't do that. I said, why? He said, bro, you think you're the same as white people, don't you? And I looked at him and I was like, yeah, because I seen my brown people do king shit from day one. And it was really a mind fuck sorry about my language. It was a headache for me, because it's like I've come from a country full of brown people and watched them do things in front of me, run countries and all of that, do big things, big factories and whatnot. And then we studied like, you know, thousands of years of history of kings and kingdoms and all of that. And then I was come to England and it was a black man who told me, bro, like you ain't the same as white people. And I was really perplexed. And for me, it's like knowledge of self. Like I was sitting here on this video eating curry with my hand. I've had the same black person sat in front of me when me and my girl was eating curry with our hand. And he's like, nah, it's too real. I can't deal with this. And I was like, what do you mean? Because we're eating with our hands. So for me, it's like, let's bring that to the forefront. Like, no, I'm just saying. But it's like, you see what you said about bringing the spirit and the culture back. That's what we're doing. We're doing what our ancestors did like thousands of years ago. You know, like that's the beauty of it. And then for me personally, recently I found a business in my parents' home village, and I called them up on the phone and I started speaking my village tongue with all these local people. And I'm like, wow, I've just gone 10 steps deeper, because now I'm connecting with where my granddad was actually roaming the village. I'm actually dealing with people there.
Let me redirect you a little bit. One second.
So he don't look Pakistani though, or you don't look like a genuine.
Let me just redirect him for a
excuse
second.
me, and I'm like, no, I'm Bengali, I'm brown.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, sorry.
Yeah, but you told us about the nice side of it, like, you know, what you're getting out of it spiritually, and you know, in the essence of, you know, your heritage, you know, your culture, and how it's making you personally feel. We've got that side of it, but I'm saying, how does it actually benefit you other than that? Like, is it more of a thing of, you know, just, you know, so you feel good about yourself? Is it that kind of thing?
Yes, Shiffa, you're absolutely right. It made me feel proud of who I am, because remember, you go and work in these places, you go work around them, and it's like, if you're not acting a certain way, then you're a different type of thing, and it's not the most favorable thing. Do you know what I mean? If they weren't calling me something to do with black all the time because of my music, it's like, what, you're gonna call me Mr. Patel from the corner shop, innit? And it's like, that's not what we are. I'm not your accountant. I'm not your doctor. I'm not your dentist. I've got a heritage. I've got a history. And it just gave me a bit of self-pride. That self-pride has got me in a lot of trouble within white people, though. And my dad always tells me, shut your mouth, shave your beard, keep your head down. How do you think I dealt with these people? You showing off. I said, I'm not showing off, Dad. I'm just trying to dress nicely. You showing off. They ain't even got a house. And you're walking around like some. So it's like that pride that was given to me, it's been good for my mental state. It's been bad for white people.
I hear you still. I hear you. Has anyone else got anything that they wanted to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, taking this, as I was saying, self-pride, man. I mean, these people, these Caucasian troglodytes, man, these people have done damage wherever they go, man. You know, colonizing. They colonize people, man. That's what they basically done. They gave you their religion. and told you this and that, and people come from one place, you look like this, you're beneath them, and all these type of things. It's called colonization and indoctrination and brainwashing. Most people, no matter what shade you are, you're colonized, you're brainwashed.
This is it. That's what I locked off TV and media for about 4 years now. And ever since I locked off the news, the radio, the TV, everything, in myself personally, I've had more peace. I haven't made more money, but I've got more contacts around the world, and I've got more peace. That's at least a grace, and I'm sure other people can get that too, innit?
Look, I mean, this is why you must know yourself, man. You must know yourself, know your culture. I mean, people take away your culture. People, hide away your artifacts and statues and relics that's sacred to you and your people. People hide these things away from you. They even mention your history and your culture like you have nothing. The only thing you come from is a slave ship, which is lies. We've been here for thousands and thousands and millions of years. We have the oldest civilization. We have the thousands and millions of mounds in the Americas, which is the pyramids. You look at our culture, our civilizations from the Mayas, Incas, Aztecs, Arawaks, Seminoles. It's the same structures that's always been here. The people, the culture is still here. It's that we allow foreigners to dictate to us where we come from, who we are. We all have old stories, man. We all come from tribes. So people can say this and that, but you know what? If you got the paperwork, like I said, go to National Archive records. If you're from the islands, or go to the genealogy online and do your research and do your research for your family, tracing your ancestors back to the 1800s and the 17 and the 16, if you want to go even that far back, and get your, history. You know the information about the Aboriginal connection.
I'm just going to say something. I do totally agree with you with this. Everybody's got their different tribes. They actually phenotypically they vary as well. But what I'm trying to say is there's three. Well, I'm not saying but, or sorry, that sounds like I'm arguing. But there's three types of humans. There's there's a phenotypically come from the mitochondrial E gene or the African melanated gene, and then I'm talking about types of human beings here right now. I'm not talking about group tribes. And then there's the Mongoloid, and there's the Dravidian Asian. Now, when you lot are saying Dravidian is interchangeable to whether it's these thin nose, straight hair.
You see how you always go back to nose. This is prejudice. We need to stop this. As black people, we don't do these things, man.
I've literally just taken the ground for 15 seconds.
You keep telling us nose and all these things. We're talking about culture, language. What about the language?
Yo, I'm in this. Okay, cool, I'm in this.
Do you not?
Who says these things? Where are you getting this information from? Are you getting it from your tribe? From your Igbo tribe? From your tribe? If you're not getting from your tribe, bro, don't copy this white man type of thing. I don't know what the white man telling you. You're talking to me what the white man's giving you back and giving it as gospel. Brother, you've been around. Listen to me, bro. Listen to me clearly. What I'm telling you is, listen, stop dealing with what white people are telling you, man. This is how we got into this confused state, because we keep repeating what the white man keeps saying. This is the standard of set of people, when it's fucking lies. We've all been lied to, man. You're telling me about what a white man telling you what this is the standard and code and conduct that's to me an African person. This is all bullshit, man. The people we've been around the world, the original people have been around for millions of years before they were so-called white man. So why we keep going about the white man? You keep telling me what the white man's saying. You're not telling me what your tribe's saying, because you have half your tribe.
Let's move forward with the community.
I want to know what your tribe is saying. Don't tell me about this study, you studied this, and the white man said this. I want to know what your personal tribe.
When you go and buy your food in a shop, in a corner of the shop, what is that brother you're going to? Is he African, or is he white, or where is he from? What is he? Is he Asian? Tell me what he is.
He's a West Indian. He's American West Indian.
Okay,
so whose food is it? Okay. Well, who knows how to cook it?
Oh no! See, now that Turok, bruv, let's just stay on that point. So you're saying that they're Asians? They're
I said
Yeah.
the West Indian, man.
West
I said
Indian.
American West Indian. Yeah,
Where's
American
the
West
shop? I want
Indian.
to go to the shop. Where's the shop?
Because we're from
So-
the Americas.
So I'm
Where's
saying
the
that
shop?
when you go to the corner shop, like because someone you said something about going to a corner shop and we get all our food, but I'm just using an example. That Asian man, because I'm trying to specifically what you want to say is an Asian or what is African or what is black
Yeah,
or
but
what,
we complain
what
because it's our products. It's not African products. That's why you're not angry, because it's
you
our
got to look at
products.
phenotypes,
It's not
innit?
to sell the products. This
What are
ain't
you
got
talking
nothing to
about, brother?
do with
I don't support
community.
foreigners, man. I support my own people. I support
Yeah.
Americans. I don't
You
support
just don't believe in
foreigners.
science in it. That's cool though. That's cool.
Yo,
Brother,
am I
what
in
does
this?
your tribe say? You keep
Am
telling
I
about
in this?
science. What does your tribe say?
Yo,
From Africa, from Igbo or Yoruba, whatever tribe you come from,
No,
from
but
that part of the
I'm
hemisphere.
not saying
What
that.
does your tribe say?
How do you know that the Igbo tribe had the complete and answer and correct? I'm looking at evidence.
No, but you
They
tell me
do.
what
That's your tribe.
Yo,
That's your tribe.
One, two.
You're speaking as a white man. I want to speak to a real native African, not a
Am I
white
in
man.
this? Am I
Yeah.
in
Because you
this?
sound like a white man.
No,
You
but
keep telling me, you keep
And
telling
it's
me
not-
stuff about white
okay,
man
so-
says this
so
and that and
you guys
where.
originally
Speak your tribal language, man.
listen,
Speak your
listen,
tribe.
listen,
Speak
listen,
for your
listen.
tribe. What does your tribe tell you?
Shiffa, am
That's
I
what I
in
want
this?
to know.
Yeah.
Sorry, one second.
yeah, but
No Empire, 1 second. King Gold, 1 second. Yeah, I want to hear people talking one at a time. I know everyone's got a bit enthusiastic because
If
we're
you're speaking
strong on
right
our
now, you're
point.
kind of
But
muted
what I
still.
want you to do, I want everyone to try and control themselves as best we can, because on the stream it just sounds like a load of madness. We can't hear you in it. Like Buns was trying to say something as well, but I don't think you lot can hear him because everyone's just talking and we're over talking now, in it. So I want everyone to lower the tone a little bit, please. Like if you can, just take a deep breath. Like we'll take it one at a time. I'm gonna let Buns go first because he's just jumped in the room. So let him say his point, and you lot just like take a second to refresh your minds on what the point is that you're actually making, and then come back to us. And then maybe King Gold, you can jump in first and clear the air of whatever it is you feel like you're clearing the air of. And the Kono Empire, you can voice whatever concerns you feel that you may have and it can just be have a bit more clarity, because I think it got a bit crazy there. Yeah. All right. So Buns, I'm gonna let you say what you want to say.
What, can you hear me? Am I in this, yeah?
Yeah. Go on.
Okay, cool. Yeah, listen, I've been listening to everything everyone's had to say, yeah, all this history and knowledge and all that. But yo, the current topic is identifying problems in the community, innit? So that's what we need to deal with. All going back in history and who started what and who sold what, whatever, innit? We're in a current state, innit? As black people, yeah, we all know we're in a bad state all around the world. We need to come together, unify, and come up with ideas of how we can move forward as one, innit? All I'm hearing is bare different divide, innit? What happens when we're divided? We get conquered, innit? There's no unity in this. Ever since I hear certain man coming in and trying to, nah, I'm not that, not this, or this come, that's all irrelevant. Let's get together and move forward as a people, innit? If you don't want to move forward as a people, go move forward wherever you want to, innit? Because all I am, I'm about my black people, innit? I don't care if you're white, Asian, I don't give a damn. All I care about is my black people, innit? And if you don't want to be part of that movement, then leave, innit? You want to separate, then leave, innit? Go do that, innit? You got to think of the bigger problem at hand, innit? It's not about history, it's about where we are now and getting these youths that are running around mad and getting them thinking more positively. Because right now it is a mess. And every other culture can see this. That's why they're able to sell to us. We're consumers. We ain't producing nothing. We're producing a lot back home, but we're still the biggest consumers. You get me? So we need forward thinking and positive attitudes in it. So we need to kill that division that's going on right now.
Yeah, I think those are wise words. And like right now, we're producing a lot of arguments, but like you said, we're not producing a lot of products on the market that's making our communities thrive. And that's what we need to be doing, Like, don't get me wrong. I think that we do positive things anyway, as dark-skinned people, as black people, as African, Caribbean, wherever we're at in the world, in Europe, we're still doing positive things no matter where we are. But the point of the matter is,
When you're ready.
Say that again.
Whenever you're ready, let me speak in it when you're ready.
Okay. The point that I was saying, the point that's been made is when we're divided, we're weaker. When we're together, we're stronger. Now, at the end of the day, like I said in the beginning, we have to do with internally first. So internally, we can all identify as a black community, to some extent. you know, or dark skinned, or, you know, colored, whatever you want to call it, you know. But then to another extent, we're all going to identify with our nationality, and that's not in question here. What's in question here is how can we help better our communities, you know, our communities within, which is our personal communities, and our communities externally, you know, i.e., you know, our multicultural society that we're all in right now, you know. How do we better our situation on both on both playing fields, you know, on both platforms, whatever word you want to use to describe it. So when we put it in perspective, don't get me wrong, talking about our history, like I'm writing things down when you lot are talking. So obviously we spoke about money and economy earlier. So these are things that within the community, you know, we're having problems with, that we should be discussing furthering, like me and King Gold was doing earlier. That was positive, you know. Right now we've got onto the subject of pride. Now, I understand everyone wants to be proud, you know, and that does make sense. So I'm allowing the conversation to run, but, you know, we don't want to steer too far away from what the actual topic is, community, you know. So, yeah, we need pride within our community, but too much pride is a killer. Too much of anything is a killer.
Defo.
Know? Even too much money, like we get too money hungry and we forget about the essence of what community even means anymore. It turns into something else. It's now just a business. It's just a numbers game. You know, so we're playing games with each other again. Like, so I think, like, going off the back of what Buns has said, I'm gonna let P go first. Actually, I'm gonna let P go because obviously King Gold, like, I know you got a lot to say, but like sometimes it's good to have a little bit of time to really think about what you want to say. And I know P's desperate to talk and he's not really had a lot of talk time. Also, we got Torok as well waiting, so I'm gonna just like let P go like right now when you're ready, and we'll just chat, like, try and keep it as brief as we can as well, because everyone wants to talk.
Yo, man, sorry. So obviously, I heard the gentleman say something that if you don't care about the black thing, then I'm not really like. Maybe I heard it wrong, but it's like you're only focused on anything black. Now, obviously, what does black encompass? 1,000,001 things. But here's the thing: my ex-wife was Australian, and so every time I see about the fires, the bushfires in Australia, I shed a tear for the racist Australian people that would probably want to see me like at the back of their truck or something. But obviously, because I've been connected with that culture, I have a little affinity. In the same way, I'm getting phone calls from Bangladesh 24/7 right now, and everyone's asking me for an answer. It's not like, you know, people that connected to me. So I'm like, wow, that is my community as well. I have to think about that. I have to try and get £50 to send someone because that will cover them for the month. At the same time, my local neighbors, where Shiffa just mentioned, we're in a multicultural London. Do you know what I mean? So I've got to actually extend that love and respect to everyone around me, white, black, Asian, everyone. And what I say is interesting, in my street, it's a couple of BNP voters who actually really look after me and look out for me. And my own Indian people, we got about 4 or 5 new Indian people in the street. And there's some of the new young middle-class white people, they just got some money, they got a mortgage and shit. They're the ones who don't mix with no one. The rich Indians who just got a house and moved to, they don't mix with no one. But what's interesting is the BNP, like proper BNP voter, the guy sat me down once and said, Saf, you remind me of my old mum. And for me, like, that's like, obviously we're talking about community, that is community. I just supported someone for 3 years and they ran out on me. And I'm talking about an old man, yeah? An Italian man. I looked after him for 3 years because he fell out of a job. Then I gave him a lot of facilities. And today he ran out on me. And I'm like sitting there with the English guy saying, bro, look at this, look at this. We have to stay together. We have to support each other. Bro, do you know what? As long as you're here and you got my back, I got your back. Let's stay in peace and let's just look at it. He's like, oh, bro, do you need some help with that room? That's the real practical thing. It's like, Shiffa knows me, innit? I've been around so many different colors of people all my life. And I figured, like, I suppose that the factor is that because I'm aware of who I am, and maybe my mum and dad have spent a little bit more time trying to drum that into me, because when I was a kid, I thought I was English, innit? So obviously that's that. So they took me to Bangladesh, they raised me differently. And then it's like, look, this is really who you are. And with that knowledge, I'm able to connect with more people. I'm able to hold on to my values and obviously learn stuff from other people. But that's the thing.
Yo, P,
Yeah.
Try and relate it back to the subject if you can, though, because we're
Yeah,
what
community.
we don't
That's
do,
what I was
we don't
saying.
wanna
Like,
go
look, I'm
too
brown. We're
far
brown.
away
I'm
from the
whatever you want
subject.
to call it, but we're connecting
Community,
with
innit?
everyone in our community. So it's not just about, oh, if you don't care about black people, I'm not interested. Then what about my little Bengali kids around the way? What about these, like, what about the old white people? Like, what, we're supposed to hate on them because they're old and white? Like, I'll go and check my neighbor. I'm like, yo, do you need any help and stuff? Do you need anything? Like, that's the best I can do. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's how I'm trying to relate it
Yeah,
back
but
to
but P, this is the whole point to the conversation. At the end of the day, you know, within the what you might call the darker skinned or black community, you know, we need to do more of that, you know, and be more of a community amongst ourselves. You know, that doesn't mean we don't extend, you know, the arm of courtesy to our neighbors, you know, because that's normal. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. That's definitely.
That's just
Shiffa,
normal.
yo, Shiffa, 100%. Yeah, I totally agree with you. But in practicality, for me personally, 20 years, I don't know why I got this on, 20 years of doing like a lot of work for a lot of, let's say, our people. You know what circles we've been in, yeah? Where I never charged nothing to no one. I've done a lot of help for people, but I found that I wasn't getting it back. I found I was getting used a lot. It's like, yo, my man's got a studio, he's got facilities, he can do graphics, he can do everything for us. But let's just use him to do that. I didn't find I was getting like that it wasn't a two-way thing. And that was 20 years of my life. And I'm like, it's great because I learned a lot and I've got skills, but I'm like, wow, for what I put in from those people, I didn't get back. So that was interesting. That's why,
Yeah,
like,
but you're kind of going off subject again, because now you're talking about the nature of a person versus the nature of a community. Now, don't get me wrong.
Isn't it that people make up a
people make-
community? Obviously,
listen, hear me
the-
out. People make up a community, innit? But at the end of the day, we choose who. Like, for instance, if you've got a friendship group, yeah, you choose who your friends are. So that's your community, your own personal community to start with, yeah. Now, at the end of the day, you know what type of characters you're letting in and out of your community. Now, you know, your friendship group, your original friendship group, it might grow, and your friend might have a friend, but you know, when you meet that person, you might not get the same energy off of that person that you got off of your friend. You know, so you might not see them the same way that your friend sees them. So it's the same thing with our internal communities, because you know, when we meet people from other communities, we might not see eye to eye with everyone. That's just the nature of the beast. That's the nature of human beings in general. Not everyone even gets on. You know, sometimes we might just have a difference. It might even just be our star signs just clash. You know, we might have different traits that clash. You know, some people don't believe in star signs, so we just call it personality. But either way, you know, we still have to deal with these issues, because if there's an issue in our personal community, we still got to deal with that issue. Although some other people, it might not be necessity to them, it might not be of interest, but then, you know, we can't put that we can't really talk in that manner, because when some issue comes up in someone else's community, we're not going to be saying, you know, well, it's not a big enough issue, we shouldn't be talking about it, because it doesn't talk about it, it doesn't encompass everyone. You know, at the end of the day, when you watch the news, when they're talking about the problem that's happening in, I don't know, Syria, when they're bombing people and kids are dying, it don't take away from the fact that in Afghanistan the same thing was probably happening. You know, but at the same time, we're reporting on this one now, innit? So, you know, obviously someone's brought it to the table. You know, we just deal with everything as a subject, innit? That's how you got to look at it. And then when this subject's done, your mum might come up next, you know, because remember, the Pakistanis that had their own version of slavery, had their own, like, had fingers cut off and then things there. There's been a
you
lot that's
know
gone on.
about that, innit?
Winston Churchill. What did Winston Churchill do? How many Bengalis did he kill? You
They
know,
starved them out, innit, to pay for the soldiers to eat and everything. So like two
right,
2 million people or something.
to
That's
save
about.
Jewish people in World War II. So let's get things in perspective, innit? Like right now we're dealing with this one, innit? So I don't want you to feel like, you know what, I'm the only Bengali, I'm the only Pakistani, or that I'm the only
Oh, bro, bro, I've always been the only one, but you know I never feel like that. Come on, man.
no, I'm not just talking for you. I'm talking for anyone out there who's listening to the show as well. Like, don't feel that way, innit? If you're in the room, feel no way. Speak your mind, innit? Just like, this is why we try to keep the show respectful, because we might be talking about someone's religion, And I want to be respectful about it. I'm not going to disrespect no one's religion and their belief system and something that's precious and dear to them. I'm not going to do that. Like some people will do that, but I'm not a believer in that. So we're trying to stay away from, you know, that kind of stuff over here. But we will touch on delicate issues. So I think it's only right, yeah, because I know King Gold's waiting. I'm going to pass the floor back to King Gold because I know he's got something to say. The Kono Empire, I know you got something to say. So I'm going to hold a back seat for a second and let you guys get what you got to get off your chest. But
Yo,
let's try
thank you, Shiffa.
on this tone, on the tone that we're on right now. It's all respectful, you know, it's building. It's not, we're not destructive people like that. So we need to be non-destructive. We can be argumentative, but we need to be less of that. So like hopefully, you know, you guys can, you know, we can share some information without it sounding antagonistic, you know, or like we're working right here, where this is just relaxed, we're cool, there's no work being put in right now really other than sharing information. So King Gold, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I'm here. Yeah, it's always when you ain't got your finger down on information, which has been twisted anyway. It's always going to be a suffix missing here, suffix missing there, and then there'll be a debate or a discussion or an argument. So, but the main thing is trying to focus on the here and now, which is literally only time I look in the past, because that's gone already, is literally trying to figure out what they lied about history, and that's it. But in terms of growth in the community, I think the brother there touched on a good point, where you've got to understand how transparent certain people are gonna be, and there will be always, as you said, ups and downs, but ultimately we've all got a one thought, which is trying to get some sort of economic security, 100%, and it won't just be, oh, we're just selling to to one another. It depending on how much product there is, but I mean, that wouldn't be say, oh yeah, you can't get involved. That's just ridiculous. I mean, you're shooting yourself in your own leg. You're gonna make more money if in that case. So everybody be welcome to shop at my shop. If I had in the near future, if I do be lucky enough, if I am lucky enough to get one. But yeah, I at the moment the problems that I'm seeing are minuscule compared to the reward at the end of the bit of hard work you need to do, and a couple hurdles you may have to jump over. So but in terms of the problems that may be faced, I think we've kind of gone over them already, really. So that's definitely a good talking point. But I just want to see if anybody else got anything else to add in relation to this, into the topic of how things can be built up, what things can be brought to the table, and the rest of it. It's definitely a good build. And if you've got anything else that could be added, that what out of the box sort of thing, I mean, that's what I like to hear as well. So don't know if anybody wants to add anything onto that. The Kono Empire, if you want to jump in now, fella, or somebody just wants to give their take on it. But yeah, I definitely would say that in terms of on the ground up, from building up, has to be between the brothers, them man you can trust. Yeah, the people who are really on this thing, trying to come together. But it's just not 100% only up. It's inclusive, because the more money I get, I can see make the better. But as long as I'm not giving to my own first, love yours first. You know what I mean? That's a good saying.
What I'm gonna say, yeah, before someone jumps in quickly, yeah, like at the end of the day, that's the really the whole point in us you know, making the show run a certain way, because we want people to be building a respect, you know. We want to be able to respect each other, have good conversations, learn about things, you know, share information, and, you know, not always be bumping heads, be able to agree on things sometimes, you know. So it's vital, you know, when people are saying things, you know. That's why when you lot was having a conversation, I thought, let me at least play that little video, because that video's got a bit of information that you can base your arguments on, if anything, you know. And that's what we need to be doing, bringing information. So it lowers the tone a little bit, and then we can just critique the information, not each other. But I think Buns wanted to say something, or Torok, someone wanted to say something, definitely.
The phone is still there. Yeah, like
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
still
I
there.
think it's very. No, I think yeah, man. I think it's a very important build. Like we get all different indigenous people have their voice you know what I mean, heard. So, like people might not like their the knowledge behind it, but we like one thing we have to learn about living in Europe. They try and be multicultural in a sense like that. So we can't be biased to other people's beliefs and cultures and certain things like that. And sometimes when we just look at things, you know what I mean, with not judgmental, we find the connections where everybody probably does make a link, you know what I mean. And I find that it's very inspirational. Like as nations of people, we know who we are and identify who we are, and can give power to each other as individuals and also as a collective.
Turkey done.
Yeah.
How we can empower ourselves. I mean, one, it obviously is knowledge. Start with the foundation, and it says knowledge of self, knowledge of your ancestors, knowledge of where you come from and you descend from. You know, me being a West Indian, you know, I was always informed of, you know, being a Arawak Indian, a so-called Black Indian from the island of Jamaica, and you know, I was always told we were never slaves. You know, I'm a Windrush descendant, so I still got the knowledge of what my ancestors told me. And when I went back home to Jamaica, you know, and I spoke to my relatives, you know, it's inquired about certain things like, no, I've always been in Jamaica. What are you talking about? We was never slaves. I'm talking about the older generation, like 90s and 93 and 100-year-old. I checked the Seminole Maroons in Jamaica. They're saying they're indigenous.
Was it the Maroons? Because I heard about them recently, and the Maroons, they were like some rebellious people that no one could even mess with. That's what I know about these Maroons.
Yeah, they're from Jamaica. They're the original. They're Arawak Indians. We're the same people.
Okay, now you clarified that.
You know, they tell you that they're indigenous, and they weren't slaves. And they weren't Africans.
But I didn't know. I thought they was like Jamaican.
I got some beef with Africans, boy. Let's say nothing African.
Yeah,
I just want to better the community right now.
I'm just speaking what I'm telling you, bro. I'm just saying what they said.
You get me?
I'm just telling you what they said, bro. Don't be upset. You asked me a question. My man Pete asked me a question.
Since I've been listening,
it's not biased. I'm saying that's what they say, bro.
Go on, speak. I don't even like to talk over. Speak, sorry.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. When I went to Jamaica and I spoke to them personally, they understand. I know personal Maroons. I'm calling them up right now on my phone, and they say the same thing that I'm telling you now. That we were never slaves in Jamaica. Okay. You know,
I don't
they
know.
tried to enslave us with their.
I heard this.
Even the word maroon. Even the word maroon.
You can't even trust what's online.
Even the word maroon in Spanish just means brown.
Yes, Cimarron. Cimarron. Just the original word. And it don't even mean black fugitive. Cinnamon.
Because maroon means brown in Spanish, I don't see the correlation.
But it doesn't mean African. They tried to say that the maroons are African.
So what is the word? What's the word for brown in Spanish?
I'm not Spanish. How would I know? I don't care what any European.
So questioning people then. Stop questioning people too much then if you don't know. Because people told you marron means brown.
Hold on.
Cimarron. Cimarron.
I don't care about what any colors
You
that
don't
any of these
care.
Europeans come
You
up with.
don't care.
What are you talking about? Stop,
See, you've
stop.
got
All I
feelings,
care
man.
about is the
We're trying to be
community.
logical.
All I care about is the
Family,
You got
community. You're talking about all
Yo,
this history.
family,
It's
please,
got nothing
man.
to do with
yeah,
empowering
but
these
can we
young
make
people
people
out here
knowledge?
Can I make my
about
point? Can I
young
make my point,
Our
please?
out
people,
here trying
Brother,
to better
our
brother,
themselves.
people needs logic.
You get
Our
me?
people
Jenny,
need
can I make
logic.
hold on,
Pardon?
Mr. T, can I make my point, please?
Sorry, I got
Before you even
50%
came in, I
on
was
my
making my
laptop.
point, and then you just interrupted me, innit? I don't mean, you know what I mean? I don't mean disrespect, but brother, you interrupt me when I was talking.
Yeah,
You
so did my other
understand?
man, but you didn't say nothing to him. But go on.
Yeah, but my man stopped, innit? You're still going on, but it's alright, bro.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
peace
I'm
and love,
hearing you
innit?
out. Go on.
So I thought, what was I saying now? Cause I lost plate now. I was saying, yeah, I went to the National Archives, and I said, yeah, because Pete asked me about some Maroons. I actually spoke to them. He said, no, we're indigenous. We're indigenous to Jamaica. We weren't slaves. We were never slaves in Jamaica. We defeated the British. 100 years we was fighting these people. I don't know what they're telling you this. You listen to the white man's narrative.
Who's
You know.
listening to what white man's narrative? What are you talking about?
Now I'm
You're
saying the West
making an
Indian
assumption right now.
once. I'm not talking to you, bro. Why are you getting
What
up?
are you talking to?
I'm not talking to you. I'm saying
Oh,
this. What I was when I was when I went. I'm telling you my experience, my personal experience when I'm up there to see them. And I spoke to them. That's why I'm giving my personal experience. I don't feel like I'm talking to you personally, brother. I'm just saying my interaction with them. You understand what I'm saying?
okay.
My personal interaction with them. They said,
So,
no, you're listening to the white man's. One second. He said, you're listening to the white man's narrative. You know, we beat this person. We beat this person. 100 years we was fighting with these people. Nanny Maroon and the Maroons, in general, point blank, are Aboriginal Americans from this island. And the rest of the Americans from the Americas, the original here. That's what they said. That's what I have to say. That's why I went to. That's why I went to the National Archival Records back home, where
where,
my
sorry?
people come
That's the
from, and
archives, where,
Cuba.
sorry?
Records back
Right.
home. I already told you before where I went to.
Okay,
I
no,
told you
because you
before
said
earlier.
National Archives, but I didn't know. I didn't hear you say where you went to, so I just heard you say that now. Okay,
National Archive Records in Jamaica.
okay,
I already told you before, not you personally. I already told the people before where I
okay,
went when I went to Jamaica, and I traced my ancestors back.
okay.
You know, to their silk where they say they bring slaves, but you know, my record doesn't show that. My records show that I'm Arabic Indian. It tells you what jobs my people was doing. They was working, you know, if he was a seamstress, if he was a carpenter, if he was this and that. We was never slaves. I don't know, people keep saying this white man's narrative because, you know, we get taught here. That's what I'm saying. The whole idea is when you come to Europe, you know, they teach you
They
their way
condition.
of thinking,
Yeah,
their way
yeah,
of
yeah,
doing things, condition you. So when you go back home and you speak to your people back home, they're giving you another narrative. Who are you
yeah,
going
yeah.
to believe? Your family members, yeah, the people, the locals,
Your people,
yes,
definitely.
or the foreigner.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know
yeah.
what? You just made a really valid point, because you know, while you was mentioning it and the Maroons in it, I said, oh shit, I've started off a firestorm. So I just quickly did a Google in it, and let me read you guys something interesting, which is the same, like where they tried to say that 20,000 years ago some Aryan people came from the north of India and then taught Indians everything that they know, including the maths and science and technology and stuff. And you're like, oh really? And then when you go and study in Bangladesh, you learn something different in it. So see what you just said, like you spoke to your people directly. I'll read you what the internet says. The ancestors of the Maroons of Jamaica were enslaved Africans who had been brought there by the Spanish in the 16th and 17th centuries, and later by the British, who captured Jamaica from Spain, and whatever. So it's like on 10 different websites, they're saying contrary, exactly like the opposite of what you're saying. But then, I spoke to a Bengali woman the other day. I said, you do realize that all of our Indian history has apparently been given to us by some Aryan people, some white people, 20,000 years ago. And she laughed, and it was like, yeah, it's laughable, but that's what they'll teach their own people to make themselves feel good about something. So obviously, I don't know. I'm not a Maroon. I don't know about these things. I was interested because someone from Jamaica mentioned it to me. And all I knew was that they were a rebellious type of Jamaican people in a type of mountain area. And someone, Shiffa, you know my t-shirt's in it. Someone took one of my indigenous t-shirts and he was like, yo, the Maroon people was feeling it. And I was like, how, who are they? What is it? And then that's where I learned about that. When you mentioned Maroons, it's just, I was like, oh, I was excited because I'd heard that recently in it. Obviously, because you spoke to your real people, you can tell us more. And that's what I always tell people. I'm like, bro, talk to someone in Korea about what their city's like rather than hearing it from the BBC News, innit? And I did. I found a Korean guy And I was like, man, we were on a ship with my ex-wife and everything. So I'm Bengali, she's white Australian, and he's a Korean dude. And I was like, man, I heard about your country. Is it?
Yeah, but P.
Go on, go on.
I think now you're starting to see the reason why I played that video, because at the end of the day,
Go on.
breakdown of some of the history. So regardless, to some extent, yes, there's Africans in the Americas, yeah, that were brought there as slaves. To some extent, there's what we know as indigenous Americans, or what they were calling Indians.
Yeah, okay.
At a point before they were calling them Indians, they were calling them Negroes. So we know there were some people that were there existing before they started bringing Africans. Okay, boom. But regardless, it don't make no difference. It's still the same result. Do you feel what I'm trying to say?
What do you,
Like,
what do you mean by that,
but the
bro?
thing is,
What do you mean by
the thing is that the thing is that they show you Lucia, 10,000-year-old bones, but are Polynesian, and the Polynesians have a link with the Dravidians and all them type of things. So with the Mayans, so we're going back ancient history now.
Yeah, but check the other story that the woman said. Yeah, listen to the other story. Yeah, they took some of the 2p number. Yeah, the Dutch. Yeah, from Brazil to Africa. Yeah, I can't remember the exact place where she said they were.
Angola, Congo.
What Congo? Yeah, and they just melted into the population. Some of them, they just disappeared, run away.
Yeah.
Now, realistically, if there was not some relation between those two people, how would they even be speaking the language to even know what to say to someone when they got there? To be able to just
No, but you have to ask yourself, why did they bring those people there? They brought those people there to bring cassava, cocoa, chocolate, because it's a shorter journey from Europe to get the products now. That's all it is about, commerce.
I'm hearing you, but either way, those people were brought there to do the same thing that the people in Jamaica were doing, working, or in America, working on.
No. What happened that later on, this is the 16th century, because people forget there were white slaves as well. So when the white slaves was,
you're taking it out of context, because what she said, yeah, some of them.
No, but hold on, watch this.
Listen, some of them were masons. They were professional workers, in it. So they were brought there as professional workers to work on behalf of the Dutch government.
No, but I can give you a good example. There's people what they call in Nigeria today the Afro-Brazilians, and they lived in a place called Souso, Souso. And this place now, they will tell you the architecture, how these Afro-Brazilian people build their houses, certain places. It's just how the same we build our certain things. So what I'm trying to show you is a certain technology certain people knew in the Caribbean, why they brought us into Africa.
What part of Nigeria is this? I'm gonna hit up someone now and find out. What part of Nigeria is this?
Souso.
How do you spell it?
Just type in Afro-Brazilian.
No, I'm gonna hit up one of the elders I got over there now still. Let's see what he says about this.
Yeah, Souso. Souso is called Souso, I think. I'll just type in Afro-Brazilians, Agundas. Okay. But the place where I'm talking about is where they literally reside. And there's also somebody called Franco.
Kind of agreeing then. We're saying that there's directly links, because at the end of the day, from my observation of what that woman said in that video anyway, from that, yeah. If we're gonna go by that, she said these people were taken there, yeah, as slaves, yeah, to do work on behalf of someone else who were Dutch. And then they disappeared, run off with the other people that's there. So how were they able to communicate? That don't make sense. They're not from there.
I could show you evidence now where they've even taken people from the Americas into Australia. Type in Australian Jamaicans. There's a person called Billy Boy. And he was taken to Australia from the 17th or the 16th century. But the whole point, what I was trying to make, that they had white indentured servants, what they first was bringing. The Spanish had us as slaves also and tried to Christianize us. But what happened is now in the middle of the 16th century or the early 16th century, they start bringing in African slaves for the sugarcane plantation. Because the other things, what they used to do, like tobacco, cotton, it's the indigenous person's culture of harvesting cotton from the ceiba tree. The ceiba tree is very sacred to the Taino people and also the people in India, the cotton tree. And the people who they took from the Americas and into Liberia and Freetown, the first thing they plant in their place was a cotton tree and certain things like that. So you're showing you that they're bringing certain people there for the skills. You know what I mean? But if you want to know what original black person in the Caribbean or the Americas look like, you have to look at Lucia. The DNA, what they thingy bobbed, showed you the reconstruction of, and that would be your typical Tupi Numba, I would think.
See, I think that this is a good conversation if we're having a history lesson. Like,
I came in the middle of a history lesson, so I just added to it, but I wasn't really 100% sure like what our focus was. But I just heard history, and that's where I butted in. So I'm sorry if I made it too historical. My apology.
Turned into one. Like, I'll be honest. Like, obviously, if it was a history
in 2 hours late, innit?
Excellent. That was excellent for a history lesson. But we still need to, like, obviously try and stay on the subject of, you know, community.
No, but the point I was trying to make is that any tribe we go into, we sort of assimilate with the people. So there was Jamaican people that just assimilated with Aboriginal Australians. Just the same thing, because they was sort of in their servitude as well.
Yeah. So then, you know, all we have to do is we have to look at, you know, if you're identifying that as a problem, we've got to then identify that as a problem within the community and then rectify, because that was the main objective of the day. You know, I'm not sure if I'm going to continue this on, because I think it's a good subject, I'll be honest, and it's hard to stay on this subject because by the time you get talking about something, it's going to take you in a crazy direction, because there's so many things to be tackled in a community. There's so many things going on, you know, and today we've touched on, like, we've hit the tip of the iceberg, really. We've not really done anything. We've not uncovered anything.
We have. We showed the interaction of nations, of people. I can even show you some of the Tamil or Dravidian culture, which is in Africa, and also so just showing you how people have interacted along the time. And look at a place like England. England is such a unique place, because in our culture in the Caribbean, it was always us mixing with each other across the islands. So now we're in England, so we get to mix with different communities easier, in a sense like that, a Jamaican, a Barbados or Guyanan and so forth. So England has given us a different type of utopia, in a sense like that, and we can learn off of it from a lot of aspects. But the thing is, it's not to get swept along with everything along with it. You have to also know who you are.
Culture identity we're talking about.
You have to identify, of course, but I'm saying, obviously, you know, once we get past having a bit of money in our pocket, having a bit of pride about who we are, and having that identity, then we've got to start thinking beyond those walls and what comes next. So, you know, as far as those things are concerned, as long as we all know they are a priority, we know these are things that we have to, you know, because I'm sure everyone else, like, for instance, P, he's got his own identity, his own history, his own heritage. But right now, that's not helping him get to his next step, in the sense of, you know, being productive. All that's doing is giving him a bit of pride about himself. Okay, so now, obviously, all of us should have a bit of sense of pride from, you know, what we've learned today, at least, you know, because, you know, for instance, Lacono Empire, you pointed out that, you know, the people that you come from have been in the West Indies from before any slavery, before any of that. So you've been there the whole time. Now, that doesn't detract from the fact that people were brought in there, though. Do you know, like that? Like, it's just you just stating your facts of who you are and where you've come from and what you've learned from your own people. So, you know, I hope everyone takes that out, takes away the information in that way, in that format. You know, as far as King Gold's concerned, King Gold is just stating, you know, the facts that he's learned from history and, you know, what he's learned from his ancestors, because he knows a percentage of his own people, you know, was taken.
Good point.
You know, and XYZ.
Good point. Good point.
Slavery and X. So everyone's on the same path in it, where, you know, we're all living in the same world. You know, we just got different lives. It's how do our lives interact with each other and become a community? You know, a long time ago, yeah, like, for instance, our parents, yeah, their age, yeah, they had a house phone. They didn't have a mobile phone. It was the house phone. And the house phone, like, you couldn't really ring no one on the house phone because it was expensive to them days there. Like you was the big man if you had a house phone. By the time we was born and we was kids, you know, majority of us, you know, the mobile phone was a big thing. If you had mobile phone in your car, you was bossing it. You was the guy. You know, you must be some kind of executive. You know, people are just looking at you differently. If you drive a Porsche, even better. But the point I'm making is, you know, we've come a long way from all of that. So, you know, what's our next step? You know, we don't need to always look in the past. We don't always need to look at, you know, the hang-ups we've got. We just need to be stronger within ourselves to deal with the hang-ups we've got. Now, once we're stronger within ourselves, what is our next step? You know, what are we really trying to do? What is the real objectives? Because I like King Gold's ideas earlier. He was talking about, you know, starting up businesses, you know, and you know, the inkling that I got from what he was saying anyway, because I don't like quoting people because I might misquote you. So bear with me, King Gold, didn't it? Like, bear with me. But you know, the inkling I got was, you know, we could be, you know, invested in something collectively, you know, as a people, you know, and it might not start with everyone. It might only start with 100 of us, might start with 10, might start with 1,000 of us, who knows? But, you know, once we've got that people, those numbers together, you know, we can accumulate our funds and invest in something strategically to build, to better our lives, to better our community. You know, if it grows into a big business, it can be something that employs our kids in the future and our grandkids and XYZ. And that
Shiv,
was
let me ask you a question though, because there was something I heard earlier. Someone said something about it's hard to do business with blacks or something.
now say you speak freely, my brother. Say whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Who said that? I can't remember who said that. Someone said it's hard to do business with blacks. So I'm like, just based on what you're saying, are we supposed to move forward if people already got that mindset? It's hard to do business with blacks. Am I supposed to do business with my brother or my brother from overseas? Yeah, if you already have a problem and feeling like you can't do business with another black man, how are we gonna get over that?
See, that's a good, very good question, and I think
Because like even that sorry shift, even the point of oh, I come from here, this is what I'm doing, this is our history, that history, blah blah blah. That, bruv, this is like I was saying before, it's all part of divide and conquer. Can't build with man. Man are like, oh, another black man, you know, another black man is culture appropriating. Instead of seeing raw, another black man's eating. Like shift, I know we're the same, innit? Yeah. So me see another black man eating, I'm happy for him. I don't care where you come from. I don't care if you're Somalian. Bro, I don't care where you come from. You're a black man, you're eating. I'm happy for you. I see you. Cool. Let us all build. Bro, we're on here talking. I'm talking about another black man culture appropriate. Like what? Bro, this is detrimental to us moving forward as a people. Like, how do we get over this? Like on a real.
Brother, I've got a little note to that because it's like I've been in this like music business, at least music and clothing, for a long time, and so obviously it's like hip hop and reggae. So a lot of the people that raised me happen to be like West Indian. Do you know what I mean? Like not even too many African, but mainly West Indian. And what I found is in London, I just found it difficult for business. But I will also say this: Black people actually gave me my first opportunity to sell a product. And then right now, I just realized that I was dealing with too many ghetto people. And there was too much. No, because look, obviously I've come with a new business, so they don't know me for 20 years, like what he's like. So I'm coming, stepping polite, nice and whatnot. All of a sudden, I get aggression on my
but
phone.
P, I like the way you said that because some
What?
people don't know the difference between black and ghetto. They don't know the difference.
There you go, Shift. You hit the nail on the head.
So here's the thing. Hear me just 1 second. So I'm working with the ghetto for business, and I'm like, do you know what? I'm sending goods from Bangladesh here. You guys are basically like, not you guys, a couple of people. They're like, hold on, we didn't get our goods, and I'm getting threats on the phone, knowing that my goods have gone through. So I said, what do I do now? Because I've like, what do I do? And then I just literally switched to America, and 99% of my customers are still black. They're still hip hop, but they're actually business people. So all of a sudden things like there's problems and stuff, but that problems could be from anywhere. It's not a color issue or anything. That's just issues. Do you know what I mean? But the point is, my customers for my like the business that actually pays me have always been black people. And what I then tried to do, because I've grown up by Jamaicans and West Indians, I've been raised by that for 20 years. Shiffa knows that. So I went to the factories and said, look, guys, can you do me a favor? Can you make me 100 pieces of hats and 100 t-shirts? No, we ain't got time for that. I said, bro, not everyone in the West is like got white man money. Yeah, I'm around a lot of people that even some of these rappers and stuff, they ain't got money like that. Just give me a chance to let 100 people make 100 hats. and then you never know what's going to come from that. So in practicality, what I did was, by knowing myself, I went back to Bangladesh because they kicked me out of the theater because they just weren't happy with me. Yeah, why? Because I wasn't bending over enough. Do you know what I mean? I had too much pride in myself. So I said, what do I do? Let me go back home, yeah, and let me go and continue this business and work with my black people, my agents, black, what do you call it, African American? I don't know. My manager's African American. Everyone I work with is African American. And Shiffa's there, you're English, you know, I don't know what you call it, English, black, Jamaican, West. I'm not sure how you know, I don't want to term you. You have to term yourself, innit? But I'm just saying, so it's like, and one interesting thing, so many Jamaican people have always told me along the years, Saif, you can't do business with us. Saif, you can't do business with us. And I'm like, man, I'm trying, and I haven't given up. And that's why I'm actually part of this conversation, because I'm here for Shiffa. I'm just deviating from doing some of my work for Billy Spliff, who's a UK rapper from the Brotherhood. I got to do his work tonight. I support my black people like no one's business, and I support every people what I can. And
Yeah, I'm exactly the
nice
same.
if you got a little bit of support back.
I
That's
don't
it.
care where you're from.
Big
I
up,
support you.
big up,
You
man.
black, I
Big
support you.
up. Yeah, man.
Yeah, so yeah,
Big up, man. And that's the thing, like, yeah, man.
Brother, if we could do one thing,
And
yeah,
that's the thing.
if we could just do one thing, look at all of us men come here with all of our knowledge of self and everything. Do you know how beautiful this is? Schiffer made, like, the technology that's supposed to be our downfall, we're using it to connect. What we could do is, let's make a challenge on ourselves, yeah? Why can't we mentor 1 or 2 kids? And let's put our practicality into real practicality. Like, someone find a niece or a nephew who needs something. Like, I got clothing knowledge for you, and I got music knowledge for you. I'm sure everyone's got a little skill. Also, I make body products.
Sorry to stop you there. Yeah, the whole reason why, yeah, I'm asking people not to swear. I'm asking to
Bro,
be.
did I swear?
No, you haven't sworn there.
Sorry, man.
No, you didn't. But the whole reason behind asking people not to swear, to be a little bit reserved in the conversation, and let's not, go too for nail with it, with the, the debate and stuff, because, at some point, we're hoping, that everyone can listen, including the kids. Everyone can get a bit of education and learn something, But if we don't do things in a particular way, then, it can only be streamed to a particular people, because, if we're swearing all over the place and it's potty mouth, then it's going to be restricted, isn't it? Like, so we've got to think strategically about, how to get what we're doing across to people, and how to, be able to diversify and grab the most audience we can, the largest, widest audience we can, however we're going to put it. But the point is, you're here representing yourselves. So, you're better represented when you're in a calm state, you're clear about what you're saying, you're not coming across argumentative, you come across just sincere in what you're saying, and let's make sure everyone's got space to speak. Basically, I get nice space, like this space that you lot are giving me. You got to give it to each other as well, like this. Like, let the person speak when they're done. All right, next person jump in. If someone really wants to get a say and they feel like they're being left out, say, please, can I jump in, because I feel like I'm being left out, or I don't know, say something polite, as long as they're not swearing at each other. Maybe don't go as extreme as I did. But yeah, I don't know. Has anyone got anything that they really wanted to say? Because I think, like, let's try and wrap it up a little bit and give everyone some space to summarize what they've been the points they're trying to get across. XYZ, Torok, Locono Empire. Have you guys got anything left to throw out there?
Yeah, let me just touch on one or two things. I mean, go. What are you saying, T?
No, go on.
Let me just say what I was trying to make my original point before I got interrupted in the conversation with left or right. Now, what I'm basically saying is obviously how we can improve on oneself. It starts with foundation, isn't it? So it starts with knowing your history, knowing your family, knowing your ancestors, going and asking and seeking. Who are you, and looking at identity and these type of things. Then you start from, history, or schooling system. The schooling system don't teach our people where they come from. Teach them a bunch of effery. We all know that.
as a Aboriginal people from where we come from.
I
You
hear
know, they
that.
teach them what they want you to think. They teach you their narrative. We have to start teaching our children the basics, maths, English, and science. You know, homeschooling, and give them our history, our ancestors, our oral stories, and then teaching the children how to be business savvy, innit? Like what my mum was saying about earning, doing for self, like business minded, being business savvy. You understand? Like this is a time, especially in this quarantine time, you know, for our people, for people in general, tap into your creative energy, creative mode. You understand? Like what can you do that's gonna impact you, like
So
creatively?
when you saying that though, yeah, don't you think then it would be probably wiser to go down the lines of, you know, starting up some kind of a charity, you know, you have some kind of a building where you can get all the kids together and, you know, you can do presentations on the types of things that you want them to learn, the type
Shiffa,
of
whenever you're ready.
like, but obviously, like it's positive what you're doing. So, you know, I'm for the positive, man. Like it's like to some people it may sound, you know, whatever it sounds like. It may sound like hard work, it may sound like anything, but you know, it's positive at the end of the day. So, you know, I'm all for it, you know, in the
Can I
same
say one quick thing? What you just said about like doing something to help, you know, like set up a charity or something like that. Is that okay? Can I say something?
go on.
Go
All
ahead.
right. So basically, what it is, yeah. There's one guy, he's a West Indian Jamaican guy from Balham. His name's Joseph, yeah, and he's got this foundation called the Jimmy Asher Foundation. You guys can Google it. I give this guy as many discounts as I can, and if I had money, I'd give him more because what's crazy is he's doing stuff for the UK, like kids and everything. He works with councils and all of that. Proper roadman. Even when I talk to him, I'm still scared of like when he's just so. I'm just like, boy, like I know where you've been, yeah. No, I'm saying, but the point is, I met him at the Black History Month when I was doing some filming. So my little part there was I was filming for the Black History Month in Pollard's Hill, and I was doing that for my local councillor Joan, who she's Jamaican, and that's my little giving back. That's where I met Joseph, and so I was like, oh wow, we had a chat. Anyway, his foundation, whatever, like they're doing work in Ghana, they're doing work in 3 or 4 African countries, also Jamaica, like all types of stuff. And I'm amazed. I'm like, wow. And also he's doing work in the UK for like underprivileged kids. Those could be white, black, Asian, whatever. So I always look at him and I'm like, I've got a friend Jeff, and I'm like, bro, every time we're feeling ourselves too much, we need to go and look at Joseph, because this man's so ghetto and street and road, but he managed to got the council in his hands, get their money. He's raising 4 beautiful children and a wife, and he's doing all this for the public. Makes me feel like shit sometimes. Now, I tried to connect with these things for many, many years. Like I'm talking to all types of counselors. Like, look, we've got music programs. Look, let's get me the worst kids that have been kicked out of school, yeah, and let me put them in a room and let's do a video program and let me make them do music videos and all of these different. Every time I'm coming with the idea because they see me do my creative stuff in the area and they're like, man, you could teach. I'm like, give me the kids. Then what I find out is there's all paperwork and red tape involved. So I told my counselor, Joan, I said, you know what? You do your government thing. I'm just going to find them kids. I'll find them kids, whoever they are, wherever they are, and I'll put them into my work and we'll try and do something. And that's what I've been trying to do practically for the last couple of years. But it's really, really, really difficult. That much out there. It's not easy. And it's not even about money. It's just like, that's what I was saying. If we, as grown men, if we could find 5 kids here that want to learn something that we like, bro, we could have a little mini army, but it's like we just need to come together. Like, what charity? We could just go meet in a local community hall. Like, if you guys want to do it in Mitcham, I got the councillor, she'll give me community halls. We just got to go there to do something. Do you see what I mean? But
yeah, you're saying this, but it's a lot easier than you think, because like if it's only 5 kids, like we've got kids in it. Some of us have got kids. I know. I'm like one person.
So you've got an army already.
Now, look what I'm doing. I'm reaching out to the community and saying, look, I've gone to the council to try and go that way. It's not working.
Listen, I've got one guy with more than 5. I got one guy with more than 5 kids. I've got a few guys like that.
I bit off more than I could chew. Then, yeah.
I know at least 3 guys that have got 5+ kids. So we only need to call one of them, and then we're gonna let you do the paperwork, Saif, because you sound like
no, man, I'm just gonna teach the lessons, innit? The practical stuff. You do the paperwork. I'll teach them body products. I'll teach them t-shirt printing and design. That's my, you know what I mean?
Differently though. can we move on? Torok or Buns? Did you any of you guys have anything to say to round off that you wanted to add?
No. I'm easy still. That's a good look piece still. Like I've been speaking to my homie about doing something like that for the youths in regards to just stocks and that, because we deal with stocks. So he does forex and I do I do shares and companies. He does
Nice.
forex. So, but it's the hardest thing is with, like Shiff was saying, when you're raising an army, like I got 4 with 1 on the way. Yeah, it's difficult to find the time. It's very difficult. So, but yeah, I commend you for that, and yeah, that's really a good look. I will definitely be trying to get into that, but I know Shift personally, so I'll probably reach out to him to reach out to you soon
But
down the
this
line.
is the thing. So I'm a phone call away. Any youths here can call me up and just be like, you know what I mean? Like refer from you guys. And I'll just like, you can see I like talking a lot, innit? And it's quarantine period. Bro, I'll talk their ears off. They'll be like, uncle, I don't want to talk to that guy again, but I got some knowledge of him still. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's good still.
Big up Buns, man, because we definitely need to look into that the world market, you know what I mean, and start getting very competitive, you know what I mean, because it's a market and markets are competitive and it's not easy, you know what I mean, and I think that's the best way forward, really. This more knowledge of finance. Finance will be a very good start for young generation, old generation, because they don't really teach children or people in school about finances, setting up your
You know what,
businesses.
Torok?
And
I'm glad you mentioned that, yeah, because on that subject, let me ask you a question then. So, with all of what's going on now, with everyone being in their house, with coronavirus, and then the fear of people catching the virus and touching money, so they've put up the amount you can spend on your contactless and such things. Like, what do you What do you think that the paper money might go? Do you think that that's the next door that?
Why are you opening up another can of worms? This is a whole next conversation.
That's a good question. Yes, that's a good question.
Talking about this today. I was talking about this with someone else today, and I thought as soon as he touched on it, like, what do you think? Do you think it's going that way?
To be honest,
100%.
to be honest, that we should look at places like Africa, like people in the desert and certain tribes. They're already using internet banking and certain things like that. Sending money via mobile. You know what I mean? And from time they're doing it in Africa, the world's going to catch on because they probably started in Africa as a trial to see how people are doing it. And people in the desert, far out in the desert, can send money to somewhere and somebody can send money to them. You know what I mean? It's even funny. You know what I mean? Like anybody can do it as long as you've got your mobile up and running. It seems like this is a new frontier, paying by your phone. And a lot of people think gold and silver, but the thing with gold and silver is very hard to carry around and certain things like that. So I think the digital age is going to be very, how can I say, it's going to be there, basically. There's even talks of a digital US dollar by, 221. So that's something for everybody to look at and it'd be a good investment to look into.
What do you think about that King Gold? If you're still there.
Yeah. Was he talking about world market and
yeah, well, I'm basically saying, because of all of this coronavirus and contamination, and then the fact that everyone is now stuck in the house, they've upped the amount of money you can spend on contactless. Everyone's doing everything online now, innit? So if you want to buy anything outside of going into Sainsbury's, Tesco's, Asda, just a normal supermarket, you've got to buy it online now, innit? So it has to be done with a card. So do you think they're going to do away with the paper money? What do you reckon?
Oh, it's a good point. It's a good point. I feel like it would be a lot easier to do so. But obviously there's always a downside to everything and a con to everything. So the only hiccup I can see with that is the fact that a lot of the UK market, I suppose, some of the UK markets is not really what you consider by law. So a lot of cash.
The black market.
Yeah, it's like easier way of, you know what I mean, buying something without it saying coming up with then you know what I mean, exactly what description of the whole item is, you know. So that's why I don't think it'd be hard. It'd be harder. It'd be worse for the native English to get rid of the paper. That's the reason why.
But bro, not even just the English, the whole planet, yeah. But as an example, imagine if you need a boiler fitted, yeah, it's gonna cost you like £800-900, yeah. Imagine your neighbor is willing to do that for £200. But now, because he's got to declare and rare tear and this, that, it's like we've got to give the man. So it's like, what do I do? Sit there with the cold heating in the cold house, or like the guy's offering it for £200. In their scenario, that like it's like, how can I say? Basically, the authorities need to tax every transaction we make. Do you know what I mean? So the black market goes down the toilet, and then every other business gets taxed. It's as simple
What you're
as that.
talking about there with the tax, yeah, that's what made me say it, because you know I was listening to something about
Bro,
Australia.
there's too much business going on without them getting their piece. It's simple as that. Because remember, the people who own money, we don't own money. They put money into the economy with a debt and a burden associated with it. That debt and burden is actually what we call inflation. So if you keep 10 grand under your mattress, after 5 years, it's not worth 10 grand anymore. How does money miraculously lose its money, its value? That inflation, deflation, and obviously coupled with the actual injection of cash into the economy, yeah. So the point is, that's like a monopoly chip. And what's supposed to happen is every time we exchange those chips, they're supposed to get their commission. Now, when we do, and here's the problem: if I'm assuming most of you guys are like me, we've come from a street background. I'm just guessing. I'll speak for myself. So I'm like, for me, I won't even say this because now I'll get in trouble. But it's very difficult to switch over. It's very difficult. Even the work I'm doing in Bangladesh, like
old fashioned say.
Bro, we had £2,000 come from America recently, yeah, and it's only £2,000 for 200 hats. Bro, the bank in Bangladesh sent 10 documents. Where's the contract? Where's this? Where's that? Bro, we sent the money straight back to Naughty by Nature and said, bro, we can't even deal with this because we're not making enough money on top of it to be paying off all these components that aren't going to really use our money for what we're talking about, community. So I've always been revolutionary. I told my dad the other day, I said, Dad, you hate the governments. Why you want me to like them? You got to pay your taxes. I said, Dad, once they knock out cash, it's like we're gonna be paying. That's it.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because there's certain coins out there which is untraceable, and a lot of different people use it for different things, like on different markets. But there's so many different type of currencies what people are using. You know what I mean? So the paper money or these countries' money, what we used to be associated with, is going to be associated with like these little coins now, in a sense, digital coins.
Oh, like Bitcoin, that type of stuff.
Not everyone's going to be ready for that digital age like that. Obviously, people who do investments, who buy Bitcoins or Leica coins or whatever coins you may buy, you know, all right, maybe they've already got a bit of money in there. So, you know, they've got a startup to take them in the loop of things. But ultimately, you know, anyone who's got, you know, large sums of cash, you know, that's not in the bank, it's going to be a problem then, isn't it? Because for instance, I'm not sure if it was Australia actually. I remember.
Yeah, Australia, $10,000. I said it the other day.
Is it $10,000 in Australia?
Yeah, anything over $10,000, the buyer and the seller can go to jail and get fined if they do it in cash. Someone said to me, yeah, and what? It's going to affect the dodgy people. Nah, what? And then this was a DJ who said it to me. I said, bro, it will come down from 10 grand, 7 grand, 5 grand, 1 grand, and then £500. And now, mate, you can't go and do a DJ gig for free because you didn't care about the man who was doing the 10,000 transaction. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I get you. And it's like, at the end of the day, you know, are we equipped in our communities to deal with something like that, to deal with a change so big? And are we equipped in ourselves? You know, because, you know, that at the end of the day, the show's about it today is about community and problems that we're foreseeing in the community. And I just thought, you know what? Listening to the conversation, that was just something that pricked up in my head. So I don't know if anyone, I think the Kono Empire's got something to say, you know, just to round off.
Yeah, I do. Pick up yourself. You know, man, respect everybody in the chat and the panel. The money situation. What is money? Money is paper. Money is not real. I mean, we give this power because this is what the colonizers pushed on our people. You know, no matter where you come from, they push this thing for money, innit? You know, if you use your energy to get this type of piece of paper because from the tree, what you wrap your tissue with,
and now it's plastic. You know, it's plastic. It's not even real money. It's coming out monopoly money. This shit is fake. Sorry, excuse my language, but you know, it's not real, man. You know, you're saying about tax and these things. Do you know people are not supposed to pay tax by law? They're not supposed to pay. People are not supposed to pay tax, man. There's no law that says you're supposed to pay tax, but people still pay tax because that's what the government tells them to do. Like, people should know.
There's a bunch of people who don't like it, just like you, yeah. But with this cashless situation, it's gonna get tricky. That's the scary thing for me. I'm like, where can I escape to? And then I realized there's nowhere on earth I can escape to. Then my dad's telling me, son, that's how it is. That's how it is. I'm like, yeah, but everything's more expensive because we got to pay the pirates. And he's like, well, that's how it is. And I'm like, wow, that means I have to charge extra on everything if the pirates need to get paid for me to just survive, where I could have just done that cheap. And so right now, imagine in the quarantine, there's a lot of people who ain't earning right now. Like, they didn't have incomes that they could put on paper. And it's not even that everyone's selling something, drugs or something. There's some people, they were just painting your wall and stuff. Do you know what I mean? And they was like doing a little meager existence, but it was all right. Now they can't even get that furlough money and stuff. Do you know? So it's like, that's the, like, I wonder about those.
You're my guy. You're my guy. I was making a point, but you just cut me off, rude boy. You understand?
Oh, sorry, bro.
Just cut me off.
Sorry.
Manners. Yeah, as I was saying, so anything, this money situation, man, people are not supposed to pay tax. That's what I'm telling people. Even when you call yourself black and these things, like, by law, but if you study legal words, what words mean, etymology and these type of things, you wouldn't call yourself black. You wouldn't call yourself black. Because in law, it states that black is obsolete, its pale, is bleached out. This is all definition, you know, by law, you know, without a color. We're not a black crayon, or, you know, we have a nationality, identity. Black, it just means you can't lump everybody together and say we're all black. No, we have our own nationality which separate us. The only thing with any reason why people say we're the same people is because our skin tone, which is brown. We're not black. You know, I'm American Indian. This brother Pete, he's Asian. You know, the other guy, King Lord, he's Native African. Mr. T, he's a West Indian like myself, from the Americas. I don't know about other brothers on the panel. I don't know where they descend from. You understand? But big up yourself anyway. I mean, people should know law. Study legal things. Like, these things are going to help you. You know, information, like, not just history, I'm talking about legal information. You know, like when you get harassed by police, you know, there's certain things, you know, by law, where you got to know history.
Yeah,
you know, legal terms, law. People got to study law. You're not supposed to pay tax, but, you know, that's what your government tells you to pay tax, and you pay tax because you don't know law.
Is it arguable, though, to say that, you know, within our community, we have enough dealings with the law to have loads of people that should understand and know the law, you know, to some extent at least, you know? Anyone who's
when you say take
trouble with police or been through the court systems, you know, you should at least have an understanding of how things work from that point onwards. So obviously, you know, we all have an understanding of the law anyway, to some extent, is what I'm saying. So, you know, in equipping ourselves further, you know, the only thing we could really do then is go and study law, you know, and obviously we all got different jobs, we got different things going on, different lifestyles, you know, it don't suit everyone. So obviously, you know, if we got someone who knows law that can jump in the chat room, though, I think that will be better, because then you can share some information with us, you know, about laws.
I mean,
us up and stuff like that.
It is a good point you're making, but this is why our institutions and our schools are there to, like, dumb us down and certain things like that, because realistically, all the people that send their children to private school, they're the ones that are the accountants, the lawyers, and all these types of things, and all of the business owners, for them to, like, somehow get a little money or a tax back to make the system work for them. This is the information what a lot of people never got to learn properly or really understand properly how the system works. What you're supposed to.
You see, if we've got someone. You see, if we've got someone here to give us examples and to show us things and, you know, or show us loopholes and explain things to us, everyone's got access to the internet now, innit? So we can Google anything real quick. You tell us a word, we can Google it. We can now understand it, you know. and everything can be broken down quite easily when we've got someone who knows how, so I wouldn't expect everyone, out there to go and start learning law, because it's not for everyone. I don't honestly believe that. So I'm not expecting that from people. But what I can expect is, if we can get someone who knows about law, I'm pretty sure one of us in the group or one of us in the back room might know a law professional, and they just jump in the chat, maybe share some information, answer some questions, XYZ, because that's just going to strengthen our knowledge. Like Lacono Empire said, we need to know what's going over our heads. We need to know the advantages and the disadvantages we have. That makes sense.
No, but this one try to show people is the things what they keep us entertained with. You have to look at companies like Google, Amazon, that will blatantly tell you, say, yeah, we haven't paid the tax. We only pay 3% of tax, you know what I mean? And nobody in our run with down, you know what I mean? And certain things. So you have to learn certain tricks of the trade. You know what I mean? Certain people in the community might look at 50 cents and say, oh, you went bankrupt. People might not understand how certain things you can do to do certain bankrupt things and how to pay off debts and certain things, what you can do to enforce certain things or payments or certain restrictions. And that's the thing. And a lot of the people, to be honest, this is why they hide these people in these offices in the city, and they put so much money behind these people, because these people now they've done the homework in it. And to be honest, a lot of these things you can see in action. Like you can look at old, like a lot of people. This is another thing what pisses me off with my people. People are looking on statements to see if people are snitching. It's like, why don't you actually go and look at the court memoirs when they take these companies to court and see the type of things what these lawyers are saying for these people to be exempt from law. That's what you have to do. From time you can look up court papers to see if anybody's snitching. Why don't you know what I mean? There's other people using that same tricks and trades, you know what I mean? And it's written down in court papers. Public what they call it, for the public to see.
Yeah,
I can attribute that to being something to do with this crabs in a bucket mentality. It's like in our community, we don't want to let anyone come up. And so it's like when one's coming up, it's like we're all pulling the other person down, like playing snakes and ladders the wrong way. I'm like, roll that dice here and hope your luck's the one. Do you know what I mean? And climb them ladders. But some people might have the perception that, pulling your foot down makes them feel like they've kind of elevated, but they haven't actually moved anywhere. And that's why I wish, where you just said that someone could use their brain to check if you're a snitch or not, or they could go and study. I'm just saying, or they could use that brain to discover, like, how come Starbucks don't pay no tax? Because you know what Starbucks does? They pay a royalty to themselves. So they made their brand own name, it registered in Ireland, for instance, or another country, and every time they sell a cup of Starbucks, they got to pay a royalty for that Starbucks name. So I'm like, hold on then, everything P is from Bangladesh. You can pay Bangladesh before you lot get taxed. Because do you understand my music, my code? Bro, it's the Bengali company that owns them. You got to pay them first. So if 100 grand, like obviously I ain't got 100 grand come through, but if it did, then I'll say, nah, I signed a bad agreement with some Bengali company, and you know what? Them people like 50% of my money, they got to take it. And if it was an Englishman who signed me up on a bad deal, they wouldn't have no problem with that. They'll be like, yeah, it doesn't care. Do you understand? It's all within our economy. I'm just saying, anyway, I'll shut up again. But you know what? Thank you guys. Like, thank you for hearing me as well. And I really hope we can connect and build something,
No, you made a very good point there, that royalties. You know what I mean? A lot of our artists didn't understand what are royalties, publishing, and all these things. And that's why I give thanks to some of the younger generation. Some of them I took suit and got to understand what is a royalty and what is a publishing and how much it's worth and what it means and what you can do with royalties and publishings and things like that. And you know what I mean? These are the things we and these are the things in business as well. Even if you're an artist or a shop, it's how it's basically putting yourself as a business, because when you have a birth certificate, you already are like a corporation, you know what I mean, in the system when they give you an NI number and all of those things. So you need to know the game, you know what I mean, in a sense, to make yourself not solely liable. Your company can be liable. That can go bankrupt.
Bro, it's literally a monopoly game. But what I'm scared about is that no, it's true, isn't it? And with the money, it's definitely monopoly. It's plastic money now. But here's what I'm scared about. What Shiffa just said there, and I've been saying to a couple of people in my own peripheral. I'm like, okay, so they're breaking the monopoly game that they set up that we just about got our head around. Like, okay, how do we work in this monopoly game? Is my question what Shiffa said? Are they putting us on a new monopoly board and we don't even know what the rules are? That's scary for me. And I'm like, okay, how do we see that? What Shiffa said, are we ready for that new world? The question is, I don't think 90% of us are ready, even white people and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Because 90% of people don't even run their country. It's literally 5% of the people on earth that run the world. And that in their gang, listen, they don't care if you're Muslim, black, Jew, whatever. They're just like, yo, were you in that billionaire? Yeah. You can make them contracts happen? Yeah. And then you're in that world. And then it's like, and someone said to me the other day, we were talking about like Asian people in the news. And then I was just like, yeah, but the question, not in the news, in the government, Rishi, Patel, this one, that one, all of these people. And I said, but my question is, are they the right brown people? Because I don't believe they are. And I was talking about my Asian people in parliament and stuff, you know what I mean? Because she was saying it's good that we got a representation. I said, representation for what? They're all public school boys. They're just repeating whatever they was taught in public school. Like they're good, they're clerks. I was going to say, you lot are brilliant clerks, but you ain't running nothing.
Yeah.
They're clerks for the man. They don't sell, they don't run weapons companies. They don't run body parts. They don't run all that. They just do the back. Oh, what? Now you can run my little clerk office for me. You can be the dentist. You can be. So do you know what I mean? It's like you're a high level clerk now. And that's one thing about Asian people. We need to stop feeling ourselves. Because I've always asked this. Hold on. My parents came here. Your parents came here from the West Indies. We came from the East Indies. When did these young Asian kids start feeling they were better than black people? I know I've gone into another conversation, but it's a real conversation.
No, that's powerful.
All the time. That we're from the same East Indies, West Indies. Our parents came at the same time. When did you start feeling yourself more than everyone else? And I'm like, that's an interesting one. But again, I don't know too many Asian people, so it is what it is. But sorry, guys, I talk too much.
No, it's cool.
Very good points. I've been listening, and that was literally the best 10 minutes, I think, probably of the build in the last hour. But the reason why I say the point we made was very interesting was crabs in the barrel, and that's in all parts of the, when you're trying to get up off the ground in business, putting man down. Someone might do a little, someone might not want to do a certain run because they feel like they're not getting enough money or this or that or this guy. So they're up. The crabs in the barrel thing needs to be dropped immediately. You know what I mean?
How though? I don't know how to do that. I'm so lost. I'm so lost for that.
I think what I feel like is instant gratification is what we all want, and I just feel like if you've got to understand, Rome wasn't built in a day, and I'm going to stick by that because I swear the best businesses are the ones that are small, slow, passive ones, bro.
And I'm with you on that, and I'm in the long grind, and people laugh at me and like, oh, what, you've been doing it for so long and you ain't earned nothing. I'm like, bro, I've survived this long, and at least I can say my brand's 20 years old. I'm like, when my brand is 50 years old, that's what I want to leave to my children. And hopefully that'll be worth more than a house. And hopefully they can collect all the royalties on that, for instance. And I don't even have kids yet. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so but the thing with the crabs in the barrel, man should be lifted rather than pulling someone down and taking their shit and fucking them, messing them up. You've got to try to elevate each other. Because you've seen that the way them ants got out of the ground. I don't know if you watched that movie, but there's ways that you can all come together and work things out. You know what I mean? As opposed to this dog eat dog, because that's a Western mentality, bro.
They've put that on us.
Definitely.
Where do we get this mentality that it's like it's me, and it's like we can actually help each other become powerful by actually all being powerful ourselves, and then sharing that little 5-10% of bit of extra knowledge that we're not utilizing right now. If everyone's sharing that little 5-10% link, knowledge, phone number, we will all come up. The stronger we are, it's like, bro, it's beautiful, isn't it?
And don't forget, there's one thing we've all got in common, is that man is pretty. The financial situation is not that great for Caribbeans, Africans, Asians, Arabs. Unless you're one of them Saudis, come from one of them petrol stations for countries, you're going to be in the bottom of the barrel. So that's why it's the unification
I'm not being bad. I can't speak for Africans, so I wouldn't say something like that.
No, but what I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to say, oh, everybody included inside my business venture or ours, but in terms of us being here in a conscious community, no matter people got certain mixes in them, or
Yeah,
they don't
but
believe
to
from
be
here,
honest,
don't believe from there. That's divisive, isn't it? What I believe.
yeah, but a lot of royal family children from African royal families live all amongst Europe, Africa, and they've got wealth and certain things like that. You know what I mean? So they're different types of people. We don't really have royal families like that in the Caribbean and Afro America like that. So it's a whole different type of people, and it's not to separate you, but everybody's unique. You know what I mean?
I can assure you, with the Caribbean's influence in all facets of society, from the music to the food to the culture, the lingo, everything is definitely something that can be brought to any situation when it comes to business and be completely beneficial. And obviously there's the land in Africa, the e-commerce in Africa, the conversion rate. So there's different things that can definitely be can unite us in creating something as opposed to divide us and sort of it all going south sort of thing. You know what I mean? So that's one thing. Even me, I could go to the middle of up in the middle of the UK, some of them northerners, and I could go and sort out business there. I really don't mind as long as I can get mine and sort my family out. And then whatever I can do with in a community that I grew up in, and anybody needs the help, I'll kind of be that person that's there to help. But the only reason why I would say I've got a bit more love for my own in terms of it being quote unquote black is because I'm seeing when they're black, when that cop stops you in the road, you're a black man as well. So we've been
100%.
you know what I mean? We've been through the same struggle, no matter how you look at it. So that's another thing to unite the man them on, to know that we're in the same, got the same focus. So ultimately, if you're broke, brother, and you're coming with, it's what you're coming with, and how you can see yourself ending up in the future in terms of being established for business and having a bit of money to be able to not be worrying about where I'm going to get my next check from, or how am I going to pay my next bit of rent. You know what I mean? That's the main goal. Preferably, I'd love to work with loads of black women with big twerky bottoms, if I could say that. But that's not reality. I prefer to work with all women. Let's be honest. If I could be such like Hugh Hefner, bro, but I mean, come back to reality is, as long as you're around me on the same vibration with the same sort of attitude, then I'm totally there for working. And anything else that we can talk about and sort of discuss and butt heads on and speculate over, then I don't mind doing that either. But the main goal is this trying to sort the community out.
I would say this. You finished, Gig. You finished.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah. All the wherever but everybody comes from is all secondary, isn't it? Really and truly.
Thank you, brother, man.
Yeah.
I would like to say this while you lot close and do what you're gonna do. I mean, first it starts from home, innit? So it starts from your background, innit? How you can impact your people. As you say, we're a multicultural panel, if you would like to call that, of brown people,
Oh my
various
god. Yeah. All
backgrounds.
right. Cool. Look, I'm out anyway. I'll catch you. Thanks, Shift for that, brother. I want to come jump back on and close out. Yeah. Peace out. But I'm gonna put my stuff in the back. Keep in contact with that.
Cool.
Yo,
Yeah,
people,
Cool, man.
That's what I was saying. I mean, it starts from home. How you can take this knowledge that you have attained, impact your community, and then eventually branch out and help other people from different communities. That's the only way we're gonna go through it.
Mm.
You understand? Like everybody's got to start from home, and start from okay. If you're Asian, help your Asian community. If you're West Indian, help your West Indian community. If you're African, help your African people. You understand? And put back. We're supposed to rule anyway. So the original people of the land masses of both hemispheres are supposed to be in top, not foreigners. Point blank. Period.
So Locono, am I saying that right?
Yeah, you said it right, bro.
Yeah. Look, so based on that notion, yeah, because I'm one of them things. I just want to support my people, and even though I'm Nigerian, yeah, my people are all black people, innit? So I make a conscious effort to go to my man's shop in Walthamstow. He's from Jamaica, innit? Yeah, and he even try to get into business with me. He gets all this produce and everything from Jamaica, innit? So I'm like, boom. Ever since I found out about the shop, I've been going there week in, week out. I said, bruv, I'm gonna continue to support you because you're a black man, innit? You get me? I'm not trying to go and buy the majority of my groceries and shoppings from Europeans, innit? You get me? Just because I look at you as one of my people. But what you said there was like, if you're African, support your African. If you're West Indian, support your West Indian. If you're Asian, support your Asian. I'm like, I'm not on that. I'm like, if you're black, go on.
Is there a lot of African people in? Is there a lot of Nigerian people in your area?
Well, I'm from Leytonstone, innit? But more time I'm in Leytonstone, Peckham, Waltham. I'm all over London, innit? So
But this is the thing, like I know Wolverstone and them type of areas, and there's not really no African restaurants and things like that. And it's like with your culture and certain things like that. And I think there is a few African people in Wolver Forest, even though it's mostly like say Asian. But you can be unique, just being yourself, and make money being yourself uniquely. You know what I mean? And money will run to you. Everybody likes all different types of food now, and there's a market there. You know what I mean? But that's from your unique culture. You know what I mean? You're not trying to say, "Oh, I'm doing something black." You're using your own recipes, your own certain things. What can unite people just from you being yourself?
So what are you saying, that I shouldn't go and shop with my man because he's not from Niger?
Yeah, but shop with him and also make your.
I should only shop with a man that's from Niger because I'm from Niger. That defeats the purpose of divide and conquer.
Yeah, but where's your evolution?
Where's my evolution? My evolution is supporting black people, because from being young and conditioned to all these white stores, yeah, it took time over time. And me and all my other brothers who I went to school with, we all came as one, all coming from different countries. We never ever looked at, oh, I'm Jamaican, I'm this, I'm that. You get me? We was all from everywhere. We all supported each other, one another, because we all saw that we have a common ground.
We always knew we was Jamaican.
Which is all black.
Wasn't frightened to say we were Jamaican.
I don't know how you grew up or where you grew up, but in East London,
everybody knows who is everybody, man. We need to stop pretending. We need to stop pretending.
We don't look at things as, oh, I'm not gonna mess with you because you come from there. That's the vibe.
It's not about that. I'm just saying. Stop trying to.
My baby mother's from Jamaica, so what? I shouldn't have kids.
Exactly. But what I'm trying to say to you, you obviously your mother's food and her mother's food is two different type of food and two different type of culture. But your child now has got a unique culture of both of these things. That child could actually say he's African because he's their first generation. A lot of us, we've lost that connection with Africa, and people have to accept that. And we've joined another type of culture and made our own culture, and people have to respect it at the same time.
But you still ain't answered my question. Are you saying that I shouldn't shop with my man because he's from Jamaica, and I should only shop with man?
Did I say that? I said, what?
No,
why don't you make a shop?
Now, bro,
why do you make a shop for Africa?
You're not hearing. Bro, you didn't answer the question.
You didn't even listen to me. I said, look. There's an open market for you there where you could even use the black man.
With him? It's a simple thing, brother.
What should you do for your people?
Bruv, should I?
It's nothing about whether you shop. I'm saying, what are you bringing back to your people? I'm saying, by working with that brother, you could.
And I can answer yours. Answer my one question. My answer is not an issue. Should I or should I not?
What about your?
Cause I will answer.
Brother, what about your evolution? What about your evolution?
Bro, you're trying to deflect. Answer the question, because you know why I don't think you're gonna answer the question, because you know you're part of the problem. You're trying to divide the team. Should I not shop with my man because he's from Jamaica?
Hold on. What? Yeah. I did not say that. I did not say that one for one.
I said answer the question.
one
Bro,
thing,
a
guys.
simple question, B. Answer the question.
I got the answer. He answered
No,
it.
no,
But
I'm not talking to you, brother. No
no, I
disrespect. I
know.
want my man to
You
answer
answered
for
the
himself.
question,
He's a
but
grown man. Let him
Listen to what the
answer.
brother's saying.
Let man
Listen
talk
to
to
what the
man.
brother's saying.
Go on.
he answered.
Listen to what the brother's saying.
But you just didn't hear it. He said you're still supposed to work with him. You're still supposed to buy from him. But then you've got a unique opportunity to set up your one. But no one heard it. But I was just listening. That's what he answered.
This is what I'm saying.
That was
Okay,
it.
so there's no props. Okay, so there's no problem with me shopping with him. That's it then. Then it's done.
What about
Then
your
you get me. I do
evolution?
my business. My business is helping everyone who's black do stocks in it.
What
Because I
about
know there's
your
money to be
evolution?
made in it. You get me? That
Yeah,
is my
but I'm trying to say
evolution.
to
I
you.
self-taught myself to learn
I'm
how to
giving you
make money.
something now. Hold on,
You
watch this.
know?
I'm giving you something now. I'm saying, look, Wolverstow, Leighton. I'm from them areas. I know them areas. It's mostly say
Where you from?
Pakistani.
Where you from?
I'm from East, man. I'm
Yeah, what
from
part
North
east?
London still.
Oh, okay.
Wolverstow.
Are you from Wolverhampton?
And there's not really and Leighton. Like there's not really much African shops there, and I know there's black people there. I'm saying, look, there's a market for you and that black man there now. You could even have an African restaurant now. Loads
Hold on,
of
what are you
people at
talking about?
African
You got
restaurants.
Hold on, you got Tasties and Leighton right on the corner. Hold on,
Come
you got
on.
another Nigerian restaurant on Lee Bridge Road. Well, hold on, if it starts coming to me, of course there's restaurants. You don't know what you're talking about, cuz.
Where in Wolverstow?
On Lee Bridge Road, yeah, just when you pass
Wolverstow.
Beaumont and the KFC on the right-hand side, yeah, there's a Nigerian
Yeah, but you
restaurant
said you
there.
went to Wolverstow to buy the food, innit?
Yeah, I went to Walthamstow to the grocers.
So what I'm trying to say
to
to
the
you,
grocery shop.
that area right now, it's got potential for Afro-Caribbean African people like yourself, who's got African or Jamaican wife and all these types of things. You can mix your culture, and plus you could even make an earning for yourself.
Bro, there could be, you know. I don't know. I don't go through the whole thing.
Okay.
Someone sent something to me. Yes, I went to go and support the brother, and that was it. For all I know, there could be another one. But even if there was, don't fix something that ain't broken. I'll still go and shop with my man. I might check out the other one. Simple as that. You get me? I'm not on this divide and conquer thing, which you seem to be on.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you is
that,
nothing but divide and conquer.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second, Mr. D. Let me clarify what I was saying, because I think people are misunderstanding what I was saying. Oh, I never said anything bad or anything derogative. I'm just saying West Indians support West Indians, Asians support Asians, Africans support Africans. It's as simple as that. Mathematics, man. Support your own people, empower them, empower your own people around you. Then okay, let's branch out and network with other people. That's all I'm saying. It's nothing hard. That's all I said. Nothing hard. So don't be upset what I'm saying. It's the truth. How are you gonna empower yourself if you don't empower your own people first? You wanna branch out everybody else, but you don't want to help your own people. You have to help your own people first. So I said it starts from home. You empower yourself, empower your people, and then you can branch out with like-minded people from different hemispheres, Aboriginal people, and network and do business and commerce.
So empowering your people is, well, we're talking financially here, yeah. So that's spending money with them, right?
Yes,
that's a form of it.
Good form of it.
Okay, cool. And I do that. So what's your point? I go to my grocers. I go to hold on. I go to my grocers. I go to my takeaway restaurant. What's your point?
Brother, I'm just saying, if you want to empower yourself, empower your people, you support your own people. It's simple. Asian people, everybody does it. Everybody supports their own people. It does so-called melanated people. They support foreigners instead of supporting their own people, which don't make no sense.
Okay. Well, I do that anyway. But the same fact, I still think it's detrimental because, especially in London, where a lot of us are all, well, I don't know how you grew up, where a lot of us, we come from different backgrounds, but we all come together as black in it. So I think that even causing even more divide between us, yeah, I think that's detrimental. And I don't think that'll work for us still. You get me? Well, look, has it been working? Or has it been working?
I mean, because people, the reason being because people keep lumping us all together. We're not the same people. To begin with, we're not the same people. West Indians are West Indians, Africans are Africans, Asians are Asians, different land masses, different set of people, different culture.
Do you think as a community, a country, you'll benefit more with just spending by yourselves?
This has worked before. Obviously, we did trade before the white man come along. But yes, we did barter. People didn't know.
If you look at the Somali community, Look, take for instance the Somali community.
Yeah,
They
we got
don't
that
really have
strip
to
on
go
Leighton.
outside of their community.
Yeah, we got that strip on Leighton. Yeah, the
They got
Somali
loads of
strip.
strips everywhere, mate. Whether or not, but they keep their money within their community. You know what I mean? And they can do things when they can only buy for themselves. And it is not to say a big community, but they're striving as a community. If they need help with any paperwork, they go to their own people. If they need help with a driving license, their people will help them. You know what I mean? They're not bound for everybody to help them like that.
Exactly. They don't need help. They don't need help from foreigners. That's what Mr. T is saying in D for self. That's all we're saying. D for self.
Well, I think I do for self, and I think I think I could also do for other people. I don't really think there'll be an issue, unless I'm being here saying stuff like I'm only going to shop with Europeans and Asians. Then I could be like, okay, that's a problem now. You know, I'd rather keep it within the black
It's not a
community.
problem.
Yeah.
It's about not about knowing your own people and your culture. As a Caribbean person, I think I should be able to go anywhere in the world, and I should be able to profit of my culture and my heritage. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Because that's what's unique to me. You can do the same thing as a Nigerian or an African person, but you have to be unique to yourself because Africa's a big place and there's many different people there. You know what I mean? It's not just one type of black people. There's many different types of black people there.
Can I just say something, family? I was just going to add this because I've been sitting back a bit of time, third person, to overstand the whole conversation as
You
and
know,
where
we're not the same. All I'm trying to say to people, we're not all the same people. And we're not asking is
There ain't no one saying we're the same. We're just saying stop this divide and conquer nonsense. So that let's get money together. You get me? My teamwork. We don't look at where we come from. My teamwork.
Can you hear me?
Get money together. As
Can you hear
simple
me?
as that. No, I'm from Jamaica. I'm not gonna mess with you or get money with you. Nah, B. Listen, we all face the same struggles. Let's get money together and better our situations. Simple as that.
I'll say, hello. Yeah, I was gonna say there's. Yo, can you hear? Can you hear? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the only reason why I can actually see a point in what Empire is saying, but why I say that, right, is it should be a joint effort is because when you look at it properly, unless you get onto a Facebook group and specifically find your own tribe that are all on the same vibe, that are all in a position where they can actually put themselves in a position that we're talking about starting up a business. Not many people can actually say that they've got the free time what they have now, but generally when people go back to work, a lot of people have got stuff. So at the time being, you haven't got the luxury of saying, oh yeah, I'm just going to work with him because he's Nigerian. I could do that, but I know that it wouldn't be financially beneficial for me. It wouldn't be lucrative enough for the business to grow just by. Go on.
All I can see, Africa is a big country by itself, and it's got many people there. So I'm thinking you lot should be worried about this Nigeria alone. Hold on. And the reason why I say that we're only small islands.
Nigeria too, and other places.
Hold on, 2 seconds.
On the divide and conquer thing. You get me? You say you're from East, you're from Walthamstow.
2 seconds.
You should know what around the manor.
Yeah, but that's children, bruv. That's children, not adults. That's children, not adults.
You're saying like as if to say
that's children. That is children, not adults. When you get to 30,
it's the richest
when you get to 30
country in the world. You think
when you get to 30 and all them type of things, people think different, my brother. This is children. When children are children,
bruv, I'm 32.
Yeah, but when you're children, you can say these things. When you turn big people now, it's a whole different kettle of fish.
Bruv, I'm 32.
When you turn big people, whether or not you're 32 or not, I'm trying to say to you, that's a young type of mentality and all this type of
trying
things.
to work with black people.
What's
the young mentality?
All I'm saying, when that's a multicultural thing, like a young person thing. When you get to a certain age, you have to think logically now. So I've got my own people now that want a chance up in England. What am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? I've got some of my look. When you think about it, we're only small islands and certain things like that. A lot of our people are going into
taking the money that is coming from other places. You clearly don't know about economics.
Hold on, 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Just shut yourself in the foot.
There's a good percentage. There's a good percentage of Caribbean that's going into Africa. So I think you lot should be focusing on those type of people.
That's why the same Jamaican buddy's coming to me for business. He's not like, oh, we should work together. He's Jamaican. I'm Nigerian. He's like, yo, we should open up a shop in Croydon. You get me? I'm like,
Yeah,
cool,
but when
innit?
I
We
say
think
that
we're
to you,
both
you're
black.
asking me if you're still. Yeah, but I already said that
Bruv,
to you, and you're
your
still asking me if
mentality
you should do business with him.
detrimental to the community, bruv. That's
No,
all
but
I'm
I'm
saying.
not
No,
being
but
funny.
what?
Yeah,
I'm
you
ahead of
don't
the
know
game,
about
bro.
economics.
Yo,
UK don't know
Turok,
about
can you just
economics,
give
cuz.
him a second to speak, brother?
If you knew about economics, you would not disagree with what I said to
No,
you
bro.
earlier.
You just said it's a small island, yeah. So we need to focus on ourselves. Did you not just say that? So how do you not take
Exactly.
money? So if I'm going to go shop with my man, yeah, why would you be like, oh, you need to
This is what I'm
focus
telling
on
you.
yourself? We need to
There's not
support
many
you.
other people. There's not many other people that's
Boy,
looking for the sole benefit
black
for
people, we ain't never
Caribbean.
gonna move
There's a
forward with
lot of
this.
our
No
people that
way.
are going into Africa. There's a lot of our people going into
No.
Africa. So
Yes,
you lot
good.
should be
Let them
happy.
make money.
But at
Let
the
them make
same
money.
time, we have to cater for our people in the Caribbean that's still there and what's in the European today. That's all what me and Lacona is about. Looking out for our people.
Turok, 1 second, 1 second. I know you're so passionate about your people, but if your mind is in bloody the Caribbean, that's how much you've taken to the Caribbean. You're not even here. Your
You got a
mind's
vendetta against Africans.
what I'm trying to say is
Nigerians.
I don't need to pretend to be something I'm not.
Man's got a vendetta.
I'm gonna leave you with a Nigerian.
I need to pretend to be a
Let man
Nigerian,
get
do
this
I?
money. Let's
Is
get
that
this
what
money
I
and
need to do?
focus
Do
our
I need to
people.
pretend to be a Nigerian
Let
like some
me-
people need to pretend to be Jamaican?
Well, who
Listen,
wants to
What's
be
the point of
Jamaican,
that?
bruv? I come from the
Come on,
richest
man.
black
What is the
country
point
in
of
the
that?
world. I
What
come
is
from
the
the
point
richest
of
black
that?
country in the
What is
world,
the point
G.
of me
You get
pretending to
me?
be Nigerian?
Come on,
What is the point of me
G.
pretending to be
Come from the
Nigerian, not
richest
who I am?
country in the world, G. You get
Yo,
me?
Turok,
Come on,
do bear in
G.
mind there's people watching the stream and you are shouting over the man's stream now, so just tone it down a second. You've had the floor for about 10 minutes now, and you've been talking to pitch sometimes yourself, sometimes to Buns, and sometimes to nothing. So let me just add something. Now, what the divide is, the problem is charity starts at home. Have you heard of that phrase?
Yes.
Now, what I mean by home is I do understand you got a home. Everybody's got a home. Everybody's name ties to a landmass that's not the UK mostly because we're all immigrants. But the fact of the matter is where you living right now? Where do you need to build up right now? In the UK, is there black people suffering in the UK? Of course. And then some of them black people, or a lot of them black people, are my friends, my friends' sons and kids. So
Yeah, but
they
I'm king
come
no
first.
gold.
So yo,
Yeah, but
just for a second,
yeah,
Toro,
but hold on.
don't cut me
Yeah, but
like that,
have we,
brother.
yeah, but us as a people, have we got the same issues?
No, we don't have the same
Have we
issues.
got the same issues?
No, we don't.
Can you let me speak? Can you let me speak? So look, I'm gonna finish on what I'm saying, and I'm gonna address your next point. But charity starts at home, like I said. There's a lot of people here that are black that I know that need money, that need jobs, that need some sort of business. My own my own family need business that are blacker than the ace of spades, if you want to say that. Sorry, that, you know, they're black, they're dark skin, you know what I mean? So sorry, excuse me if anybody took my prejudice.
What's
I'm just
going
gonna
on?
say, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is
No,
that
no.
the charity starts at home. No, what I'm trying to say is here. Now you could he's Nigerian, but like I said,
Oh Lord.
black people is, to be honest with you, is black is in the sense that there's not enough Nigerians I know that have got the free time and exactly what I'm on right now, currently in the same school of thought, because they might have different thingies going on. Now, I'm going to look to my immediate outside of that, if that's how you lot want to look at it. Because me personally, I just wouldn't care if you're black, really, mixed race. I wouldn't really want to go back to where I've been shopping currently without me calling out any names. But like I'm saying, the black community, bro, that affects everybody. Everybody's, you know, I've got so many Jamaican friends, you know what I mean, that I wouldn't ever leave. You think I'd leave them out?
But it doesn't make your community looks bad when these Jamaican kids are doing postcode wars on their one another. We have to go to their funerals.
Huh? Hold on. What the? Hold on. Wait. No. You just touched the button. What did you just say about what? Doesn't make your community look bad when you have to what?
It doesn't make your community bad like how it makes our community look bad. How people stigmatize Jamaican people.
What's your community, cuz?
How people stigmatize Jamaican people, West Indian people, and our gun culture and this, that, and the other. It doesn't really affect your community like that because you can say, look, I'm African, I'm not West Indian, I'm not Jamaican. So there's two
What are
different
you
issues what
talking
are going
about?
on,
Did
and
you
two
talk to
different
these
communities.
youths out
So
here?
so so so
Bruv,
so when
do you
these
talk
West
to these
Indian
youths
youths,
out
when these
here?
West Indian
You don't know what you're
youths are
talking
killing
about.
each other,
Bruv, you don't
when
talk
these
to these
West Indian
youths.
youths, when these
Bruv,
West
I'm in
Indian
the
youths are killing
trenches
each
with
other,
these youths,
can you
bruv.
not cut me, please? Can you not cut me,
Bruv, you're
please?
not in the
When these
trenches. You're
West Indian
talking
youths,
nonsense,
when
bruv.
these West Indian youths are killing each other, it's their parents that know their parents and all that, thinking, raw. I can't believe our children are having children. We used to go and have laughs. We used to play football with your uncles and all these types of things. There's a wickedness that's going on, in particular the West Indian community, but we have to address.
So that's not happening in the
Because
African
you're not
community.
coming to
Is
our
that what you're
funeral. You
saying?
might come to our funeral as your friend, but it's
Are you
affecting
dumb? My
mostly our
fucking neighbor
community.
got
We're
murdered.
branded
Him
with
and
it.
another brother.
We're
What are
branded
you
with it.
talking
He's
about,
your
bruv?
neighbor. He's your
Bruv, what are you
neighbor. You
talking
can
about?
say you're
I grew up
Nigerian
with
when you're
this youth,
finished.
bruv. Bruv, what are you talking
Whether or
about?
not
You're
it's
talking
that
nonsense.
it's many of youths. It's many of youths.
Well, what
You
are you
understand?
talking about? Bare different youths from all different countries are getting murdered. What are you talking about? You're talking absolute
With these
nonsense, bruv.
post-Cold Wars, and
Yes,
all these
post-Cold
things,
Wars.
is mostly set off by the West Indian people, yeah, fighting against each other with the cocaine and crack wars, yeah.
Where are you, bruv? Where are you getting your knowledge from? Because I'm in the trenches with these kids. Where are you getting your knowledge from, bruv? Listen,
when did the post-Cold Wars? What caused the post-Cold
I'm
Wars?
around Kingsmead, yeah, in Eni and Hackney, yeah. I'm around
What caused the
Leytonstone,
post-Cold
yeah. All them
Wars?
cattle, bruv. These youths don't even know. That's how dumb they are, bruv. I was in it when I was young.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. The elder people, the elders that were going through these crack wars and cocaine wars and all these things, heroin wars. That's what caused the divide in the West Indian community. Going to all these dances and raves, are shooting up the rave, different people, different gangs and all these things. It doesn't affect you as an African. You understand that?
How are you gonna tell me when I was rolling around with a bulletproof vest
It's not your Afrobeat dance. It's not your Afrobeat. It's not your Afrobeat dance. It's our dances.
I don't even like Afrobeat.
This is not our dance, Bridget. Whether you like your own music or not, that's your business.
Yo, Shift.
You need to stop getting
needs to
feelings
lock
out
you
of
off,
it,
bro.
and I'm
You're
being logic.
nonsense, bro.
I'm using logic.
Shift knows me.
You're
Shift knows
African.
my fam, innit?
You're African.
Yeah. So Shift
You're
will
African.
tell you about how
You made a decision. You made a decision to mix in with us. You made your own. You made your own decision to mix in with what we have going on.
Listen, bro.
You could have done whatever you done with your own community.
Go back to your job. Yeah, when quarantine's over, go back to your job. Go make your peas. Do your thing. You're talking nonsense, cuz. You're talking mad nonsense.
Lads,
telling man about man, it doesn't affect us. Oh, Shiffa will tell you donut, but it don't affect us. when man are getting licked down like Shiffa, you ain't been there when you've been out with the thing. Well, you mad? God, Donny, are you crazy, bro? Shiffa will tell you. Get me shit from yard. You know my cousin. We're from everywhere. We all come together as one. Telling us it don't affect us. Are you nuts?
Brother,
mad,
let me ask you this question. What made Africans?
You are nuts.
Hold on, one second.
All the wars that man have been through, you're gonna come on the phone.
What Afrobeats? What Afrobeats dance are police locking off? What Afrobeats dance is people locking off?
I don't know, because they just want to get gal.
Exactly.
They just want to get gal. I don't know. I don't go
The police ain't locking down your thing. Your thing is calm. Your thing is calm.
Actually,
I'm telling you, your thing is calm.
I'm
telling you, your thing is calm, bro. When you go to our raves and all them type of things, it's all sorts what goes on there. You understand? That's why Trident locks up our things.
That's
true. You understand? That's why Trident lock down our things.
What's police got to do with me, cuz? I'm sorry for like certain people like trigger things that issue.
What's Trident built for your community?
The black community, yes, it was. It was black on black crime, not Jamaican crime.
Allow it.
You're not a yardie.
Allow it. You're not a yardie, bro.
I don't want to be a yardie. So what are you talking about? I don't want to be a yardie,
bro. Allow it.
One second.
Exactly. So make yourself distinct. Make yourself distinct then, and stop putting yourself in the black box.
When the quarantine's done, please go back to work and just do whatever you need to do to get peas. And I know, spend money within your community. I hope it goes good for you, but I don't know, because I'll be getting money with everyone.
Can you hear me, man?
I can hear you, cuz.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say, yeah, obviously, sorry, Torok, I muted you for a second there, yeah, because I just wanted to just say something, yeah. Like, obviously, sometimes our opinions are gonna differ, you know, and sometimes we're going to be on different paths, you know, like, for instance, you yourself, Buns, you know, I'm listening to what you guys are saying at the same time, you know, and you know, documenting certain parts of the conversation in my own head. And I understand that, you know, obviously we know each other in it anyway, differently, but obviously just from your conversation, you know, what I'm hoping people are picking up is that, you know, you're more interested in, you know, black people, dark-skinned people on a whole, whatever we want to call ourselves, looking out for each other and coming together as a community on a whole, regardless, Yeah, like that's powerful. That was Marcus Garvey. That's what Marcus Garvey was about.
Malcolm X. You get me?
Malcolm X. Cool. So I got no problem with that. So this is why, like, I'll be honest. I think it was good that you was having the argument, because you know you've both got what's the word? You've got contrasting points that kind of go together, in a sense that, all right, from Torah's point of view, now he's saying, well, you know, we still have to work on home and where we come from first, and XYZ. Now we all do that anyway. I did say that earlier in the conversation. I don't know if it kind of just got missed out or just slipped by, but we do that anyway. And that was the point of me saying from the beginning, you know, how can we better the community? You know, we did the point of the conversation wasn't for us to get into an argument. So I'll be honest, I'm more leaning towards Bunzy's side of the argument, because you know we all need to figure out ways that we can all come together, not ways to separate ourselves. We already know who we are, like we already identify, you know, like that as something, regardless of what they told us. Because you know, some of us were smarter than just listening to a government that we was, you know, our parents moved into this country before we was born, and now we're just here. You know, we can find out from other sources. You know, we can research, and we know things in it. We know who we are. Everyone in this room knows who they are to some extent or another. So, you know, I don't think that's really in question here. That I think it's just more a matter of, you know, how do we further ourselves? How do we better ourselves? Now, the one thing that I'm saying I agree with Buns on is that, you know, I don't think we further ourselves and better ourselves by attacking each other, belittling each other, you know, separating ourselves from each other. You know, I just don't see how any of that would ever help us, you know.
So,
but
can I say one practical thing when you're ready? If you have me for 2 seconds, when you're ready.
I'll be honest, yeah, because Torah and Buns were talking and they were having, you know, they were critiquing each other. You know, I think it's fair that I give them back the floor. You know, I just thought, let me just do a little intervention, because I don't want it to seem like the man them on here arguing, innit? Everyone's cool, really, innit? We're just differing in opinions right now, and we're all different people from different lives. Obviously, I know everyone differently and from different situations, but not everyone knows each other. So, you know, right now we're getting to know who people are and what people think and learning people's ideas. So, you know, just to keep it respectful so they didn't get out of control, because obviously sometimes, you know, when it gets heated like that, we can lose ourselves. We're fiery people, innit? So regardless of where we're saying we're Arawak Indians from Jamaica, or we're saying we're Nigerians from Nigeria, or we're Senegalese from Senegal, or we're still fiery people, innit? So we need to know ourselves, innit? Because we're all one people, you know. Bottom line, innit? Like, regardless of whether we come from different nationalities.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind hear other people's point of view of what me and Buns was talking about, because see what other people think as well.
May I give one little thing? Okay, I'll just say it. So a couple of years ago, me and Shiffa did a mixtape. Do you remember Shiffa?
Yeah.
Right. So look at that, yeah. Our common factor actually was hip hop, if you think about it, innit? That was what drew me and you together. So I'm engineering and kind of producing, your cousin's making the beats, you're coming to the studio. I learned a lot about how to rap from you as well. And then do you remember one time we got our CDs together, and remember there was the Bengali festival or something, and we went there with my family, and then we basically did, like, we had a store set up, and we were trying to promote your music and sell your mixtapes and everything. And then at the end of the day, like, that's the first time you met my mum and dad, and we all went to dinner with do you remember you had your crutches and stuff, innit?
Yeah.
So for me, that's a perfect example of, like, we had a love for something else, which was music, and it just brought a whole bunch of cultures together. And I thought, you know what, let me try and, like, go to this Bengali community and do something. I couldn't fit in there because I was hip hop. And it's like, we didn't really sell anything, but the point is we were, you know what I mean? Like, we tried to connect basically. And that's the reason me and Shiffa are friends till now. Like, we've only ever tried to help each other. And Shiffa always comes to me with either something spiritual, which is good for my spirit, or he'll come with some practicality. Saif, don't waste your time with this. Don't do this, don't do that. And then sometimes I can tell him the same stuff, and I can cuss Shiffa and he can say stuff back to me. It's like, man, why are you doing that for? Like, because why? I want to see you bigger than what you are. After I met your mum, Shiffa, I hated on you so much, innit? because I'm like, come on, Shiffa, you are from a much better place. Like, your mum's just shown me everything. Do you know what? Like, you're supposed to be above all of us because of who your mum is. And sorry, that's my deviation. And one other question. This is a question between what Buns and Turok were talking about, which is, when I was younger in school, so I'm 39 now. When I was in school, it was like all the African kids that I knew were like kind of their parents were making them study, so they were studious, like kind of Asian kids. In my school that I'm from Shepherd's Bush, the West Indian kids that I grew up with, that was another situation, meaning they were. I saw a difference between West Indian and African just growing up. Then I left the country for 10 years, and then came back to the country. And then I've been asking myself recently, you know, where you were saying about the triad and then the Jamaican parties and this and that. And then obviously you're saying that it doesn't affect Buns because he's Nigerian and stuff. Me as an outsider, but a kind of insider, but an outside observer, I was always asking myself the question that when did and someone can please educate me about this. I'm not being racist or nothing. I'm genuinely asking. So my question was, obviously, what I knew about, like, say, African kids growing up in school was that their parents was making them study and all of that. And Jamaican, it was like you said, there was a lot of violence and this and that and all these kind of things. Even as kids, we see it. My sister was getting beaten up by Richard Cameron at like when she was 10 years old outside school, and his little brother was a terror as well. Later on, it turned out Richard Cameron is in jail for like holding someone hostage and this and that and everything. Michael Aries shot Stefan in the foot. Rare. These were all Jamaican boys from when I was a kid. But then my question to you now is, when I look at the newspapers and I see all these crimes and stuff like black on black and everything, a lot of the names that I see are pure African names. So I even ask my friend Jeff from Ghana all the time. So Shiffa's West Indian, but Jeff from Ghana. And I'm like, Jeff, when did your people get...
Yeah, you cut off.
I didn't know where they were stemming from, but okay, that's the result. And then my question was, when did that all get rolled into one? So I'm just curious, and obviously that kind of is between the conversation you guys were both having. That's all I had to say. But I'm not starting, like, I'm just
you know what, P, just to reflect on what you were saying, yeah, when we was in school, yeah, all of our mums and dads, if we had dads around, were kicking out our don't ever get it twisted. And then what you have to understand is we were getting targeted in school, innit? Like, now, don't get me wrong, yeah, like, I hear where you're coming from, like, there seems to be some kind of separation, but when it came to targeting kids, like, you know, there weren't no separation there. Like, I think maybe, for instance, when I was in school, I noticed that a lot of the West Indian kids and the Nigerian kids were being targeted because we were very radical in our thinking and our way of doing things, and just our attitudes, the way we talk, you know, our tone of voice, things like that. It just came across scary to some people. I don't know, but I noticed that heavily, you know, when I was in school, the West Indian kids and the Nigerian kids were definitely
okay. Now that makes sense, Shiffa. Should I say why? Because I never went to school with any Nigerians or even Ghanaians. They were mostly like the couple. It was more West Jamaican, but the couple of African people, like from Mali and places like that. And like, it's like George, like, he was a good friend, George Maiga, but very, very soft-spoken boy.
Yeah,
do you know?
The point is,
I understand
when
what
you're in school or when you're in a job in an office, they want you to be submissive. You know, they don't want people. They don't want people to speak up for themselves. They want people to put themselves down.
See, I fall under that loudmouth category where I'm speaking up for myself. And then I've never been included in a lot of even Asian society and white society. And I will keep saying, it's black people that took me on from 20 years ago. What can I say?
And this is the point what I'm trying to make. Like, if you put black people all in that type of box, is wrong. And to be honest, some of it is a bad influence from the West Indian community, and this is the thing what I'm trying to sort out, basically. And a lot of African people are getting caught up in it. There was a case where a young boy got stabbed in Wood Green, and when you do the background story of this youth, his parents are millionaires in Nigeria, and they actually sent him to like a private school that was established from the 17th century and all these things. So people have to understand, Africans got a whole different type of culture to what we have in the West Indies. We came here to work. You understand? A lot of African,
arguable though, Tora? Is it arguable though? Yeah.
a lot of African families from the 17th century have been sending their children to Europe to get educated, university. So it's a whole different type of.
Tora, that
You know what I
side
mean?
of things we understand. We understand from a perspective of
My man got shot in his head, by the
us
way.
being involved in the society we're in today. But in the perspective of going back to our ancient cultures, you know, we don't know how linked our cultures really are. And just the fact that, for instance, when you look at the cultures, the West Indian culture, the Nigerian culture, you know, and the fact that a lot of Africans, regardless of whether there were, you know, indigenous American black people, a lot of Africans were brought to America as well. The cultures are directly linked and integrated. So to separate our
Don't say that shit, man. He doesn't want to hear that. Don't say that.
Yeah,
What
but
culture?
Upset, bro.
What culture?
Don't say
What
that.
culture? What culture are you
Be
talking
upset.
about?
No,
What culture are you
Nigeria with a
talking about?
Jamaican. No, it can't
No,
be.
but let me
What
finish.
culture are you
No,
talking about?
Let me finish.
Hitler, blonde hair, blue eyes. No way.
There is many cultural links, the DNA links, heritage links between the cultures. So full stop, we are one people in it.
No,
Regardless.
we're not. Don't say that shit.
As far as
You're not allowed
culture,
to say
Yeah, but
we are
Shiffa, you have to be honest to yourself. You have to be honest. You know, but Shiffa, come on.
Tora, I'm
Come
gonna
on,
be
Shiffa,
finished
man.
in about 10 seconds. Yeah, I'm just gonna give you my intake, what I'm taking from it. Now, obviously, everyone else might think differently, but this isn't verbatim to everyone, innit? But I'm just saying, like, you know, we are one people. You know,
Alright, then I want to ask you a question, Shiffa.
many cultures and many communities.
One sec, Tura.
On the whole, we're all connected, even if it's only through that one thing, that we have similarities in our skin tones, our DNAs, our features, you know, the way we cook our food, the kind of foods we eat, you know, X, Y, Z. So I get where you're coming from, and you know, by you know, like we could go to Africa, yeah. You got different tribes and different countries and different people within Africa, yeah, all dark-skinned people, and you'll find all different faces and, you know, shapes and sizes and shades of people coming out.
And all types, innit?
Yeah. Now, when we put it in perspective, you know, each one out of each culture, one culture might be better at doing something than another culture is at doing a certain thing. But that's not to say that if the other culture was to be more involved in doing that thing, that they wouldn't be just as good. You know, it's just that different people diverse in different ways. Like, we got to stop looking at ourselves as being so apart and look at ourselves as being
exactly.
Yeah,
we're not saying that Jamaicans don't remain Jamaicans. You know, Jamaicans are still Jamaicans. They've still got their culture. They still got their heritage. Africans.
Yeah, but we have to be honest, though, Shiffa.
Sorry.
Let's be honest, man, because we're diving around the thing. I'm talking about this Yardi culture. I'm talking about the Yardi culture. What's it been affecting a lot of black people differently, but it stems from the West Indian community through the drugs, the
What's
cocaine
Yardi
smuggling,
culture?
and all these types of
What's
things.
Yardi culture?
Community needs to
Yardi culture. It's like the Westerns. It's like they base themselves off like Western super.
Tora, listen, the West
So what, you
Indian.
think they don't lick man down in Nigeria? Are you mad?
You
Yeah,
lead
but
by
are they doing cocaine cowboy thing over there?
lead from the front. You lead by example. So
yeah, but we need to be honest now. Our people are trafficking drugs and all these type of things from our countries. This is how some of our people get to these countries. We have to be realistic now.
Okay, they do that from Niger too. What's your point?
We're not disagreeing with what you're saying in essence. We're disagreeing with what you're saying in practice for what that we're trying to achieve. Because
exactly.
At the end of the day, you know,
we have all the gun tunes. Where are the gun tunes from Africa?
No. We don't believe in killing one another.
No, we're the same people. Where is your gun tune? We're the same people. Where's your gun tune?
You know,
where is your gun tune? Bring out your gun tune. Where is your gun tune? We have pom tune and we have gun tune. Where's your gun tune? Since we're the same.
We don't believe in all that. Well, some of us do.
Where's your gun tune? Bring your gun tune.
That's not what we're doing.
I want to hear that. I want to hear your tune. Where's your gun tune? Since we are the same people.
I don't know how that would be. I don't know how that would be taken in Niger. I'm sorry that your people are making gun tunes, innit? Ain't much I can do, innit?
Yourself, Torok, that we set a bad example, innit? And then what you're gonna lead with is a bad example. Don't make sense.
Don't make no sense.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you is it's no point. It's no point. He's trying to put all black people in that bucket when it's a soul when you're trying to deal with the soul root
Rude
where
boy,
where things are happening.
I'm trying to spend
Listen,
money with the
you're not
people.
even
You're telling me
involved here.
not to.
You're not
You're telling me
involved here
not
right
to.
now. You're not
Hear
even
me.
involved here right
I'm
now.
trying
You're
to
not
build up
involved
your
right here.
economy. You don't know my
You're not
economy.
involved right here
You
now.
don't know.
And this
You
is what
don't
I'm
know
trying
my
to say to you.
economy.
1 minute. Then I'm gonna
When
let
you're
you
talking to
speak
your
in it.
people in your ethnic language, I can't butt in. You understand?
I'm hearing you. Just like Torok. Sorry, man. I had to mute you. I'm sorry, Torok, man. Like, I do apologize, yeah, but just hear me out for 1 minute, yeah, and I'm gonna put you back on in it. Like, all I'm trying to say to you, Torok, is for the exercise we're practicing here, which is how to build a stronger community. I don't think it's ethical for us to keep working on the things that divide us. We already know the things that divide us. That's all we're saying. It doesn't make sense to keep dwelling on that when we can work on ways of better connecting with each other.
Where's the little country, bro? Where's the little country?
That's all we were saying anyway, Torah, man. But I've put your mic back on.
You know, it's very noble for you to be completely thinking about your actual nation back home, but there's a black community here in the UK, and if you're talking about just working with just Nigerians or just St. Lucians or just, you're not going to have enough. You may not have enough people to go in with the money.
Got to be a balance.
You just see what I'm saying?
We all live together and know each other. Like
aspect.
Saif said, like P said, like, you know, a few of us have said we all live together and know each other in it. This is what we know. This is what we grew up in it. And there's many of us here. And you know, sometimes, like you said, it's best to start from home. Now, obviously, you know, that may be our indigenous home, but right now, this is home. So maybe that's where we're going wrong. We need to start from here and start thinking, how can we work our way from here back to home, to our original indigenous home? You know, because we're still going to be here in the morning. You know, and there's many of us here, although different cultures or whatever. You know, we may be from different countries and different states and cities, and you know, we went to different schools. That don't make no difference. When the doors close, you know, and then you know we're in our house, we're all people. When the door opens, you know what? Some of us have got dark faces, in it. Like that's what it is.
Shift, can I ask you a question?
Go on.
What's the point in having someone in the group that is not focused on building the community?
No, I think Turek is focused on building the community.
But everything I've heard doesn't sound like it. I've been listening in from before I even joined the chat, innit? Remember what I messaged you. I said I need to jump in this thing. It doesn't seem progressive for us as brown people or Arawak Indians. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong, or wherever. It's not progressive for us. It's a simple thing of divide and conquer. This thing has been going on for years. Yeah, bruv, my homie was just saying this to me the other day. He's from Yard. He's like, bruv, we need to stop acting like we're not all the same. We need to come together, innit? Yeah, we are never ever gonna move forward if we don't come together. That is not gonna happen at all. So what's the point in having a group like this? And look, simple thing like coming together, man can't even do that, bruv. So you really think as black and brown people we're gonna move forward and be progressive? No, we're gonna be the laughing stock of nations. Simple as that. As harsh as it may sound, but look, 6 man in the group, and what man can't agree. Serious. I'm not black, I'm brown. I'm not brown, I'm Arawak. I'm not this, I'm that. Like, come on, man, fuck out of here with that. Sorry, I mean, get out of here with that, man. Like, we ain't gonna progress, cuz it's so sad to hear this as grown men as well. I don't even know if everyone else has got children, but I'm not teaching my children that. I'm teaching my children, right, you're black, whatever, they like say they're brown. Like, listen, yo, you guys need to focus on your own, innit? You get me? At the end of the day, you need to uplift your people first.
Yeah, definitely.
So you don't have a gun tune for us, no?
No, we don't.
Listen, Torah, yeah, I told you from the jump. I don't even listen to Afro beats. I can't tell you, cuz. Sorry.
I would say what you just said, but it was very disrespectful. I understand
I'm
about.
so sorry, Torah.
Being
That's
an
all right,
Aboriginal, listen to me, brother. You're a native African. I don't know you bound if you're a native African, but you know, I will not disrespect your tribe, innit? I don't know where you come from in Africa. I'll give you respect because you're Aboriginal, just like I'm Aboriginal. You shall respect, my heritage, my inheritance, my birthright. You understand what I'm saying? My tribe.
But
But look, come disrespecting, brother.
you just made a point that
Did I disrespect? Sorry, Lakono. Did I disrespect you?
Yeah, you're just being funny, man.
I disrespected you
because am I disrespecting African people's tribes?
I don't know.
Or any
Apologies.
person's tribes.
I didn't mean to come off disrespectful. If I did, my apologies, brother. I really didn't. So if I did, like, I'm man enough to apologize. I'm a prideful person, but you show me I'm wrong, I'm man enough to be like, I apologize for that. And I meant absolutely no disrespect to you, Pastor.
Even in just that year, you look at that year now.
That's the biggest thing we just heard right now, isn't it?
No, I understand Bunzy's point, yeah, because maybe he's misinterpreting Torok a little bit as well. Although he's not misunderstood him, not in no way. It's just that, we really need to know people to really know where they're coming from, if that makes sense. So I don't think Torok is, not trying to be part of the community or not up for building the community. I think he's just very, it pulls on his heartstrings, the subject, when it goes into his own community, and it gets very personal because he sees that as a big problem. So, maybe there are things that, the West Indian community need to come together and resolve. But ultimately, us as a overall community, we're still here as well. So, we have to think on both bases, because life is a double-edged sword. If you've got a sword that's only sharpened on one side, you can only cut in one direction. So now you're immediately hindered.
Yeah, but I'm not being funny. The music has been our newspaper and has documented it. And this is why I said to the brother, has the African community make gun tune like how our people have made gun tune?
Yeah,
and if you listen to some of these, gun tunes, it's not about they're talking about guns. They're telling you the real history. I don't know.
I don't understand where you're coming from with this, because that's not something to be proud of. I'm not proud.
Have you not heard that song? Have you not heard that song? Me a bad boy from me left Jamaica.
Yeah, I hear you, but
killing no gonna get the answer. With some wicked Spanglers over New York. They're telling you the migration of certain Jamaican people from Kingston, from New York, Miami, Canada, London, and these people are there in real life, and they're telling you what they've done. I don't think Africans have to go through the same thing, to be honest. And this is and this is the thing you have to. This is the thing. People, hold on, allow me, man.
Brother,
this is the thing we have to acknowledge. A lot of these people's children go to school. All of these people, you know what I mean? And this is how we've mixed in with the community and all these type of things. But you have to see where the root of the cause is, basically. And that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm not trying to put all black people in it, because there's certain African people that are kind of successful. And for me to say all black people are doing good because my people ain't doing good, that's kind of wrong.
We've got you. I'm just saying, like, all of this gunman tune stuff, that's not something to be proud of. At the end of the day, there's a lot better things that,
it's a record.
Have contributed.
It's a record of history of a time, what was going on. This is what we do in hip hop. We give it reference. What the people were doing with drill at that time is giving a reference. It's like a time capsule music. When you listen to old music, you hear what they were singing about. You know what I mean? That's our culture.
Why not talk about the history behind it then? Because
Yeah, I was just about to say that. How do you fix the solution then? If there's a problem, man are flipping licking man down and making tunes about killing the next black man. I'm gonna say it again, black man. Yeah, and they're endorsing it. Obviously, there's a root issue there, because people only supply what the people are demanding. Yeah, like Shiffa was saying, we need to find the root cause. Why do people continue to make these tunes? Why do people continue want to hear black people murdering another black man?
Because it's part of our culture. Even though it's violent, it's giving a record to what is going on. NWA, the same thing.
No, NWA was perpetuated by the Jewish people that saw they was making money, and they pushed them out there to sell.
Well, watch this. If you don't want to go by NWA, there's another one from Harlem. They're called Mob Style, the original Mob Style, and this is the person who also was paid in full. AZ.
go back
You
before
understand? And they
that,
were just skip,
what
and
was
they're
really
talking
going
their
on?
life.
Torok, you're misinterpreting the thing. What was really going on, yeah? So these man in yard that was really doing yard style and busting up microphone at dance hall and them thing there now, yeah? That's where this whole rapping thing really gets grimy. Yeah, that's where it really comes from. That's the real
But
root
what
of
are they
it.
talking
Now,
about?
you're gonna say what am I talking about? Now I'm gonna tell
No,
you what I'm
what are they talking about? What are they talking
what
about?
they're talking about gunman because they was watching Wild West movies, yeah, and they were
All right.
watching gangster films and they were living in
And some wicked
paradise.
spanglers,
Yeah.
political
Because-
times.
Let me just say something to you. The truth of the matter is, them man were really living that lifestyle. If you put it in perspective, and plus that's what that was the talk of the times. That's what was going on. Gunman, innit? Bad
Yeah,
man, gangster.
political things was
You
going
know,
on. Political, labor rights and all them
yeah,
things there.
taking on
Spanglers and
cowboy things.
shower
Yeah,
posse.
that's what they were doing for their music. They were adopting cowboys' names, bad man from the movie. Yeah, because
But we're in
that's
the
what
Wild West. This
I
is
hear
the
you.
Wild West.
At the end of the day, it's not
This is our
something
culture. This is what I'm trying to say. We live by the gun over here. This is what I'm trying to say, and it's not a good thing.
to be
And this
proud
is what's
of.
happened.
Though. That's
It's
not
not that.
something.
What I'm trying to say,
That's
I'm
not
not
something to
proud. I'm
pride
not proud
yourself
of.
on.
I haven't got no emotion about it. I'm trying to get to the real issue. We're talking about communities, and I'm saying
Yeah.
this has affected even the African community now.
Yeah, of course.
Because there are a lot of them are copying our culture, and what they're doing it
it's
now.
like a disease.
Because
You have to understand.
these
If you
Jewish
got-
medias now, because these Jewish medias have tied it to black culture and black this, that, and the other, that anything for you to see any type of black culture is going to be very negative, and this is why I
Yeah,
want to
but then
try
Torah,
and.
you have to change. You have to change the problem at the root. You can't sit there and complain that there's a problem.
Huh?
where
Burner Boy is
people
negative.
are evaluating our
His
community.
kid's negative. What are you
But
talking
we're
about?
not tackling it as a
What are you
community.
talking about?
Dealing with it and changing the narrative. Because if we
Where was
don't,
them? Where was your gun tunes in the 80s and
forget
70s?
about gun tune.
We
Why?
were making tunes about gal, bro. We weren't trying to kill another black man.
Exactly.
Well, this is what me
We're
I
not
try to
trying to
show
do
you. So
that.
we're not the same people. We have
We weren't
different things going on in
conditioned
different
to that.
places.
So then, all
There's
right,
different
but
things
the
going on
problem
in different places, my brother, and you have to accept that. And what we done
how do we
is bring
change
our
this narrative?
politics.
How do we
What we
change the
done
narrative
is bring
to
our
what it is right
Yeah,
now?
politics
let's change the
to
narrative.
England.
How do we change the
What we done
narrative
is bring
right
our
now?
politics to England, and now other people have joined in because of our
How do we
politics.
change the narrative to what it is right now? Because clearly there's an issue. Yeah,
That's
as
right.
much as
I haven't got an issue. It's your issue. It's your issue.
As
It's
much
your
as
issue.
as much as you don't want to say it, bruv, you're still my brother. Like as much as you don't want to hear it, you're still my
Whether you
brother.
feel it or
If I
not,
see-
but at the end of the
if I
day,
was to see another
if I
man-
had to
if I was
if I
to
had to
see
feed
another
somebody, I'm
man to
feeding
try
my
and
West
move
Indian
to
person
you,
first.
if I was to see another man to
Whether
try
or
and
not
move to
I'm
you,
feeding my West
yeah,
Indian
try and
person
lick you
first, even if
down, I would tell
that
them
West
to
Indian
stop,
person don't
cuz.
like me, just to
for
spite
the
you.
simple, bruv, just for the simple fact you're black, innit? Yeah. But it's just for the
That's
simple
good
fact
for
you're
you.
black. Yeah.
That's
If I
good for
see a
you.
man
That don't
try and
work
move
for
to you,
us in our
yeah, I would
community.
be like, yo,
That don't
cuz,
work for us in
allow
our
that.
community.
Don't lick
That don't
him
work
down.
for us
I
in our
beg you.
community.
Let me ask you a
Huh?
question.
That don't work for
Toro.
us.
Cuz that's cool. But I'm just telling you, as a black man, yeah, all that hate and animosity you have towards me, don't know if a Nigerian
I
shit
haven't got
broke
no
your
hate
heart,
for you. I
or
haven't got no
someone done
time
some
for you.
419, or
I'm
someone
telling
done
you to
419
just
to
get out of our
you,
business. I'm
or
telling you to
whoever.
come out of our business. I haven't got no hate for you. There's no
Bro,
hate there. I'm
you
telling
got
you,
some,
I got
bro,
bigger
you
things to
got some
do. I
animosity.
got bigger things to do. You wanna just add me with your blackness? Allow it. I got my own people to
I'm
sort out.
sorry.
Just do it
I'm
with
gonna
your own
stay here.
people.
I'm sorry,
You
sir.
know what I mean?
Listen,
It's
I've gone back
simple.
in my corner. I'm sorry. But if someone licks you down, I'm still gonna tell them not to. Trust me. Just because you're black, you're still my brother. You're still my brother.
Love.
Well,
Brother, I still love you. You're another black man.
all
You're
I'm
another
saying
black
is
man.
not
I
it's
still
not
love
my
you.
God.
No homo.
It's not my God that gave
No
you air.
homo.
You understand?
Bro,
It's
listen,
not
I
my
don't
God
even,
that
I
gave
don't
you
even
air.
believe
It's
in
your
religion.
God that made you. You understand?
I don't believe in religion, all that. So
I'm just
like,
saying we have
you
our
miss me
own
with that.
gods.
You can miss me
We
with
have
that.
our own gods. My God never gave you life.
That's well and good. But you know what?
You understand?
I'm compassionate enough
Your
to
God
look
never
out
gave
for the
me
next
life
black man.
neither. So
Yeah,
this
I'm
is up to
compassionate
you.
enough.
Your God gave
But you
you
know,
breath. Whatever
you know
you
the
do
worst
with
thing
it,
about it,
that is you.
Turok, the worst thing about it, karma's a bitch. Like it's a bitch. I'm telling you now. I'll show you compassion.
So
Yeah,
what
just
do you
as a
call
black
karma in
brother.
your language?
Just
What
black,
do you call karma
bro.
in your
I don't
language?
know, cuz I'm still learning my
You
language.
don't
How
know.
about
You
that?
need to learn
I'm
and go back
learning
and
it.
learn then.
Bro,
And this is
go back
karma.
and learn. I'm taking
And
lessons.
this is karma.
What
This
are you
is karma.
talking
You
about? I'm
taking
taking
lessons. You're
lessons.
taking lessons.
Bro, I'm a very
You
progressive
take
individual.
lessons.
Schiffer will tell you this. I'm taking lessons,
take
yes.
lessons.
My parents didn't teach me my Yoruba tongue. So I took it upon myself to take me and my kids Yoruba for them to learn their native tongue. Yes, I am. What's your point?
That's
I'm
brilliant.
progressive. What's your point?
Good for you.
What?
Exactly,
Can I
bro.
ask you
Come on, on, G.
It's not good for me.
Come on, G.
Answer a question. Why didn't your parents teach you the language? Why
Pardon?
didn't your parents teach you your language? Why didn't
Do
your
you know what?
parents
Do you know what
teach
it
you
is,
your
cuz?
language?
If I'm honest with you, do you know what? If I'm honest with you, I
He was
purposely
watching
think.
Jamaicans.
Yeah, okay, you're just stupid now. I purposely
Be
think
honest. Be honest.
because my mum was working 2 jobs. Yeah, single parent household. I don't think she ever had the time for me. I gotta be honest with you. In all reality, I don't think she ever had the time to teach me. You get me? So I just took it upon myself to go and learn myself.
I hear that as
And
well. I
that's,
need to go and learn some Spanish
and,
still.
and that's another thing as well. Like,
No,
it's,
shift, no Spanish, man. We can't learn the Europeans' tongue. We're not
I'm
Europeans,
hearing
man.
you still.
We
I'm
can't
hearing.
do that. That's what I'm saying. We need to disassociate the Europeans from us entirely, bro. We can't move forward if we're learning
and
their
the thing
tongue.
about it, don't think we don't look at you as a brother, but we see your position. You know, understand that? Because
What's our position?
Like, take for instance, when our people first came here, my family, like my first generation, like my dad's people, they never really had grandparents. It's only the second generation got to have grandparents, so they got time to talk to us and tell us our knowledge. And it's truthfully what you're saying, lad. A lot of their parents never really had time for them because they were working and school and all these types of things. So I could, like, as black people, I could reach out to you like that, if you know what I mean, because I know the struggle of like not knowing your true identity or your mother tongue fully.
Yeah, it's hard work out here, man. Like, I'll be honest here. I think, you know, right now we're in the situation we're in. You know, if we always dwell in the past, then all we can ever do is, you know, I don't know, hope that one day we're gonna build a time machine and be able to go back and repair some of the damage. You know, but if we're moving forward and being progressive, then you know, some of our it's like having old clothing. When you got old clothing or you've worn that clothing for the whole day now and you sweated it out, that one's got to go in the wash now, innit? We need to put on some new clothes, innit? And put some different clothing on our argument and say, you know what, like I agree with Buns. Like at the end of the day, you know, everyone can have their category, but as long as we come together, you know, we're gonna be stronger in numbers. That's the truth, you know. And I
Yeah,
think
because at the end of the day, we're all men and women. You know what I mean? And separate from that, men and women, they go through a different type of struggle through life. And when you're parents and you have children, that's another different type of struggle as well. You know what I mean? So you can empathize with people. You know what I mean?
bouncing off the back of what he said, you know, like for instance, when I was saying, well, because my grandparents they spoke Spanish, you know, like that, so I don't know.
Wow.
Do you feel where I'm coming from?
Serious?
The point I'm gonna make is this year, like at the end of the day, you know, what Bun said was, no, we need to come away from these European tongues. And maybe it's not just coming away from European tongues, maybe it's, you know, having somewhere to get away to, full stop. You know, like that. You know, maybe that's what we really need to be more
Why
focused.
do you think I've been trying to escape for 3 years, Shiffa? I've been back 3 times in it, but in order to escape, just because we're from another country, if we ain't got nothing out there, it's like, what we gonna go and do out there, innit? That's why I tried to go back and say, all right, I'm not gonna work for these people anymore, because I've tried to even help them get mortgages, tried to let them get university. They don't want to hear that from Mr. Patel. Do you know what? I'm going back to the country, but like I'm actually trying to escape from England, but you need money to escape as well, innit? Like you can't just sit in Bangladesh and do nothing. I need a business. So
if you're gonna escape on your own, then yeah, maybe money is just it's just the option you need, you know, like that. You don't need anything else. But you know,
and
in
obviously I don't have a family in it.
We're talking about in a sense of community, you know.
Okay, I get you.
A much bigger thing. And what you need skilled individuals in all areas of life, in all areas of technology and, you know, commerce and, you know, just everyday stuff that people need. You know, we need agriculture. You know, there's not an area of people that we don't need. That's why I always say on, you know, when I'm talking, if someone gets into a subject like this, you know, I'm very anti-establishment. I'm not really an establishment kind of person. I'm more a do for yourself kind of person. So at the end of the day, you know, when I put that in perspective, you know, we don't have to be, you know, part of something, you know, unabashedly forever indebted to that, you know, like that. We could have our own plan and have something else in place, but we don't. I don't know. When we go to school, we're not taught to think like that. We're taught to think inside this box, which we call the UK then, or wherever it is you're in the world, you're comfortable there. So you're just taught that, you know, this is the lay of the land, these are the countries there are, these are the places you can go, and that's it. There's nothing else out there for you. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? Now, you know, if our minds was really awake, you know, and we had our numbers up properly, like We could be anywhere. We could, you know, we could put our money together and go anywhere. We could buy a piece of land anywhere and build houses, build towns, do whatever we want to do, you know. But we're not thinking on that basis. We're thinking on the basis of what we've already got or what's been taken away from us, or, you know, what's back home, or, you know, something that is much more out of reach, is what I'm saying.
No, it's true, man. And it's like, even though some of these things we might not like, but it's good that we talk these things and get them out, you know what I mean? And we can, at the end of the day, we're all man and woman, you know what I mean? And we're going to go through whatever experience life gives us, you know what I mean? And it's only because we're in London or England, you know what I mean? We're in one, say, a Babylonian state where there's so many different people, so many different tongues of languages. And even basically, they've done this to our Caribbean. They've made even us a Babylonian place where there's so many different nations and tribes of people that came there as an influx. So, like, I'll be honest, sometimes I listen to some of these ethno-nationalists and civic, whatever they call themselves, nationalists, and I hear some of these white people say, "Oh, we're only an island." And I'm thinking, Ross Clark, we're only an island now. Why should we have people now? And, you know, I'm thinking, Ross Clark, my island even smaller than your island. You know what I mean? What's going on?
Tiny.
Yeah, but then
it's
when we
like,
put it in perspective, like
but at the
yeah,
same time, what's good for the goose should be good for the gander at the same time. You know what I mean?
But it's hard. It's hard. It's hard. Like having a country in it. It's not going to be easy. You know, it may look easy from the outset, from, you know, people who's sitting in the background, and, you know, we just get to scrutinize. We don't get the paperwork. We don't get the headache. We don't have to control everything. You know, all we have to do is our simple day to day and just continue as normal. You know, when we start thinking outside of the box, it gets a lot more scary for people because it's the unknown. You know, it's the wilderness. There is no rules anymore, then, isn't it? Like, we've got to make our own rules, you know. But if we're gonna stay inside the box, you know, for now, then what we need to do is we need to really be thinking about how can we improve our lives now, in the here and now, with some of this information. And I think, you know, what Bun said, that definitely improves our lives, us having more of a togetherness. And, you know, also, you know, we can't be priding ourselves on no gunman antics or no bad man business. We can't be priding ourselves on that anymore, because, you know, that's something they're going to use against us, and then they're going to target us. And then anyone who adopts any kind of behavior that even slightly resembles it, that's how they're going to stereotype us. Even you might not even be that type of person, but it's that easy. So, you know, we have to take back control in it as people and say, do you know what? When they're playing the gunman tune on radio every minute, we have to say, nah, that can't represent us, you know, collectively as a people. Yeah. And we don't care who the person is that's trying to release their tune. We don't care. If you've got a face like ours, you can't do it unless we collectively as a people say, do you know what? That can represent us.
You know what it is, Shift, though? It's like within the music industry, you already know the powers that be know that all this negativity and derogatory towards our women, yeah, it's more beneficial for them, because it makes us lose worth. You know, it makes us lose our self-worth, because if all you're hearing is music of another black man killing another black man, when you finally do see it or hear it, well, how are you going to think of, what are you going to think? It's going to desensitize you. You get me? The higher powers, they know what they're doing, man.
Bro, just don't mention who them higher powers you are, and then we'll be good. Because one of them sat with me and said, listen, you talk about everyone else on the planet, you talk about us, and you understand what will happen to you. And that's the sad thing. It's like there's a, like, we often say this thing, it's like we blame a white man for something. Yeah, do you realize there's someone who's imposted the white man as well? And that's the tricky thing, but we don't even want to go into that conversation. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah.
That's how the interesting, Professor P. If you're going,
so again, Shift.
No, I was saying that sounded interesting what you were saying there.
We can't talk them, but they're private. Like, we can't talk that in public. Like, we can't talk about it. Like, you say J and you say bank, it's like, nah, man. They're like, listen, how about this here? My own black people accuse me of being anti-Semitic. I'm like, yo, Brian, can you tell him you're Jewish and white American, please? And then they're like, all right, then. But still, they're like, no, you're hating on, because obviously I'm Muslim, innit? The first thing they're going to be like, oh, you're hating on Jays. I'm like, nah, it's nothing to do with that. I study economics. Like Bun said earlier, economics, man. It's an important thing.
Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely. Now, at the end of the day, you know, we have to work on our strengths as well as our weaknesses. And I think, like, if I was going to apply logic to a situation and I wanted to build myself up within a situation, you know, I know what my strengths are already. I'm probably quite good with my strengths, you know, but it's the weaknesses that we need to really work on, because it's the weaknesses where we're going to get caught out,
Mm.
you know. And this is where, you know, what you said, Buns, like, I think that's imperative, you know. We have to stop dividing ourselves as people, man. We're a community already. We know people already. We could be doing things already. Now, you know, the things that, you know, that help build us as a community can also help further our internal communities, because we'll be doing better, you know. And I think, who said that? I think Bankboy said that yesterday. He said something along those lines. You know, you got to build yourself up first, and
Bro,
then
it's like trade, innit? Like, see how all these Europeans will go into all different countries, get me, make links with certain people in certain countries, and then they'll sell back home. Bro, it's trade, innit? If I know, boom, I can mess with you. Yeah, we can do something together to make money. Yeah, you can mess with me. Then, boom, you get me? Now, if I look at it like, oh, True say, fuck it, let's take it to madness. True say Shiffa's from South and I'm from East. I can't really get down. Bro, what's that doing? That's just cutting a lifeline to us trying to do any sort of business together.
yeah,
Why? Because of these petty things.
that's right.
Like, really, like, do we have animosity?
And
Like,
bear
do
in
we have
mind,
problems?
a lot of online business is done online these days as well, so it makes it
right.
so much easier.
You see what I'm saying? Now you ain't even got to go into countries, but that sort of mindset of like, oh, boom, you need to focus on you, I focus on me. Say you focusing in your particular area, you don't have something that's needed in your area, but I do. Are you gonna then turn around and be like, oh, Buns, I'm not gonna mess with you because you're from that area, even though my people here need what you've got? That makes no sense. But we can both win at the end of the day.
But everyone's got that mindset to some extent, because, you know, like P identified himself. Me and him have done all sorts of business and, you know, expeditions
Wacky adventures, man. Do you know what I mean?
all sorts of things over the years. But, you know, it's how you know a person, isn't it? Like, we know each other quite well, so we can treat each other like, you know, with that brotherly kind of, you know, like that. The same with me and you. We can have that kind of relationship where, you know, we've kind of got each other like that. We're all cool, innit? Everyone's cool, you know. But the point I'm going to make is, you know, that's not going to happen if we're going to start dividing ourselves by barriers that are invisible, you know.
Exactly.
And so I totally, I have to run with you on that. And then I have to say, you know, if we're, for instance, we're in England, innit? Like, so, for instance, it don't matter if it's P, it could be anyone, you know, from any background, any heritage, you know, that's a good person. That could be, you know, part of the team, that we part of something that we're trying to do. And we need a 10th member. And we've looked within our own community. Okay, we ain't got one. All right, there's no problem in from my perspective of having someone else from outside of the community. Then if they can fill the slot and they can, you know, benefit from it, and everyone's happy in it, we're still winning, you know.
100.
Our community is still winning, but not a lot of people look at it like that. It's about winning and working formulas. It's not about, you know, emotional formula, because an emotional formula isn't a formula at all. It's just a bunch of emotions, you know, written up into a business plan that ultimately we don't really know where this business is going to take us, whatever it may be, you know, or whatever venture we did choose to take. If we was on that path, you know, it can take twists, it can take turns. We're gonna have to be ready for that. You know, we can't just think that it's. For instance, we buy ourselves, you know, a million apples, and we're just we only want to sell our apples to black people, you know, or we want black people to sell our apples, or however we've patterned it to make sure that dark-skinned people benefit from this more than everyone else. But then the black people are struggling to sell them, because you know what? Some of the best salesmen are not black people. You know, like that. So let's just get it correct, in it. Like, you know, we're gonna need some other people too at points, at stage. Everyone needs someone, you know. we don't live in this world, you know, today and live off of the back of things that come just from, you know, dark-skinned people putting it together or, you know, producing it, you know. So I think on that basis as well, without Chinese, we wouldn't have half of this technology. We wouldn't be looking at no internet, no Google, no nothing. So let's be real about this. Sometimes we're gonna need other people, and we have to
It's
be
true.
prepared to make that jump and not be. We can't be too biased. Well, yeah, we can all have a bias because you're supposed to have a bias. If it's my little brother, of course, I'm not letting no one touch my little brother. If I don't know the dude, I'm less inclined to want to jump in front of him. But you know, I've still got compassion in it. We still got compassion. It's just that, you know, once we get past that barrier and then we start knowing people as just people, you know, I'm willing to jump in front of the people that I know. Do you know, like that?
You said it. You said. Can I say one thing? Just very quickly.
Brother,
My one thing quick though.
People who's got the same DNA.
So here's the thing, yeah. One of the reasons for me going to Bangladesh to try and do clothing, so I haven't succeeded. You know what I mean? I'm still doing small orders and stuff. Like I ain't got the money and the business level that I wanted. But anyway, the one of the main reasons was I always thought I was English my whole life. Like not like I was white, but I thought I was English. I'm a Bengali English, if that makes sense. Whatever you want to call me. But I felt later on they're like, yo, you're an immigrant, son. So I was like, anyway, do you know what? I'm tired of this BS. I'm gonna go home, yeah, and you can call me Mr. Patel all you want, but I'm gonna make your underpants and your socks, and you got to wear socks, and you got to send your. So I'll sit there with my Bengali or brown people. That was how I termed it. I'll sit there with my brown people who aren't trying to kick me up the arse and who want me to succeed, and then you can call us a bunch of peas or whatever you want to call it, yeah. But you know what? You'll be wearing our underpants and our socks. So that was a little mentality. But then another thing, just to add to this, in actually expanding the business a little bit, because Bangladesh is in the toilet right now, so all the factories are closed. And we get some little accessories from China, like stickers. I make hats, but the stickers are cheaper in China and better quality. They come from China. In the last month, yeah, every business has gone down. The whole hip hop business has gone down. So that means if Onyx isn't doing a tour, I can't get paid. If Naughty by Nature is not doing a tour, I can't make them any more clothes. My business is all messed up. Everyone in Bangladesh is kind of like messed up and starving. And then China have opened up and they're like, Saif, we got this for you. And so in the last month, I'm dealing with people from America, Bangladesh, China, and whatever. And all the conversation we're talking about is like, we're in a chain and we have to give each other the right pricing. We have to work together to ultimately give the customer what they want and not rip them off so we can go back and do it again. And ultimately, like, we just been working out, like, obviously none of these deals have really come through. We've had a lot of inquiries, but the point is, it's a chat. We've got like 4 or 5 countries involved and it's actually quite exciting and quite cool. So I'm just, obviously I've probably said something irrelevant, but working with other people internationally is like really brilliant. It's like we just, you know, and there's dodgy Chinese guys. Some of them don't care about nothing, but then 1 or 2 are pretty decent. And in Bengali, there's a whole bunch of dodgy Bengalis, like way more probably, but luckily God put me in front of the right people. I had 1 or 2, I moved them away. I'm like, okay, I got the solid people now. And that's the one thing, the hard workers. Just because someone's of my same background or color, I can't just bring you in if you're not going to work hard and think, oh, I'm just getting this. So sometimes it might be someone who's outside of the circle that might actually put in the grind. And if they're putting in the grind and helping you make money, bro, you have to pay them before you pay any other people. Like the guy who does the work or the woman who does the work, they're deserving. So I'm more on the one of like, what you put into something is what you're supposed to get out of it. Just because of my, like, and my dad taught me that by why. From when I was a kid, he said to me, bro, everything I've got is for the orphanage, ain't nothing for you. And so I'm supposed to think, yo, everything my dad's got, it will come to me. But nah, he's like, no, ain't nothing for you. And then that's when I realized it's like what you put in is what you're gonna get out. So whether you're an alien or black, white, or Asian, if we've got the same grind and we're putting in together, bro, we got to break bread together. But that's my little hippie side. Sorry.
100%, I agree with that, man. A million, definitely. And I look at it as linking up with different nations of people. You know what I mean? And looking at instead of just black and white and all these type of things. I would deal with even just anybody, like as long as, like, you know what I mean, they're sincere and they're for their people and certain things, and we can work. You know what I mean?
So like you're never going to work with someone who's going to sell out their own people. Do you know what I mean? So you're like, okay, cool. You might not be my people's, but we're still like we're humans. That's all good. But the point is, our ethic is going to make us work together. Our knowledge, our information, our you know, how we can laugh and joke and stuff. But as long as you know that person's not going to sell their own people out, then you're like, do you know what? That's a legit person from his tribe. These tribes are coming together, and we're always going to pick up. Like, do you know how much great stuff I've picked up from the West Indies? And then how much great stuff I've picked up from my African friends, and how much great stuff I've picked up from my white and Jewish friends. And guess who I'll tell you the truth. Who's given me alcohol my whole life? Who's asked me to drink alcohol and do cocaine with them? Guess who? My own Muslim brother. Yeah. White man, black man, they go into the pub. They're like, yo, have an orange juice. I'm like, man, I might have been partial to a Jack Daniels, but I'm too embarrassed to tell him now. Do you understand what I'm saying? My own people were the ones who encouraged me to visit the devil with them. That's the truth.
No, that is so true. That is so true.
It's like white people and black people gave me more respect being a Muslim than the Muslims who were Muslim. And obviously for being Bengali, that's a whole different something. But that's so interesting to know. And not too many people will even admit that stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because I lived in like sort of East London, and it's predominantly sort of like Pakistani people, like in Wolverhampton Forest, and I hear how they even like talk to Bengali people. They say, "Oh, like, what do you got with a Bengali?" and this, that, and the other.
We like dogs or something to them, innit?
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, Indians got it. It's like Indians at the top because they got their caste system. And so if you're the Brahmin, you're the top Hindu. If you're the untouchable, you're the dirty one. And then underneath that is the stinky Pakistanis, and then the stinky Bengalis. And I'm like, wow. Do you not realize that before 1950? Okay, how about this year? I'm marketing a product from Bangladesh right now, yeah. And because it's now Bangladesh, they're trying to say the product is like low quality. Whereas the most, right, check this out. It's an oil that's worth $10,000 per kg. It's from my mum's village. $10,000 per kilo. Have you not heard of oud? O-U-D.
Yeah, that's like incense or something.
Bro, it's exactly that, yeah. I discovered it in my mum's village. Bro, I was on the phone talking to my uncles in 20 minutes, like, sa. I'm your long-lost nephew from London, and I need to tap into my heritage, yeah? So we then traced it back 400 years. They had the plantation there, not slavery plantation, meaning a tree plantation.
No, they're cultivators.
Yeah, cultivated. So they started their cultivation plantation 400 years ago. But you see the Mahabharatas that you mentioned earlier, right? They talk about the oil from then. So what I was realizing was, hold on, the place I'm from, Sylhet, yeah, it didn't physically change. It was always there for 10,000 years. It was that region. So then what I realized is that we've been manipulated now to be like, oh no, you're Bengali. That's your low-class Bengali oil, and you can make our Primark t-shirts, so you can make our Primark oil. I'm like, no. When the Arabs discovered this oil, that was the Indian Hindi oil that they discovered.
I was just about to say that, because think about it, you can't grow oud in the desert.
Okay, so all oud comes from east of India, meaning anywhere east of India.
Afghanistan.
Nah, not even Afghanistan. So it's in India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Thailand, all of those kind of regions and stuff, yeah. But the traditional one that the Arabs found, back to you said the Silk Route. They found the Hindi oud, which was modern day Bangladesh Sylhet oud. But what they're trying to tell me now when I talk to them is, oh, you got the low quality one. We want the I said, because we were broken up by the English, my Sylhet is bordering Assam. You want Assamese oil. When the partition happened, they took...
that's it, yeah, Assam. Assam oil, yeah.
My aunt lives in Assam. When the partition happened, they took distillers. You see what you said about labor earlier?
I think they call it black seed oil as well, isn't it?
Black seed, I'm not sure if it's from there, but the plantation, 100% for the oud, yeah. So what they did was when partition happened, they took distillers from Bangladesh, took them to Assam in India and said, all right, because you got to teach us the tricks of the trade. But at the end of the day, where it was established for 3,000 years, that's the real site. That's the artisanal oil. So then someone explained to me, bro, if you want, yeah, we can smuggle it out of Bangladesh here and send it from Assam, and we'll just charge you more for it, and we'll mix it up as well, because that's what they're doing. So guess what I've had to do? I've marketed my product as pre-partition Assamese and Hindi oud. So I'm letting them know, don't put your geopolitics in place of what my product is. And that's partly about knowing yourself. So I'm marketing that whole product as, it's called the East Indian Agar Company, because you lot came to England, India, and said you made the East India Tea Company. Nah, son, this is the East India Agar Company, because Bengal is actually, West Bengal is India, East Bengal is Bangladesh. You just ripped us apart. And so I'm trying to re-educate people to say, nah, you're not gonna duck me of my money, because this oil is worth $10,000 per kilo. And this oil that they only make in 150 grams per month, bro, that's 16,000. And if you don't have, some American woman tried to tell me she's like, yeah, I'm buying it from Saudi Arabia, yeah, for $800 a kilo. I just told her straight, I said, my stuff is 10 grand a kilo. You ain't buying the right thing. And she got offended. But the point is, you're not gonna water me down, and you're not going to water my product down. But what a part of a lot of this is, we've got to learn about our products. And so what I did practically was I just went back home to find stuff, do you know what I mean? And learn my language. And the fact that I can speak English,
it's there, isn't it? It's just all around you. It's there for
bro,
you in abundance.
you know what the amazing thing was here? I called my mum and dad up and I said, hey, do you lot know about this oil? Yeah, your granddad, this and that. My mum, do you know?
Wow.
Yeah, your auntie. I said, what's wrong with you lot? It took 39 years for me to find this myself. And I was even in that village last year with you. You lot were trying to make me marry my cousin. And I was screaming in the car. No, they just like took me. I didn't know they took me because they're like, maybe you can meet your cousin and you might like her. And I was screaming about some other stuff, but I discovered that's where the oil's from. So within a week here, what I did, I got on the phone. I found 5 of these guys. I made them my uncles because I spoke my village language. They discovered they knew some of my family and relatives. One of my uncles lived there. I took £60 each and said, everyone, you see, we were talking about micropayments and stuff. I'm like, right, how's this going to work? I got the office in Bangladesh. I'm like, right, guys, I'm sending you lot money. You lot got to send it to these 6 people. You 6 people got to get your oil ready. Send it to this place. And that was all the testing to see, are we legit? Some people, they sent me the oil. I paid them afterwards. I paid them first. They sent me the oil. Within a week, we went from £60 oil to I'm buying $600 oil. And then after that, they're ticking me $600. And then guess what happened? Coronavirus.
Oh, Lord.
I'm just saying though, bro, like, guys, I've got a lot to offer you. I hope, you know what? I hope we can.
The Caribbean's the same. The Caribbean's very much similar, man.
In what? Go on. How do you mean? As in for stuff? You mean for products? For what they need?
Like literally, when the people like Columbus and then came to the Americas, they literally thought it was India because of the like we're near enough here have the same things. You know what I mean? And certain products, so like a lot of our products are very similar. You know what I mean? But it's just where we lost touch with our culture and certain things. You know what I mean?
But this conversation could be a start of where we're all coming back together, and we're actually like we've gone off. We've gone back to our ancestral roots. Do you know what I mean? And it's like now we're bringing information together, and it's like, but what? It's not just a history lesson. It's like, can we be practical right now? None of us like. Well, I speak for myself. My money's going down the toilet. Literally, it's going down the toilet, and I'm like, I'm trying to find a new outlet. Not a new outlet. What I'm doing for the guys is all the hip hoppers. I'm like, guys, your concerts are down, yeah. Do you know what? I've set up an online shop. There's a website that will manufacture all on demand. So we just put our designs up. As long as you lot promote them to your fans, at least a sale can happen. And the best part is I'm only on 15-20%, but I'm looking at the bigger picture, which is my shop's called Just My Brands. So I'm like, okay, as long as Just My Brands has my own brand, which no one knows about except people like Shiffa and close people, they've been rocking me and wearing me and supporting me for years, but no one's going to buy it, like know it to buy it. Do you know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, as long as I got Rascas on there or this rapper, and like I've got like 6 or 7 artists on there now officially with paperwork, with like I'm designing for them. It's my shit. But even then, with my design, I'm only charging 25% because I'm looking at, you know what? Once Just My Brands become something, it's gonna be like that's what I need to, you know what I mean? That's what I can eat from. And in the meantime, I just need to get them their money because a lot of people don't realize these rappers in America, most of them are broke. And so it's an illusion. They're big, rich, and famous. Bro, most of them owe me money on tick. And I'm like, guys, okay, what we can do is link me with Onyx, link me with this guy. And then the commission that I'm supposed to give you on that one, I'm going to write off your money. So it's like, I offer my people 25%, 20% commission. That's not bad. If you hook me up with someone and I make $1,000, I'm hooking them up with £200. Like these are little helps. Like I give certain people their merch on tour and I'm like, yo, take the merch and pay me after your tour. And these are big famous rappers that we're working with. But that's my little blessing that I think God gave me. Like, from a 12-year-old boy worshiping this music to a 39-year-old man, especially Bengali, like from Bangladesh. And I'm working with like all my famous hip hop gods in a sense, like veterans. And you know what the crazy thing is? This is something interesting. In our black community, we definitely don't value our elders because when I started telling people, yo, I'm doing a track, I want to do a track with Naughty by Nature with this, my own black people from hip hop I'm talking about, They're like coming at me like, yo, why are you wasting your time with that? What are you going to do with that old man? He ain't going to do nothing for you. You need to get them talking about bullshit. I said, bro, I'm trying to get the certification. You know, we need our certification valid. I'm getting my validation from the hip hop vets that made this music before grime, before this, before that. Obviously, hip hop came from dancehall, the what do you call it, the chatting and stuff. We know that, yeah. Cool DJ Herc, but I picked up on it from the hip hop side. Bro, our own people didn't want to sit there and embrace that. I'm like, no, I have to put them on my records. Like, no, they're granddad. I don't care if they're granddad. They're my granddad because I'm a child of hip hop. So I've got to give props to that. But that's and that's where like everything that I'm doing in business now, whether it's selling masks or plastic bottles or anything, it all comes from these hip hop connections. So I just have a smile on my face. And when I was going to the factory, I mentioned it yesterday, I got Capone and Noriega bumping in my dad's little car. I put a boom sound in the car, yeah. I just ruined his car, I put bass bins and everything. And it was like when I was fitting them, yeah, I was playing a Capone and Noriega song. The Bengali guy comes up to me and says, I don't understand nothing, but I keep hearing blood money, blood money. What does it mean? I couldn't even explain the ignorance of the song. So I was like, it's just nothing. But the point was, I'm going to the factory, driver's in the front, I'm sitting in the air conditioner, cigarette in my hand, and Capone and Noriega playing. And I'm suited and booted. I said, who said I can't do this with hip hop? So you see that? Like, I got kicked out of being an Asian because of my love for music. And they're like, yo, you going with the black people now and you smoking weed. But so I find it very hard to tap back into Asian community because they're like, you're not really one of us. And then you what?
So do you know what your family was before they were Muslim?
Yes, they were Hindu. And that's why I tell all Indians and Sri Lankans and Pakistanis, I'm like, yo, you better let me come to your village in Karachi because I'm your cousin. Because prior to like even Islam coming to India, we were all Hindus or Buddhists or something. So I know that if you're going back, like if I go back like say 2,000 years, literally the Hindu guy, like we are actual ancestry. So I make it known to all Asian people, at least. You see how we're having that black conversation, at least with all Asian Indian subcontinent. I'm like, don't even get it twisted. I don't care who you think you are, you're my cousin.
Yeah, because if you look at the word Brahma and Lama, they're literally like the same thing, like high priest. You know what I mean?
Oh.
And they both speak like a Sanskrit sort of language, and you have like the ancient Tamil language as well. But they all conject with each other, like they literally got the same culture, if you know what I mean.
I hear you fully, and do you know what, guys? I know I ramble a lot of rubbish, but I'm just like, I'm not a hippie because I don't really like hippies, but I definitely want to come together and like that's why we're here, innit? Like if people are listening to us, they might get a little like benefit in their life, and hopefully we might be able to even do something. Do you know what I mean? Like through these dialogues and conversation, you might be like, yo, who's got this? Yo, this man has got this. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, I need to know some questions about stocks and shares. Do you know? I think I know who I'm going to be able to come to now because I've worked it all out. Like, who's here dealing with that? And I'll say my question in open though would be this: you see, all these shares are falling right now, yeah. All these companies now, we know they're going to bounce back in a very short while, yeah. So does it mean that a bunch of people, so the ordinary man who put his 10 grand into stocks here, he's like, I need to sell, and I'm only going to lose 7 grand, but I actually lost 3 grand already, but I better sell now, yeah. And then there's going to be some crafty rich people who are obviously make billions off this virus situation anyway. They're going to buy up all the stocks and just sit there and wait and be like, I'm just going to chill here. I bought them at a penny, but within 6 months or a year, they're going to go right back up to £200 a share. So is that the case? Because I don't know about stocks and shares, but
I'm a bit the same because I was looking at the stocks and the graphs, and it shows you where they dropped from like March in certain places. But some of them you can tell like they had loads of potential in it, like in certain companies, but they did have a big drop because of the corona, like literally every company. But there's certain companies that just bounce back, like they just seem very like resistant, you know what I mean? And those are the type of companies you should look out for.
I hear you totally. Like, I'm not into stocks and shares, but because one of the gentlemen earlier mentioned it, he's not here now, isn't he? He's gone. But he mentioned like he does the stocks and shares. I'm like, like I've just gained something from being in this environment. I can go and check with him. Do you know what I mean? And be like, okay, you're an expert in that, and you're in our community. Let's go and ask you. And if anyone needs to know about factories and stuff, they'll be like, do you know what? Talk to P because he seems to chat to all these like foreign people on WhatsApp all night long. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I like. That's
big up to him, man. Yeah, big up to him because at his age, I wish I knew like some of the knowledge what he knows on like the trading and certain things like that. It's like I really got into it very late and certain things like that.
Yo, Shiffa, speak your mind, man. Wind it all down,
Oh
innit?
yeah, oh yeah. Another thing I wanted to show you. You see how you were saying with the Indo-Aryan language is Sanskrit as well. This is how you even get the like what they call Islam. Because if you notice with the word, because a lot of the they say Sanskrit is supposed to be the mother language of all languages, and
Apparently,
somehow you can break down a lot of the words.
so Bengali is like
Yeah,
the
so like
language
the
mainly derived from it, like as in
like they got like a
that because Sanskrit's not spoken anymore. So the only language like close to Sanskrit, like quite like phonetically and all of that, is Bengali, and then no, it's Bengali actually, and then
no Tamil called Tamil Nadu.
Okay, Tamil Nadu, I'll check that. Yeah, but I know that obviously Bangla is a derivation of it. But then here's the interesting thing: I was looking at a documentary about Bhutan the other day. Next minute, I'm like, yo, they're speaking Bengali. Then I'm looking at Assam. I'm like, yo, they're speaking Bengali. No, Bhutan. You know, like that mountainous region, not the Pathans in Pakistan. The Bhutan is like just near. It's anyway. It's like near. Do you know that Mount Everest country? I forget what country. Nepal. It's near Nepal. Yeah.
Nepal.
Yeah.
You can see the change there, in it, like the Asian.
But here's the funny thing.
Speak Hindi as well.
Okay, so this was what was interesting. I started listening to the language. I'm like, there were certain words that are totally Bengali, and I'm like, do you know what? It just made me kind of happy and say, wow.
And their numbers.
Right. So, but this is my point was that we're actually so similar. I'm like, this is crazy, and it made me happy to think that, wow, you lot could be my cousins too. Do you understand? Like, I'm like, the whole world's my cousin. You know what I mean?
No, wait, what it is like it's an Indo-Aryan language like Sanskrit. When you have Tamil Nadu was supposed to be like the old like an older language, but sort of the similar language. And like take the word Islam, you see like it had Isa and Lama, and we know that even if you go into the Arabic word for what does a high priest, a high priest would be alum. So it's like Isa alum. So it could be either Jesus, what they call Isa.
So how do you know that Jesus is Isa? So you've okay. Can I tell you something deep? Can I tell you something so deep? Okay, who are Muslim people waiting for? Who's their Messiah coming back to earth?
Isa, I think.
Right, and a lot of people don't talk about this. So you know what? You just enlightened me. Isa.
Think about it now. If you take away Christianity and Judaism or the Abrahamic faiths, what would you say? What would you say Jesus's culture was?
I think he was Jewish. I think.
No, but I'm saying if you take away all the Abrahamic faiths, what would you say Jesus' teachings were?
The same as what we're following, I suppose, or am I?
He would be classified as a Hindu or a Buddhist, and this is where you get Christianity, Krishna.
Okay, so you know what's very interesting about this? My Australian friend taught me years ago. He said, "Listen, Jesus disappeared in it for like 30 years or something from when he was a baby." And he says there's recollections of a guy called Isa who traveled through India. And then I was like, hold on, what are you talking about? Da-da-da. And so it's crazy. Like, obviously, I don't know the ins and outs, but I've
heard of that as well.
It's very interesting because I'm like, so they're almost trying to say he spent those years in India or something. And obviously, like, I'm just like, I don't know, but it's very interesting. And a lot of things kind of make sense. But really, the ultimate thing is it actually brings us all closer together rather than further apart, if you see what I mean. And that's like I said.
Because if you look at Jesus, like how the Europeans pay him, you probably say he's a Hare Krishna.
Oh, you mean his actions and just how he was?
Yeah, just his actions, you know what I mean? Like if you took away all the Abrahamic faiths, you would say he's either Buddhist or Hindu.
Okay, that makes sense, you know what I mean? But then, you know what? It's like this year, what I read even in the Quran is, we're like, you know, Hindu, like the gods in it, like the Hindu, the word for God, we're supposed to accept that as Islam as well. Then what they just said was, in the Vedas, we can even accept those things. But then something in the actual Vedas, it says something that those Hindus who gave the gods a face, they're the devious ones. And I was like, okay, I don't really get that, but I'm like, that's interesting because that means prior to something, it was all the same as well. And then someone came along, gave a god a face, and then what became a shrine? And at the shrine, they just give money and stuff in it. That's what Jesus fought in Solomon's temple. He never got violent except when he saw the shrine and he smashed down all the coins and said, "You can't do this in my father's house." So it was it's just, but for me, it's not about even making it different. I'm always
watch this now.
Go on, go on.
With the Christians and the Islam now, the Christians do sun worship, and the
Okay.
Muslims not to say they do moon worship, but they do their calendar by the moon.
Based by the moon. That's a good point.
Yeah, so for you to know when it's Easter, they do the calculation by the sun, the spring equinox. So that's
Yes.
when it's Easter.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And Ishtar, just going back to Ishtar, I think Ishtar is supposed to be a representation of either Kali or Mulgan, or you know the god called Morgan or Murgan.
Okay.
Yeah, because they say that Egyptians and some of them Middle Easterners, they used to worship Morgan, who would be like, say, Krishna or something like that. So where the Middle Easterners, like in the desert where it's so hot, they could only worship at in the nighttime. So this is why they have the moon crescent and certain things like that. And the Abrahamic faith went by the sun. But they all got
I mean, these are some areas that, you know, I do need to investigate more. Do you know what I mean? It's all time permitted and stuff, like if we get the time for it. But what I suppose my point of all these investigations is, it's like I find that it brings us closer together as people. If you get what I mean, like it really does. Like even if you're white, black, Asian, like my gang is so multicultural, and I don't try to make it multicultural. It's just I'm quite friendly. And so then all different people around me, and next minute I've got a room with like one Jamaican bad man, next one is a old BNP man who gets beaten up by his wife, next one's a little rapper and whatnot. And then guess what? We're all sitting in that room empowering each other. And I'm like, that's crazy. When I saw the Jamaican bad man telling the BNP guy that, no, you're a man because you've paid off your mortgage, you've looked after your, I was like, and he's telling an old BNP man who's sitting there with a beer kind of sobbing. Do you understand? Like there's a beauty in that type of thing.
Funny, it is funny.
But then at the same time,
that's why we call karma.
Yeah, no, and then at the same time, when I've told the BNP guy, yo, I've got this girl who's apparently homeless and she's like looking for work, he just didn't even ask, what is she, what color, what this? He's like, all right, and not obviously being a perv, he's like, mate, if she can paint, she can help me out and decorate. And do you know what I mean? That's the same BNP man who said, yo, you remind me of my old mum. Saif, do you know what? I love you. I'll do everything for you. I don't know why. Like some people rip me off in my house. Then he stood in front of my house and I was really upset because they ripped me off. They messed me up. It was a lovely Ghanaian guy, in fact, yeah. And then this BNP man stood in front of my door and he said, you know what? Maybe God sent me to you to help you out. And I'm like, I was more in tears after that. And I'm like, wow, 10 years later, that guy's he's been my lifeline. When he met my dad and my mum, he's like, don't worry, I got your son. And I'm like, wow, I've got an ally in racist Mitcham. Do you understand where I'm coming from? But it's not even racist anymore. But I'm just saying, it's like to have one of the elders in Mitcham, whatever he was, like to take me on board.
Especially probably the time you moved there as well.
Yeah, 10 years ago, it was like my friends from Tooting, they was like, no, you can't go there. It's on the other side. I was like, what does that mean? They're like, nah, you can't be there. A builder came to my house once. He's like, oh, do you know what? I used to live in Mitcham, but nah, I can't do it no more. To my face, I was like, how come? He's like, nah, too many black. I'm looking at him like, hold on, do you realize who you're telling what to? Do you understand? But it's like, again, my friendliness seems to override a lot of racism and stuff. But then where I have to stop it is that they like might not look at me, but then they'll point out my cousin, they'll point out another black person, they'll point out a stereotypical thing. And I'm like, yo, hold on for a sec. That could be my auntie, my friend, or my cousin you're talking about. Let's check, you know what I mean? Check back a little bit. And every once in a while with the neighbor BNP, it's like if he's watched the BBC News or the TV for a week, I have to re-educate him again. And oh, come on, man. Don't really think. Are you serious? How many times have you seen Uncle, what is it called? Uncle Osama in my house, rare tear, this, that. Then he's like, yeah, you're right. Do you understand? So it's like, I've got to spend time with him for him to understand that we actually just real normal people. But then every time he'll go get brainwashed again by the news and stuff.
Yeah, it's horrible for them. Yeah, it's horrible, man. Look at all them type of people like Rupert Murdoch. Like they literally like destroy this country's like eligibility for telling any types of truth in the news. Hello?
Sorry, bro. I was talking to myself. Yeah, I said I've been fighting Rupert Murdoch in my mind for about 20 years. From when the Iraq War started, 2001, and I was watching it. He came onto my radar, and I'm studying all his like the darkness that he does. And then what's so ironic is well, it's not even ironic. I was hanging out with a woman last year who's now married to him, and it's crazy. You know, what's her name? Jerry Hall. She was Mick Jagger's ex-wife. Obviously, I used to work in theatre, so I'm shining the lights. She's on stage, innit? Me and her got talking quite a lot. I've gifted her my clothes and everything, and she's such a lovely woman, really nice and everything. And then I'm like, oh shit, this lovely woman's now married to, what's it called? Who? Forgot his name. What's his name again?
Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah, Rupert Murdoch. And so then I don't know what happened the other day. I was looking at my Instagram. Then I'm like, why am I following Rupert Murdoch's daughter? How did that one happen?
Wow.
I don't even know. And then, do you know what? In all of that, I was like, do you know what? I don't even give it. And I just messaged the girl. I was like, are you interested in the clothing business? I didn't give a crap. You know what I mean? I was like, I don't care. I'm just doing it.
Yeah,
Not
look
like
at
she
what
replied.
people do to people.
But yeah, no, I get it. But you know what? Thank you for hearing my conversation as well, man. I've enjoyed listening to all the different viewpoints as well. Where's Shiffa come back? Where is he?
I'm still here. I never went anywhere. Sorry, I had to just get my mic on mute.
Oh, big up, big up.
I hear you. But what was I going to say? What's tomorrow's topic?
I'll be honest, right now it's undecided, but I'm glad that, you know, we done today. You know, we got into the topic. I don't think that, you know, I don't think we're really done with the topic we're on right now, but, you know, I'll see how I feel tomorrow. I'm going to look at it. I think today, just to round off, you know, the things that we've identified that are definite problems within, you know, our immediate communities and our extended communities, you know, money and finances is always going to be a problem for some people. Not everyone's financially sound, you know, or in a good financial position. You know, pride, you know, is definitely an issue for people. You know, people want to take pride in themselves and, you know, who they were and carry that with them wherever they may be. So there's definitely that, you know, there's image control because the way we're presented and put in front of, you know, the public eye in the media and stuff like that can have detrimental effects on our community. So, you know, taking back some of the control of how we're presented, our image, as especially for the West Indian communities, then, because, you know, that was a something that Torok highlighted as well. I thought that was important. You know, we're lacking the structure, you know, at this moment in time, in the sense of, you know, right now we're just a small community. We're just a few guys talking, but, you know, that could change however quick that can change, you know, and we can grow with a smaller community as we like, you know, and outside of that, we're all part of bigger communities anyway. So, you know, we can always spread the word, get people to tune into the channel, like and subscribe. So I think also, you know, we've been missing a fresh start, you know, and I think that's something that sometimes people need. They need a fresh start. They need a restart. You know, they need to just, you know, start again from a different footing. But what the fresh start is, you know, outside of things that we've discussed, like, for instance, obviously, Torah brought up the fact that, you know, we need to work on our own communities first and then help the rest of the communities. Like, you know, whether that's the fresh start or whether the fresh start is, you know, we all need to just be more of a community on a whole together and look after each other, full stop, as a community. You know, that's the question. That's what's in question still, you know. And I think just, you not having a collective mindset, you know, as far as being unified and having more unity among us, you know, we need to be a collective mindset. Like, because you look at, for instance, if we're going to just talk about black people again for a second, because it's come up today, you know, we don't really have a collective mindset like that. Everyone does their own thing. We're very individual, you know, we're not very collective like that, you know, and everyone kind of, don't get me wrong, not to say we don't copy each other and learn from each other and do things like that. Yeah, we do. But we don't often pay homage for the parts and the attributes that we take from others. You know, we just attribute it to ourselves.
Nah, bro. Remember one thing. What have I constantly said? Like that 20 years have been used in hip hop, but didn't I learn from it? From Ricky Rankin, and with you, bro, it's different. We called each other for a project. Obviously, a lot of other people was using me in the business. Do you know what I mean? But bro, I learned from every experience in it, and now I'm like, what do I do? Do I get bitter about it? Nah, I do like whatever I'm doing now, in it. I'm utilizing it. That's the main thing. I'm utilizing what I learned from the last 20 years. What else did I say earlier? No one else was picking me up except black people. So I have to, do you understand? And which is one of the reasons why I always have this affinity towards, well, it's more West Indian people, but then like I do have an affinity towards that. I'm like, do you know what? I'm always trying to do my business around them. So that's another thing which Turek mentioned. And I'm like, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, why am I so connected with so many West Indian people? It's for that reason. They took me on board. It's like they adopted me in a sense. Like when my dad wasn't around, when no one was around, you know what I mean? And literally 20 years later, I haven't forgotten my allegiance, which is, that's like loyalty maybe.
Yeah.
But I'm still down for everyone, you know what I mean? But yeah.
And the thing about it is like we're like an open book as well. Like sorry.
Sorry, Turek, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, man. I was literally done. I just done my roundup on
sorry.
The areas I think needed highlighting.
And a quick shout out to Desiree Carmi, because she's been listening to our conversations and stuff. But you see how you said, Turek, that you guys are like an open book. I'm not like, I went to a Jamaican like dancehall kind of party about 3-4 months ago up in North London, Edmonton or whatever, yeah. And you know, I was so nervous about going there and whatnot. And it was like the guy, he's like a reggae. He used to be in a reggae band. They've got like, I'll tell you, you know, Music House. They do all the reggae pressing up in like all the vinyl, all the dub plates and everything. I worked with Chris. I worked with them for like a little while and stuff. He made like I actually put out reggae music 15 years ago. Like that was how I started my record business with Chris Peckins and all of those guys. So I worked with all of these, like, yeah. But the thing is, it's like every time I've been to a Jamaican event, I'm so comfortable and normal, and I'm like, this is crazy because I don't even get invited to Bengali events. And then last year, no, I think, bro, I just went from one Jamaican rave to the next one, and I'm like, this is nuts here. Like, do you understand? Like from Pollard's Hill with the old Jamaican people, like in their Domino's club. So we were doing their Christmas party. Then I've gone to Jimmy Asher Foundation up in Balham, and I'm like, this is nuts. And it's like everyone giving me the jerk food and everything to take home. When I first moved to Mitcham, my friend's mum cooked us a jerk chicken, rice, all of that for me and my wife. She packed it all up in a lunch box and she said, when you go to Mitcham, here's your food. But what was interesting is his dad was Jamaican, but his mum was English white. They were always good to us. And his white mum had obviously learned all of that. She prepared that for me and my wife. And I'm like, you know what? This is brilliant. But the most brilliant part was when my Australian friend, Alistair, because obviously my ex-wife's Australian, so I gravitate towards Australian people as well. So I got my hood boy, Rowdy, from down the way, Jamaican and English and whatnot. And he's doing his little grime music and his gun talk and little things and this and that. And he's shotting his little things and whatnot. Then there's Alistair, who's like some hippie from Australia. And he lived opposite me. And somehow, because you know I'm a chatty guy, you've worked it out. Both of them are friends with me. The day I had them in like, I took Alistair to Rowdy's house in like, it was on an estate in Shepherd's Bush. Next minute, I'm hearing this like proper hood kid from London, yeah, asking the Australian boy, "Oi, teach me some of your Australian slang." Bro, I just said, that's it, over there, it's over. It's like I'd done my job. I didn't even know what my job was, but I just said, from once the little, like the yard, like, do you understand? When he's asking the Australian, yo, teach me some slang, I was like, this is like beautiful. Anyway, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, that's what I enjoy. Like, I feel rich because of the nations of people that I deal with, not because of the money that I don't have that much money. I don't have too much wealth, but I feel richer than wealthy people because I know, like I said, I could sit there and chat to Jerry Hall so much here, who's married like Rupert Murdoch now. And then at the same time, I can go and talk to my maid in Bangladesh, call her up and be like, yo, what's going on? And I can cuss her when she's like talking like, oh yeah, and the poor have got to feed the rich. I said, with that mentality, you ain't going nowhere. I said, what happens when the rich stop giving you? Then she's like, well, then we got to go up and work. I said, nah, you're supposed to be working anyway, and you're supposed to be having a plan. But I'm just, do you see what I mean? Like, and then we're sitting here having this conversation. And when I go, what I figured is this: when I go where I go, they're like, do you know what? He's a nice chatty guy. He's not really us. He's his own weird dude. But do you know what? He fits in when he's with us. And then I can just go and fit in anywhere. I'm like a chameleon, taking the best of everything from everywhere. Some might call me a culture vulture. No, I can fit and assimilate everywhere with everyone. And again, Desiree, peace to you as well. Turok, you know what? Thank you, man, because I heard a lot of good stuff. And what was Shiffa, the other guy who was talking earlier, your friend, what was his name?
Which one are you talking about? There was a few that we had.
The Nigerian guy from Walthamstow.
Yeah, Buns.
That's the one. Yeah, it was really interesting hearing your conversation, and then you enlightened my mind when I was saying that difference between the African and the Jamaican, and what I noticed in the 10-year disappearing, coming back to London and seeing it all changing and seeing all the names. I fully appreciate what you said, because I've been saying to some people, why would and we don't know the answer yet, so someone's gonna have to enlighten me, but why would the good boy Africans want to get involved in that side of life? And obviously, in my mind, I'm like, been asking people for the last 5 years, yo, where's all the West Indians and Jamaicans gone? Because they, like, from what I know, unless obviously I'm not in those deep circles anymore, I've moved out, I just link it for music and stuff. Like, I've been in situations where I'm in the reggae studio, a little yard boy's come through. I'm like, okay, he looks like he's just come over. My man's giving him 500 or $1,000 or something. And then it's like, yeah, I'll come back with the money in 2 days. And I'm like, man, I don't even want to question things. You understand what I mean? I'm like, I don't want to know about what's going on. But I couldn't understand, when did the good African, like the good boys, meaning their mums and dads, like really put energy into them, when did that whole thing flip and adopt this violent situation? And then I'll say one very controversial thing, but I'm sure you've worked out I'm not a controversial person, but I just say things in a funny way.
It's very real, because like, people shouldn't be ashamed that their parents weren't good for them, you know what I mean? It's just the horrible media that highlights that type of life, you know what I mean, and brainwashes or grooms these young people, you know what I mean, and think, oh, it's just a black thing basically. But
Nah, so
it's not.
It's not. You didn't need to come from Africa. In it, like, remember, whoever came from the West Indies came from one way, and then people were brought to West Indies in another way. Basically, if you've come nicely from Africa and your mum's like a nurse or a this or a that, how would you then get wrapped up in that dark side of which you're saying, that whole yardie and we're trident and all that? How would you get wrapped up into that? And me, who's always been in it and out of it, just on the sidelines, I couldn't understand it myself. And you kind of shed a little bit of light of, like, why would you lot want to group yourselves into that? Like, the media groups it all as black, and I'm like, yeah, hold on, but they put Bengali in black, and I've even had black people telling me, yo, you ain't black. You try to be black. You understand? Yo, go know. It's like, know your own culture. I'm like, bro, I speak Bengali. Assalamu alaikum, but you only speak in English. So, bro, you go find your mother tongue first. Then tell me about I'm trying to be black, because as far as I know, my dad's been black my whole life. You understand?
Yeah, they're very melanated over there. They ain't hiding nothing over there.
And that's it. Like, my dad's actually black. Like, Shiffa's met him. Like, and the thing is, last time I was in Bangladesh here, and I was watching the TV, and it was all light-skinned people, and my dad was watching it. Yeah, I was just about to ask my dad and say, Abba, doesn't it bother you that they're misrepresenting what Bengali people are on actual Bengali TV? But then I realized he might get upset by that, and I just shut my mouth. And I just thought to myself, look at that, like, do you understand? Like, where they wouldn't even discriminate against me, they discriminate against my dad because of his skin color.
Yeah, it's horrible, man.
Bro, my dad used to pick us up here. The only dad that would pick us up from school, they're like, yo, your driver's here.
Wow.
because I've got another friend, his name's Surfy. He's very, very dark skinned. Within our friend circle, he's known as the black boy. I'm just being
Calabai.
Yeah, right. So you know about this, yeah? But then guess what? When I saw him driving the car with his wife, bro, they thought he was a driver. Only for what? Bro, and he was feeling so upset, because I realized, why does Surfy have such a complex? He's always trying to prove that he's part of this society. Then I realized the day we got out of the car, I jumped out the back, his wife jumped out, and they weren't even waiting to open the door. They're thinking, driver, drive on. And I'm like, oh shit. So this is what really goes on. Another friend, he got a breakdown because all they said from like his own family from when he was young, yo, you're a black boy. And then so what he did was he grew long hair, grew a beard, and started hanging around with rockers. And he's like, oh, screw all of you, like I'll be a rocker.
I'm not being funny. I've noticed a lot of dark-skinned Indians do that. I've noticed that a lot.
Okay.
Like with the rockers and things. It's kind of funny you say that.
That's my friend, and it's just an example. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just so even in our own country, there's a lot of racism. Do you know what I mean? Like you've got adverts called Fair and Lovely telling the women, "Oh look, I put on this cream, and now I'm light skinned, and you lot are still black." Do you understand? Wow. These are actually, and here's the best part: these are companies owned by Lux and Dove soap and all of that. The same company, Weaver Brothers, bro. What they can't do in this country, they'll happily go to your own country and mess up the whole mind state. So in a brown country like even Nigeria. I don't know about the West Indies, but a lot of African countries, a lot of Asian countries, they're basically kind of mentally brainwashing people to like not want to be dark. And the thing is, like, that's crazy because I look at my dad and I'm like, I'm you. Or on my dad's side, everyone is black. And I'm like, that's me. But you're telling me that my skin, like, it's not, like, my dad's skin's not good enough? Like, what are you talking about? It's crazy. It's crazy. And I've never had it, but we get it more. I've got it more from the Muslim side recently. So it's like never, oh, you Mr. P or you whatever. It's more like, oh, we're going to give you a discrimination for being two things. One is a Muslim and the other one is being so connected to black people that we'll give you the racism that we've got for certain black people. You got that from us too as well, Saif. And I sat with the lawyer once and said, listen, you're a Caucasian, I'm a Patel, but they're giving me black racism. Can you tell me what's going on? And she had no answer at all.
It's crazy, man.
And I'll just give you the example of that. I'm standing at work in the theater, having a smoke, minding my own business. One dude comes out, Nick or something, big, tall, blonde guy, middle class kind of dude. He pats me on my head like that, exactly what I'm doing. And he says, hey, N. Hey, N. I'm not going to say the rest of the word. Hey, N. And I was like, what? Did he just? So I went to the crew room, 30 white people, all my colleagues. I said, yo, Nick just said, he patted me on the head and said, hey, N. They looked at me and they're like, nah, no way. Then they realized Saif don't lie. They're like, okay, Saif don't lie. Okay, yeah, he did say it, but he didn't mean that. I'm like, you don't. Wow. I never even said what he meant. Now, he weren't even trying to be racist to me. He was trying to give me, this is the craziest thing, the white man seal of black approval. Do you understand?
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like, I'm supposed to be like, yeah, you called me an N-word. I'm down now. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, bro, I come to work.
Yeah,
okay, this is me at work. I come into work, I'm like, good evening. After you, sir. Can I hold the door for you? That's how I took, because obviously I'm still wearing hoodie and all of that, yeah? So it's like, because we don't have uniform, they're still looking at my clothing like, okay, he's too black, yeah? So I've gone in and I'm just like the most white as they can imagine. But then still, I was getting two things, either that, like, yo, or yeah, man. And I put it in one of my tracks. I'm like, what's the yo and what's the yeah, man? Because I ain't Bob Marley. I got a lot of words to say.
And another thing I want to highlight with like the West Indian community, like a lot of other nation people get to see us like in like christenings, birthday parties, and also funerals. Well, I think like a lot of different nations have like a attachment to the West Indian community because like we're very open.
And that's what you said earlier. Like the West Indian community just brought me in. They brought me to their events, their food, their everything. And it was like they was even encouraging me to do patois in my music years ago. I was like, no, I can't do this because I'm not trying to fake something. Do you know what I mean? They're like, no, you're with us, you can do it. I said, no, I can't do that. That's like, I'll rap, I'll sing, but I'm not dropping patois. I'll produce the bangingest reggae music, but I'm like, there's certain things you can't falsify. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, that's why like I've got an affinity for that. I was raised by it for 25 years in England, like since 1990, so 20 years. They took me on board 150%, and like more than my own Asian people. That's what I'm saying. Like Asian people are like, nah, you're too black for us. I'm like, what does that really mean? But they were just like, yo, you West Indian, innit? You're mixed up in it. And I'm like, oh, really? And I always told them the truth. I'm like, nah, I'm from Bangladesh, I'm Bengali. They're like, nah, but they're like, yo, you're come on, man, you're with us now. And I'm like, oh, that's and it was nice when I didn't have a dad, I didn't have a family, bro. It was nice to have some type of community in it. Like that's, you see what the topic is. Let's talk community. My dad, like I've come to England, I'm 18 years old, I got no one around me, no dad to guide me. My dad like hated on me for 10 years or something. So I had to find the West Indian community, and they actually adopted me. And so that's why like I'm still here trying to do my little bits and pieces in it. And in that, we then came across a lot of African people, and I was supporting African hip hop group from 15, 20 years ago. And it's that I learned about, you know, like Guinea-Bissau, Ghana, whatever. There's a couple of Angola. These were all Eritrea, all of these places. So it's like, for me, it's all beautiful, man.
You know what? I'm glad you bring up those people there. You see the ones of like Portuguese descent. I think those people have a closer link to us in the Caribbean than some of the West Africans. I know it might sound a bit prejudiced in a sense like that, but when you look at some of these people like in the Cape Verde and all them type of places, I think a lot of those people they took from the West Indies and certain places and put there as well. If you know what I mean.
Hold on, you mentioned Cape Verde, innit?
Yeah, like it's like in the Atlantics, like
Right,
in the middle of the Atlantic
I've
Ocean.
never heard of that place here until last year. A guy tried to burn my house down, and he was from Cape Verde. But here was
You're
the interesting
joking.
thing. Yeah, I'm not even joking with you. Yeah, he was a madman. Yeah, bro. Anyway, I won't even go into that. That's the next story. Yeah, I called the police and everything. They're like, "Well, you got to prove it." I said the man went out at 9 a.m. and put a steak by the kitchen side, put the oil on the fire, and walked out of the house knowing he's coming back in 7 hours. I said, if you telling me, and he was supposed to leave the house the next day. Do you understand? And so he knew that we didn't want him there. And next minute, I'm like, boy, you tried to burn my house down. Anyway, the point was this though. When I saw him face to face, I'm looking at him. I'm like, bro, you're Indian. Yeah, meaning all his features, all his everything was like, I'm like, bro, you're absolutely Indian. Like, I didn't take him. Like, no, but they get offended, innit? Because I spot out the Indian in everyone. Do you understand? Bro, I spotted like a Bengali man from Mauritius. I said, bro, I said, listen to your name. Yeah, I said, that's a Bengali name. I said, we're cousins, man. Do you know?
No, it's true. No, it's true. A lot of those people in the Seychelles and some in the Caribbean,
Right.
Trinidad, Guyana.
But what you said though is that like he had a very island vibe about him. Do you see what I mean? Culturally and everything. But then when I looked at him like blood to blood, I'm like, yo, you could literally be one of my cousins back home because we've, you know what I mean? We've got them same features and everything. So it's what you said there, like those kind of people, obviously they do have an affinity with you, but then it's like, I'm like, yo, you're Indian, man. My Guyanese guy, I'm like, you're Indian. But then my friend Tony, the guy who taught me about reggae, he's like Indian, if you see what I mean. And you know what the joke is there? Obviously, some people will sit there and might, you know, because he's a skinny little weedy guy, they might have called him the P word once in his life. Next thing, bust up, proper yard man. Do you understand? Proper patois, and he'll just cuss the shit out. And you're like, wow, that's crazy. So it's like the Indian guy taught me about reggae, but it's not because he's Jamaican, isn't it?
Mm.
And so I always thought like Jamaica is like, you know, I've like, yeah, like different Indian, black, white.
What I've noticed, and a lot of people say, a lot of the like the Indian people, what they call the Coolie people, they live sort of side by side with the like they live side by side with the black people, but the Chinese, they're sort of like a high class people. They sort of live by their own self, if you know what I mean.
Okay, because that's where you got, imagine your curry goat, roti, all of this and that. I'm like, no, we're eating the same curry goats and stuff. Do you understand? Roti is what we're calling it, but it's the same thing. But then it was the same Australian who told me about Isa. He's the one who told me. He said, Saif, he said, where was the original Rastas? Like, just as an example. And I said, what are you talking about? And I said, he said, them old fuckers in the Indian mountains with the dreads.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, oh, them Hindu dudes. He's like, yeah. And he said, what's rag? I said, rag's Indian music. Rag, he said, what's reggae? I said, reggae is Jamaican music. He said, look at the drum patterns of rag music and then go and look at early reggae music. And I was like, okay. So it's like what you said, those people like came together with the African people or the people who were in Jamaica, wherever they were from, and everyone brought a piece of their pie to the equation. And then that's the new beautiful thing. So in a sense, I suppose that's my little hippie thing. Like, I don't want to dilute any of our heritages and histories, but what we can bring our beautiful histories together and make something for now, that's like very exciting, I think.
No, definitely, because especially with the culture, because that you got artists like Supercat. His real name is William Maraj, and you can obviously tell he's either like a Sri Lankan or Bangladeshi sort of descendant.
You know what's so interesting? We were talking about him the other day, yeah, and it was like Shiffa Gordon told me about him. He's like, yo, you need to just go and study Supercat. And then I was like, hold on, looks like my dad. You understand? I mean, my dad was in the 70s with the little mustache and the hair and everything. And he's like, bro, he's fully Indian. But what's interesting, we was like studying him recently. He's got a lot older and he doesn't look Indian anymore. And it's really weird, like how his features have changed. And
Yeah, he's mixed. It's like he's got a bit of Arawak and a bit of
so
like
what
Indian as well.
I'm feeling that a lot more of his kind of like black features or African, you want to call it, I'm feeling in his older age, those are more coming out in his face. And I'm like, that's interesting because I look at the old and the new picture. I'm like, wow, but now you've explained it. He's obviously mixed in it. But
this is the thing though, like we always say, like when you're young, nobody really say you got Indian heritage. They only might look at your hair, but it's when you're old, they might say, oh, you really look native Indian now, you know what I mean, when you're dyed.
Right. I mean, I've got a friend, she's Jamaican, yeah, and her name's Tracy Chin. And I never worked it out. The Chins are part of her Chinese family. So
yeah,
my mum's like, so she's like got Creole and then St. Lucia, my bad, St. Lucia, that's where she's from.
Okay, I'm St. Lucian as well.
Oh, is it? Okay. My aunt Teddy was from St. Lucia when I was a kid. So for some 279's from St. Lucia as well, DJ 279. So I don't know, for some reason, yeah, St. Lucia is another little close place to me. But yeah, and she was telling me like her grandma's Indian, so that explains a certain part of her look. And then Chin.
Which one? What like? Oh, or she's which one? Carib or East Indian?
East Indian, but from St. Lucia, but obviously like Indian ancestry or something, I suppose. But then also her grandfather was Chinese, so she's like St. Lucian, but she's got like 3 different types of blood and look and everything in her. Jimmy Screech, you remember Jimmy Screech, innit? His grandma's Chinese or something. You know that, Shiffa?
Yeah, you've got different. Yeah, a lot
And
of
he's
Chinese.
like pure Jamaican, but he's like literally looks like half Chinese, half like kind of.
There was a music producer in I think Kingston somewhere, Chinese guy who used to produce a lot of the reggae, the early reggae, like Bunny Wailer and them and the.
Okay.
He was in that film. I forgot his name though, but they used to just call him Mr. Chin probably. But like he was very influential, like in the music, like sound engineering and certain things like that.
Right. Okay. I mean, I know one thing. The woman who controls a lot of the like, is it VP Records, bro? She's Chinese. The owner of VP Records is Chinese, and that's a pure reggae label. And I was like, quite surprised actually, because there was one Chinese woman I heard that. No, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, she's Chinese or something, I believe. I saw the picture the other day. I was like, oh wow, like I never would have expected that. But there you go, innit? Like, it's interesting. But bro, for me, it's all about bringing it together. Like I got a European producer making reggae music. I took it to Chris here, and I said, Chris, what do you think? So he's like, he listened to it. After 2 minutes, he's like, it's Euro rock reggae, Saif. I said, what? Euro rock reggae. I said, how did you put that one out? And I said, so does that mean it's bad? I was like, does that mean it's rubbish, Chris? No, man. He's like, it's all right. It's good. It's good. It's the new version. But for me, it sounded like a lot of even West Indian solutions. I played it to them. They're like, yeah, man, it's the proper. But Chris is an expert in it, so I got to get his expert opinion. He's like, no, man, it's Euro rock reggae straight. Then I said to him, but Chris, what we're gonna do isn't that bad. He said, I said, should I tell him to make it a little bit something? No, keep him doing what he's doing. I said, but the real reggae people ain't gonna like it though, are they? He said, nah, of course they won't. But it's all right, Saif. There's only 500 of them left. I said, okay.
It's kind of funny. It's mostly like the hipsters and white people like the reggae and all them Italian and Spanish sort of
right.
people.
So he was almost saying, bro, let the Serbian guy make it and let them enjoy their flavor. Do you know what I mean? And as long as we like putting it out, we still get our little like the whole. And that's where the business and the publishing and all that comes from. I pay you your money. I'm buying my rights for my song, but then what I do is I give all my artists and producers 25% back. Straight on everything. So I'm like on publishing, on royalties, on anything. If we make a penny from this, if we make £1 from this music, you're gonna get your 25 pence. Simple as that. And that's the way for me to like work with them long term, innit?
True.
But yeah, anyway, so I'm so rambling. I think Shiffa might want to shut us down or something.
It's been a powerful conversation, man.
Definitely, man, and I'm definitely down to chat again. Do you know what I mean? Like, so whenever you guys are ready, Shiffa, hit me up for the next one. And Turok, man, where are you from then?
I'm St. Lucian and Jamaican, but
okay.
I've got Carib and Taino ancestry, and mixed with a bit of African and bit of Asian as well, like I'm not too sure what kind of Asian, but like maybe Tamil.
I hear. Okay, okay. So can I ask, are you like a bit of an elder gentleman or something? Because it just seems like you got stories like meaning I'm 39. Like, is it? How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 35. I mean 34 this year. Sorry.
Oh, okay then. Okay, fair enough. I'm the old man then. So in that case,
It just where I grew up with, like my grandparents more
right.
into
Okay,
stuff
so
like
no,
that.
that's what I meant. It seemed like you've been around older people.
Like my dad used to take me out, like he used to do DJing, so I get to see like sort of his friends of his age and certain things that he did with
Right,
his
right,
friends, and
right, right.
sort of get their history as well, if you know what I mean, and certain things how it used to be when they used to go partying, and certain things how the politics used to be and how it's changed along the time.
Right. Okay. Okay. Bro, back then they was all having to protect themselves from the BNP and everything. Like I had all types of people tell me like just there was a different time back then. And then what I even heard was like a lot of the Jamaican boys, they were going to protect the East London boys because the Bengalis were little weedy, small, you know, they're like, bro, you're easy to get beaten up in it by the BNP. So the Jamaicans would come and protect them and stuff. Like just all these little stories I heard. All these little stories. And it's interesting, and that's like why even the emperor guy was talking about history and heritage. It's like, yeah, we definitely got to know, because if we don't know our starting point, we definitely don't know like where we're going to end up, if that makes sense. Like you got to know where you started from, because here's the easiest way to look at it. If you go and ask Prince Charles or Prince Harry or any of these lot, yeah, who they are, he's going to look at you and be like, what are you talking about? I can tell you about 3,000 years where my grandfather's bones are buried. So that means they've got a lot of inner strength because of their heritage, whereas ours is all like it's just been messed up, especially in a Babylonian place. Our heritage is like beat down and stuff. So it's like, yeah, for self, we got to know knowledge for self, in it, of knowledge of self, like where we're from originally. But then it's like we're not there originally, we're somewhere else in it. So now we just got to use everything around us to better ourselves, basically, and better the people around us. Really. I'm not a hippie, bro. I'm really not. I hate hippies, but I still like. I want more people to come up, because then it's no fun. What are you gonna do on your own? It's like if all of your mates can come up and do something. You know, if I'm just even your neighbors and stuff. Like anyway, that's how I feel. And my dad thinks that's why I'll never be able to do business, because I'm always trying to like put something in someone else's hands. You see what I mean? And my mum's always like, nah, you done the right thing. So I got my dad telling me you're useless because you're not hard enough. My mum's telling me, nah, it's good you gave him a discount. And I'm like the Libra trying to balance it out in my life. Do you understand? Before that life passes. So yeah, 39, bro, I got the next 4 years. I've got to do the work and make up for the last 20 years, have a family, have kids, and then try and leave something good for the planet. That's it. And then die. But yeah, on that note, brother, thank you both for your time and everything. I'm here. I'll let you lot say the last little bit. I'm sorry I ramble so much. Yo, where'd everyone go?
Shiffa still there? I'm still here. Yeah, man. You know, it's been a powerful talk, man, and it's good at talking with positive people, and you know what I mean, positive minds, and people of different backgrounds. You know what I mean, as men, you know what I mean, having a good conversation. You know what I mean, it's a
100%.
powerful conversation.
I agree with it, man. And again, if you need anything that I've mentioned, literally link back to Shifra and be like, yo, let me talk to this guy, and vice versa. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what I think we can get out of this as well. Like, Shifra's done a really good job. Thank you, Shifra. If you're listening to us, like you're bringing people together, like especially in quarantine. I told him the other day, it's quarantine period. You can't even like link with your friends and family, let alone strangers. And look what he's doing here. Like it's a very, very good thing. Like it's brilliant for me. I'm like, this is lovely. The only thing is, it's very long. We've been 7 hours. Like, do you understand? Like, we've been on this for 7 hours.
I was looking, I was watching the news earlier, and they were showing because of this quarantine, they were saying like, you know, like Indian weddings, they're very elaborate and all these types of things. Like because of this quarantine, a lot of people are doing their marriages through Zoom.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Bro, I just postpone your wedding, innit? Just wait, like you can wait for another 6 months. It's not a problem.
I don't know if they don't know if they're doing it so people can feel like they want to buy stocks in Zoom, but I'm thinking it's coming to a little period of time where a lot of people are going to be televising their weddings, you know what I mean, from back home who can't make it, you know what I mean.
Right.
I think that would be a very powerful like thing, you know what I mean. Very nice bringing people together. A special
That's
time.
interesting. I never even thought about that, to be honest with you. Because like even when I call my parents and stuff, I don't get on video. But it's like someone said to me the other day, "Why don't you just call your mum and get on video with her?" And I was like, "Oh, we don't do stuff like that." And then the other day I did it with my mum for the first time, and then I look at her, I was like, "Mum, why is your hair like a tramp?" I'm just saying, innit? It was like that was the first thing that came. I was like, "Mum, what's wrong with you?" So yeah, man. But yeah, bro, I'm gonna make a little move because it's like I have to do a couple of like. Actually, you know what happened yesterday? My phone like overheated 3 times, so I'm on a different phone today. Yeah, I'm on my phone, innit? But today I'm on a different phone, a different handset, and it's all right. But it's gone down to my last bars, so I don't want to like actually murder the phone. If you see what I mean, I want to come back tomorrow and have some chit chat. You said it is. We couldn't deal with it. Shiffa, man, where are you? You there?
Shiffa.
I think he's what? He's ducked out. I think he's eating some food or something, isn't it?
Oh God, probably nipped to the shop maybe.
All right then, brother man. Listen, Turok, I'm gonna make a move here, but good night, and let's definitely. I'll catch you on the next round or something, innit?
Big up, man. Have a
Bless
good
up,
morning,
man.
man.
Thanks for all your knowledge, man. I appreciate that.
Big up.
Bless up. Take care. Good night, Shiffa, man. Peace, man. And everyone else, thank you.
One person swaps around, then the rest of us have to. Different levels of soul groups get drawn together here just the same as on the other side. He said, right, we are brothers and sisters, no matter our skin color. Judge others how they treat you and not by their skin color. Powerful. Yeah, big up Desiree. Yeah, put new money into circulation just to pull it out again. Powerful. I think it's well these times you can wash your money now, innit? No, you know what I mean? Little perk. Mm-hmm. Big up everybody. Thank you for joining. Hopefully Shiffa soon reach. God bless and more.